Wow, good morning, everyone. Happy weekend. We have finally made it to your Saturday morning. It is World Lung Cancer Day, and Lung Cancer Foundation of America is so happy to be doing this social media takeover. And today you're going to be hearing from dozens of people, not only in the comments, but also here on our live feed, who are truly living with lung cancer. Today is about them. It's celebrating these incredible individuals who are fighting a terrible disease. But it's also about raising money too. Lung Cancer Foundation of America, LCFA, over the past decade has worked with its charitable partners to raise more than $4 million. What they do with this money is give it to young investigators. These grants help seed funding. And what they try to do with this seed funding is really jumpstart groundbreaking lung cancer research to bring the biggest positive impact to lung cancer patients. So if you're watching us live online, good morning from East Coast to West Coast. We're so excited for you to join us, maybe worldwide too. You'll see that donate button at the top of your screen, also on your mobile device, and scrolling at the bottom of your screen now. You can also text Lungs Forever to donate to 41444. All right, without further ado, I want to introduce our first patient advocate. His name is Frank McKenna. A little bit of background on Frank. In 2016, he had a bit of a nagging cough. And when he underwent a treatment, he was first misdiagnosed, and then that diagnosis came down as lung cancer. It wasn't easy for Frank to get started with chemotherapy, but he underwent biomarker testing and eventually tested positive for the EGFR biomarker, underwent treatment, and it was like flipping a switch for him. Now, Frank's outlet has always been personal training and physical fitness. So what better way to kick off the weekend and your Saturday morning and World Lung Cancer Day than with a workout? Frank, you're on the beach. I'm a little jealous. It looks beautiful out there. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great today, Jordan. Thank you. It's overcast today, a little cloudy, but it's a day on the beach. So how can I complain?
Absolutely. So I understand you've got an awesome workout lined up for us today, and it's so incredibly important to stay physically active and healthy for not just lung cancer patients, but all cancer patients. So we're really excited for you to walk us through this workout this morning. Go ahead, take it away.
All right. Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to kick off World Lung Cancer Day, kicking it off here from Virginia Beach. I'm excited to be a part of this ongoing day with Lung Cancer Foundation of America. It's great to be part of a great organization to raise funds, to raise awareness, and to just bring out the awareness of lung cancer and how serious it is. As Jordan explained, I was a lifetime non-smoker. I've been a personal trainer. I just started my 30th year as a personal trainer. I see clients basically one-on-one. I've worked in a number of gyms over the years and have my own fitness studio since 2003, where I train clients one-on-one. When I received my diagnosis of cancer, it was a complete shock to me, as Jordan had mentioned, since I didn't smoke. My doctors thought it may have been some type of a sinus infection. Maybe I had a little chest cold, something like that. And then when the biomarker testing came back that I had EGFR T790M, that was quite a shock to me. They started me on a targeted therapy, which wasn't successful. This was back in 2016. And by Thanksgiving of 2016, it didn't look very good for me. I had lost a ton of weight. I had no energy. Then they started me on a second line targeted therapy. And thanks to research with funding through corporations and through lung cancer groups like this one, we were able to raise money. They came up with a second line treatment. And I started that second line treatment in December of 2016. And by the second day, everything changed almost immediately. My strength was coming back. I was able to start gaining my weight back. And all through this whole diagnosis, all of my doctors kept saying, keep doing what you're doing. You're in incredible shape. Just keep doing what you're doing. I can't believe you have lung cancer, but whatever you're doing, keep it up. So I decided it was time for me to give back. I needed to use my knowledge as a personal trainer, my knowledge through cancer and living with cancer. So I decided to become certified as a certified cancer exercise specialist and start working with patients who have cancer whether they're newly diagnosed or whether they're going through treatment or whether they're lifetime survivors. We want to be long-time survivors of cancer, all types of cancer. And lung cancer is very dangerous since it's such a high rate of death associated with lung cancer. And so we need to keep that funding up. So the treatments like my second line treatment, which is now a first line treatment, more patients can begin those treatments through the funding and be successful. So my purpose is to give back, helping cancer patients, helping them to thrive, helping them to reach their goals and to stay healthy. So today what we're going to do is we're just going to go through a little workout. What I'm going to do is basically give some different options on exercises. You don't need a lot of equipment. I brought very minimal equipment with me down here to the beach today. But what I'm going to do is just go through some of the different exercises you can do, and then we'll run through a routine. We'll do a couple different routines. We'll do one routine where we count repetitions, and we'll do one routine where it's a time routine. So we don't even have to count repetitions. All we need is a timer or a stopwatch or a clock to keep track of what we're doing on our time. So what we're going to do first, I just want to make the announcement that if you are beginning any exercise program, please consult with your physicians, your oncology team, your medical team. Please consult with them and get the thumbs up and the okay from them that you can start an exercise program. I know with different treatments, different chemotherapies, different surgeries, it may be a little bit difficult for some people to exercise, or it may not be wise for them to exercise at that time. But once your doctors give you the thumbs up, I'm going to give you some exercises and routines that you can do at home anytime that you have an extra 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 15 minutes. It doesn't have to be an hour workout, but just whatever time you have just to keep your immune system strong, keep your body strong, and keep moving, keep that movement, because what we want to do is improve our daily living skills. We're not looking to enter into the Mr. Olympia contest. We're looking to be able to get up out of chairs, to be able to have better movement in our daily life, getting in and out of cars, getting up and out of bed, moving upstairs, walking downstairs, just those daily living movements. So please consult your physician before beginning this or any exercise program and get their thumbs up. So basically, we're going to start with a little warm up. If those of you want to work out with me at home, in your living rooms, in your garages, in your dens, wherever you happen to be, follow right along with me. I'm not going to move that quickly for you. If you just want to kick back with a cup of coffee, put your feet up and say, let's see what this guy's got to show us, I'm fine with that too. We're all going to spend this hour together just learning some different exercises, trying to stress the importance of exercise during your cancer treatments and during your cancer survival, and then we'll go from there. So we'll start with some basic warm-ups. Those of you who are working out with me, let's get up and warm up. Those of you sit back, make sure that cup of coffee's hot, and let's go. So for warm-up, what we're going to do is just basically warm up our entire body. So it doesn't have to be anything big. We can just do arm circles, which we're going to do just to kind of warm up those shoulders, warm up the chest, warm up the arms, just to get everything moving. If you have any problems with lymphedema or any problems due to surgery, you can skip some of these parts. If you can't do things with your upper body or your arms or your chest or back or legs, if you have severe neuropathy, then those are some of the things that we want to work around. So we'll go one direction, then we'll go the other direction just to get warmed up a bit. From there, we'll work down our shoulders and we'll work in the trunk, and we'll just do some basic little trunk twists just to get our core engaged. Try to keep your core in the entire time while you're twisting. We'll keep our core engaged. We're still working chest muscles. Bring your arms up, go side to side. Now we're working across the chest. We're working in through the abdominal muscles as well.
Some good advice there, Frank. It's good to stay, loose, and you don't want to pull something while you're in the middle of a workout.
You just want to make sure you're warmed up. You want to make sure everything is loosened up. That's for chest. We want to get back. Back is basically pulling exercises. So if we just mimic the pulling of a rope or pulling a heavy object, this is going to get your biceps and your back just start to warm up. And this, believe it or not, is an exercise. If you pretend that what you're pulling is the heaviest thing you can barely move, that's going to engage your muscles. So if you don't have weights, hand weights, a band, any just simple exercise materials to use, you can always just work in what's called like an isometric movement, just kind of getting the muscles to get that blood pumping through and warm up.
I think it's important too, Frank. You've got the chest out as well. You're up straight. Your posture is looking really good.
You want to keep everything. You always want to concentrate your core. Your core is the basis of your skeletal system. So if your core is tight, your core is in, you want to keep your stomach muscles tight and in, then that's going to keep everything else in alignment. You want to get your hips working a little bit side to side. Then you want to get your legs. You want to just do little bends, not real deep bends. If you can't do the bends, you can always, I have a chair here, you can always hold on to a chair to do any of these things. Those of you who may need a chair, you just hold the chair and do your bends. So if you have balance issues, you definitely want to hold on to something. And then your lower leg, you want to make sure your ankles, just kind of doing ankle twirls. We're done. Just some ankles to get those loosened up. And then your other side as well. And if you're working anything, some people have neuropathy in their legs. Make sure you hold on to the chair. You can do little calf raises, little work with your feet. And one of the things that's really nice, if you have sand available, and you don't have to have a beach like the Chesapeake Bay here, but if you have a sandbox, if you have just a little box you can put sand in, it's a great exercise. Take your shoes off, put your bare feet in the sand, and dig your toes around in there. A lot of us suffer from neuropathy in your feet and in your hands. And sand is excellent to just kind of knead that sand with your feet, knead that sand with your hands, and just use that whole system in order to kind of use sand as your friend in order to get you warmed up. So now that we're warmed up, we're just going to go through some basic exercises. I'll show you some different variations. And after we go through the exercises, then we'll put them all together as a routine. So first of all, since we started, we're going to go with our large muscle groups first. So that would be chest and back, the upper body. We'll work with chest and back first. And chest are basically push movements. So again, I said, if you don't have weights, you can always pretend now that you're pushing that box away from you. And do it as repetitions, nice and slow, core engaged, just push out. You're pushing away. It's like you're doing a bench press, but you don't have any weight. You're just pushing straight out. You can also use, instead of dumbbells, you can just get cans. Little bit of cans, hold them in your hands, grip, because you again want to work those fingers. You may have neuropathy in your hands and fingers, and do a press. You don't have to lay down. Some people have trouble getting down, getting back up again, or don't want to lay prone on the floor. You can do these standing up. You can do these sitting in your chair. And it's just that same movement. You're just pushing out for your chest.
So what should you be feeling in your chest right now, Frank, for people who are at home watching this and working out with you? What should you be feeling?
You want to start to feel the blood pump through the chest. You want to start to feel your muscles engaging in your chest. So it's not anything that should be a pain. If it's a pain, please stop. But it's something that you're just going to feel, my chest is starting to get tired. You're starting to feel like those muscles in there, you're working. When you're doing this push movement, obviously you're using your arms. So you're using your arms, you're using your shoulders. The emphasis is on the chest. Another exercise similar to this is a chest press. We have a chest fly. And all that is like you're giving a big imaginary hug. And what this does differently is where the chest pushes those muscles out, this helps to kind of bring those muscles across the chest. So you're bringing them in just like you're giving a great big hug, bringing in, and that's a chest fly. Now I've done these, as I said, with the cans. You can do these if you have some hand weights or ankle weights. You can put them around your wrist. You can hold them in your hand. Doesn't matter what you have. If you have a little set of dumbbells, you can use the dumbbells. That's fine too. whatever you have. And again, if you have nothing, then you just pretend like there's that force that's keeping you from bringing your hands together, which is going to work your chest. Then you also, for your chest, then we also have resistance bands that a lot of people have. Now, I know since COVID-19, these are very difficult to get on Amazon or in the stores because everybody loaded up when the gyms were closed during that time. So they still may be difficult, but if you have one of these, it's the same principle. Put it around your back and you press. Pressing, or you do the fly. So it doesn't matter what equipment or no equipment that you have, you can start to work those chest, shoulders, and get everything moving.
It's a great point, Frank. With COVID-19 and, not only lung cancer patients, but cancer patients in general, those who are immunocompromised, this is a great routine to get you started and get the fitness kind of part of your routine. And you can do it all at home. It's great.
That's my purpose. Is not a lot of people feel comfortable going to the gym.
Mm-hmm.
I know me as a personal trainer, I have my own studio, but I don't feel comfortable going to other gyms. I had done some work with some other gyms in Virginia Beach, but I don't feel comfortable going in, although I know they're trying to be as clean as they can right now. With lung cancer, I can't afford to get COVID. So I don't go to those gyms, and I know a lot of people out there are hesitant to go back to the gyms. So I just want to show them some things that you can do at home and get that home workout. As far as your back, now your back I said was pulling. Again, I just have the cans. You can lean one hand on the chair and you're just pulling, just like you're starting a lawnmower. Again, your core is in tight, you're stretching down, and similar to the chest, what you want to feel is that muscles in your back engaging. And this is a one arm row you can do with one side, and then you switch up, get your base with your feet, keep your core in tight, and you work the other side. And it's just a simple growing movement. Again, if you have the band, you can always take a band, step on one end and have the handle, and you can pull in. And the nice thing about bands are, as long as they are, if you have a lot of slack in the band, you have a longer band, it's easy to pull. If you step down further on that band, then it's a little more difficult to pull. So you can change your resistance. As you get stronger, take your foot down more, make it a little more difficult. If it's difficult at first, go all the way up to the end. And again, if that is too much resistance, you can always do the isometric. If you're working that back with a pulling motion, remember, chest is push, back is pull. So you're working that back part. And you can do that with any of the materials here. So then we're going to work on your legs, because your legs are the next big muscle group. We want to do the large muscle groups because the smaller muscle groups get that work with the large muscle groups. When you work chest, you're working triceps, you're working shoulders. When you work back, you're working biceps, you're working rear shoulders. You want to keep that core in tight all the time. So now we're going to work the leg muscles, then we'll go back and get those secondary muscles. So as far as leg muscles, an easy one is holding on to a chair, because you always want to be safe. You always want to make sure that you're supported. You're going to hold on to a chair and just do a little squat. If you want to do this in front of the couch, in case you go down too far and can't come back up, you can land right on the couch. Or if you progress, you can have a chair in front, you can have a chair in back, touch that chair and come up. Or if you're able to do it without holding on, it always gives you that safety. If you can't make it back up, you have a chair down there. Another exercise is a lunge for your leg. Similar to the one arm row, you're going to do that with your leg. So you have one leg forward, one leg back, hold on to the chair for support, and you're just going to lean into it. Just a nice lean. If you can do it without holding on, then you're starting to get your balance. But always have that safety net until you feel confident that you can do these exercises without.
Now, Frank, how far should you lean forward?
You don't want to have, you want to lean forward. You want to keep your body, again, tight, your core in tight. You want to lean till you're almost at a parallel angle with your leg. If you were sitting in a chair, you would touch that chair. And that's another thing you can do with these too, is have a chair behind you. And when your butt touches that chair, that's as far as you need to go. You don't need to go below that parallel before a seat level, as I would say for parallel would be a seat level. You don't have to go below that. You don't have to have your back knee touch the ground. You just want to, again, start firing those muscles in your quadriceps and get your legs moving. And you do one leg and then the other.
So you're working both legs right now. You're doing the lunge. You did the squat beforehand. What muscle group do those two exercises work, and what should people be feeling while they're doing the squats and the lunges?
It's working the quadricep muscles, which are the four muscles that come across your thigh. Mm-hmm. It's also working in the back muscles, your hamstrings or your bicep muscles of the back, which are two muscles that come across and make up your hamstring. So you want to be feeling, again, that little bit of tiredness, that little bit of that muscles working a little bit, but you don't want to take it too far or go overboard with what you're doing as far as the exercise. So you want to stimulate the muscle. I used to have a trainer who said, stimulate, don't annihilate. But don't kill it.
Well, you're helping a lot of people so far, Frank. We're getting quite a few comments that are saying, thank you. We're going to start incorporating this into my morning routine.
Great. That's what I like to hear. Now, as far as some people don't feel comfortable lunging, squatting, being in kind of that free form position, if you're sitting in a chair, you can do what's called an extension. And all that is taking this leg, extending it out. When you do that, you start to work these quadricep muscles again differently than you do the squat or the lunge. This one, if you do with a little bit of resistance, this one starts to burn. Everybody. When I do them in the gym, they burn. My clients do them, they burn. This is something that really works those quadricep muscles. And again, you could do one. You could do the other side. If you have ankle weights, you can put ankle weights on, that little bit of resistance. And you can even utilize the band with these, putting the band, holding the band, and just giving a little bit of resistance as you take it up. So again, you can do this easily, or you can make it progressively harder so that you can continue to progress even with very little or no equipment. The other area is the back of your leg, which is a difficult area to work, especially without equipment. But one of the easiest is just, again, leaning on a chair or leaning on a counter or whatever you have, and just kind of trying to kick yourself in the butt. Kick yourself in the butt for not working out sooner. That would be a way to think about it. So you kick yourself in the butt. This one has a tendency sometimes to make your leg cramp if you're susceptible to cramps back there, because it works that muscle. But if you're good without the cramping or don't have that issue, it's just, again, an isometric. You're kind of pretending like the force is pushing your leg down as you're trying to bring it up and kick you in the butt. And again, you want to do one leg, and then you want to get the other leg. If you have ankle weights, you can put the ankle weight on and do it to get that little bit more resistance.
Frank, I think sometimes when people are just getting started, trying to get into a workout routine, they always ask, well, how many should I do? Or how many times should I do it? Or, how should I take a break in between sets? What's your advice for those people?
We're going to do a couple different things at the end. And my advice is I like to do no more. I like to kind of gauge in that 15 repetition mark. Mm-hmm. That if you're able to do the 15 repetitions, that's good. That would be considered one set. The other thing I like to do is to work to time. And for time, I may set the timer at 30 seconds or 40 seconds. Do whatever I can in that time, and then you take that break for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute, whatever you need, until you're recovered and feel recovered enough to do it. You want to try to keep your rest time down as much as you can to get the benefits of the cardiovascular workout and the workout, but you always want to have that safety in mind. So you want to make sure that you rest long enough that you're able to go through and do the workout a second time or a third time if that's what your goal is. So rest time kind of varies from individual to individual based on how you're feeling that day or what things have gone on in your life that week or that month. But that's something that you, again, stimulate, don't annihilate. If you need to rest, take a rest.
And I've got one more question for you, Frank, because we're 25 minutes into your workout now. And if people at home are following along, maybe they're a little winded, they have to catch their breath. Is there anything you can physically do to kind of help that air get into your lungs and help your body absorb that oxygen so that you don't feel so lightheaded if maybe you did push it too hard?
The best thing to do is to keep breathing. A lot of people, when they lift weights, have that tendency to tense up and hold your breath. And what you want to do is keep the air flowing through the body. If you can, you want to breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth so that it's going through your system, coming up into your nostrils and going out. Especially with lung cancer, sometimes we have limited oxygen within the lungs, limited oxygen supply within the lungs. So we want to make sure that the oxygen we do have, that we're stimulating that, we're getting the good air in and out. If you could exercise outside, that's great because you're getting that fresh air in and out so that you're keeping that. But if you start to feel lightheaded, sit down. If you start to feel like this is a little bit too much, back off. There's no problem with stopping. If you want to do 5 minutes and then later in the day get another 5 minutes and maybe at night get another 5 minutes, that's fine. If you want to do 15 minutes together, that's fine. Whatever time you have and whatever you have in order that you're feeling safe, but you're starting to get that body movement. As far as shoulders, moving on to the secondary groups, because we use a lot of shoulders with back and chest. Shoulders basically come in 3 parts, the front, the side, and the rear. So we want to hit all 3 of those parts. For the side, it's just a simple shoulder raise. And you want to keep your elbows slightly bent, and you only want to come up to shoulder height. You don't have to go any higher. Again, you can do these with cans. You can do these with a band. You can do them just with air and pretend that weight is pushing down on those shoulders as you come up. That works the shoulders on the side. And again, you're going to feel that little fatigue in the muscle, like your muscles are working. And if you feel like you need to sit down because you just worked your legs and they're still tired, you can sit down, you can do these seated. The front of the muscles of the shoulders, you work the same way with the front raise. Again, with just air, with dumbbells, with the band, it's the same movement. And when we do our routine here in a little bit, we're going to go through all of those in a routine. And then you also want to work the rear. And the rear is just bending slightly and doing that same fly movement to the rear. Another exercise is a press. And a lot of people have problems with this because of some surgeries they've had, some lung capability problems, shoulder issues, neck issues. So you can do a press, but this is something that not everyone is able to do or can safely do. So you're fine with just the front, the side, and the rear as far as a raise. Then that moves down your arm to your biceps and triceps. Biceps is probably the most famous exercise. And if some people, especially if they're getting ready to go out here to the beach, if they do nothing else, they do bicep curls so that everybody looks, so look at those biceps just popping out.
Got to look good in the tank top, right?
10 minutes before going to the beach, I don't think it helps them. But hey, if it gets them moving, a bicep curl. And again, you can do that. You can do one at a time. You can do them seated. If you have to do them seated, that's fine too. Want to work safely. So the bicep curl is one. And again, that is something that you do with the band. Put the band under one foot and just bicep curl. If you want to do one arm, then again, if you move down to the end of the band and have a lot of slack, it's easier. If you move up on the band, then you have less band to work with. So the tension is much tighter and it makes it harder. So one band can give you all different kinds of abilities and different levels that you can work with. Triceps is another one, which I like to do triceps seated. just for the stability. And for triceps, you can do an overhead tricep press, keeping your elbow straight. Again, some people have problems with that up the top. So one of the other things you can do is just keep your elbow anchored at your hip and take your hand back like the Olympic 4x4 team that's passing the baton. Same thing, except nobody's here to grab the baton from you. So you got to bring it back in. That will give you work the tricep, which are 3 muscles in the back of your arm, and work that very easily, holding on to something. Again, one side and then the other side. Some people may say, this is all too easy for me. I need something more for my arms or triceps. You can sit in a chair, and some people can do dips off the front of the chair. Now, this is an advanced exercise, but some people like myself, I mean, we do the advanced exercises even though we have stage 4 lung cancer. So we can still do what we can do, push yourself to what you can do. And like they said, stimulate, don't annihilate. And we'll just keep moving through the exercises.
One of the things that I really liked from your bio, Frank, on the LCFA website is if you were having a bad day, you would say, that's okay, I'll win tomorrow.
That has been my philosophy. I even have these wristbands that I make up. It says win the day on one side. It says make history on the other side. I felt like when I went to bed at night, I didn't feel like I won that day. I felt like cancer beat me today. And I was determined that night. I remember I laid on the couch all day. It was a Saturday. It was early fall during football season. And I laid on the couch all day. My mind said, get up, let's do something. And I couldn't. So I went to bed that night and said, man, cancer won today. And I said, I can't let that happen. So I came up that night and said, we might have won today, but I'm going to get up and win tomorrow. I'm going to win the day. And that's what my philosophy became, win the day. And if you win day after day after day after day, you're going to make history because you're going to outlive all the predictions of what lung cancer, the predictions for the mortality rates for the 6 month and the 8 month and the 5 year. You're going to outlive all those and make history. We need to make history and have people living longer and longer. So I had wristbands made up that I give out to clients and give out to people that follow me. And we wear these wristbands as the reminder that no matter what happens, win the day. And if one day you don't win it, that's okay. You get up the next day, win that day. It doesn't have to be every day, but if you can get more days that you win than you don't win, then you're going to be in good shape.
Lung cancer or not, Frank, I think that's an awesome philosophy to just live by. That's really great.
So we did the triceps. We did some of the basic exercises. We did some dips. A lot of people are able to do push-ups. Push-ups are also great. They work the chest. They work the shoulders. They work through the triceps. Shoulders are good, or push-ups are good that you can do with your feet out. You can do with your knees. You can do your feet out and do push-ups. Very difficult. You can bring in your knees so that you're kneeling and do push-ups so it helps you a little bit. That works a lot of the backs of the shoulders, the chest, the arms. You can even use your trusty chair and lean back a little bit and lean on the chair or your kitchen counter, just something with you safely, and push away. You can also bring one knee in so that gives you a little more stability and just make that chest work as much as possible. You don't want to use any more leg than you have to, and you're just pushing away and using a lot of those muscles. That's an advanced movement for a lot of people with cancer, but if you're able to do it, that's another good technique that you can throw in. So what I want to do as far as exercising, Jordan brought up the point, how long do I rest? How many do I do? There's a lot of different philosophies. When you do your workout, you can just do upper body. You can just do lower body. You can do upper body on one day, lower on another. Do upper body maybe in the morning, do a little bit lower later. You can put it all together so that you do upper and lower together in a workout. And you can also throw in some cardio, whether it's walking, whether it's jogging, riding a bike, doing step ups on your step, whatever it happens to be. you can incorporate that cardio, because again, we want to get as much oxygen and air into those lungs and keep your lungs as strong and healthy as you possibly can. So any way you want to put that routine together, however you feel that day, I'm just going to do a little bit of upper body, or I'm just going to do a little bit of chest today. I'm just going to do a little bit of legs today. I'm going to see if I can do some chest and back today, or I'm going to throw the whole routine together. Anything that you want to do, like I said, about 15 repetitions, then rest, move on to the next exercise, or do that same exercise again 2 or 3 times, go on to a different exercise. You can either do each exercise one time and then come through and do them all again, or you can do an exercise 2 or 3 times, move on to the next exercise 2 or 3 times, move on to the next exercise, whatever you're comfortable with. So we're going to do a couple different routines. We're going to do a routine where we just do repetitions, and then we're going to do a second round where we do the same exercises, but we're going to do them with a timer. So time, so that you can see kind of the differences. So those of you at home that are working out with me, this is going to be the little workout. It'll just be a short little burst of workout. All the exercises that we just did, we're going to throw in. I'll do some with the cans. I'll do some with the band. I'll do some just with air, and we'll go through the movements.
So those of you just joining us here on World Lung Cancer Day, we've got Frank McKenna. He's live in Virginia Beach this morning. A little overcast there, but so far a great way to kick off World Lung Cancer Day social media takeover for Lung Cancer Foundation of America. Frank's getting ready to lead us in a workout.
As I said in the beginning, it's an overcast, cloudy day at the beach, but it's a day at the beach.
That's right.
So, no complaints. So we're going to go through our exercise. We're going to do chest first, and then we'll work on some back. We'll work on some shoulders, and we'll just go through an upper body. We'll go through first time with some exercise. We'll go through with some other things a second time, and then we'll go on and we'll incorporate a little lower body and a little bit of the core training as well. As far as your core training, as we said, you always keep your core tight. So even when you're doing all the other exercises, that tightness that you're keeping your abs and keeping your core in is working the abdominal muscles. They're working by having to stay tight, having to stay in. You're not just letting them flop out and kind of slouch in your back. Your shoulders are up, your core's tight, and that's going to keep everything so that you're actually working your abs. If a lot of people can't do sit-ups, they can't do crunches, they can't do those things. You can keep those abs in when you're walking, when you're sitting, when you're exercising. That exercise is an exercise in itself as far as working your abdominals. So we'll go through the exercises now. We'll do 10 repetitions just because of time, and we'll go through them, and then we'll switch from exercise to exercise so you can see how to kind of put a routine together. So the first one we'll start with is the press, and we'll do variations, standing, sitting, whatever you're comfortable with. So we're just going to do the full range of motion, keeping your core tight. You want to keep that chest up high so that as you're starting to work through, you're working that muscle. And then if you need to rest in between, take a couple breaths, get your rest, whatever you need. If you're ready to keep going, the next one is the fly. And again, we're just going to do the chest fly, just like you're giving a big imaginary hug. Again, if you don't have the cans, no problem. Pretend like you're get that resistance force that's trying to keep your hands away from each other and making you isometrically work the muscles.
Frank, I join you, but I don't want to sweat through my shirt.
Well, I understand. You've got a long day ahead of you there, so that's okay. You keep sipping that coffee. We're good. Another exercise, then you can move on and do the push off something, whether it's a chair, whether it's a counter. I have one leg forward and one leg back so that I have a little bit more stability. Again, you want to get as full of range of motion as you can. Obviously, if you've had any breast reconstruction or any surgery up into your chest area, any of those areas, you definitely want to consult with your physician about, should I do certain movements? And a pushing movement like this is often tough to do, but it's also good to keep everything open as well. So that fly movement is generally a good exercise. Keep those muscles up top strong and keep everything loose. So then we're going to move on to back. And we'll do 10 repetitions. We'll do one side. Again, leaning on the chair, leaning on the counter. You can lean on your leg if you feel good with that stability. But you always want to support your hand on something because you don't want your lower back to just hang out there and be at risk. You don't want any lower back problems. So you always want to support that hand. We'll move to the other side. I'll pick up a band real quick and work the other side with the band. Same thing, full range of motion, stretch down, contract when you're up, just like you're taking that band and you're going to stick it in your hip pocket, right up to your hip and down.
That's a great point, Frank, because your back is so easy to injure when you're working out. So I really like how you are explaining the movements and how to do it properly, because we just want people to be healthy. We don't want anybody to hurt themselves.
That's exactly right. And they say your antagonist muscles, your opposite muscles are so important. Well, I've stressed the importance of your core being tight. Your lower back is the opposite of that core muscles. So you also want to keep those strong. You want to keep those tight, and you want to keep those healthy. So you don't want to ever put them at risk where you're pulling something and your vertebrae or everything in the back there kind of shifts and puts you in misery. You want to always stay with that good posture and support yourself when you can. Moving on to shoulders. We're going to do the 3 shoulder exercises. We have the side. We'll do 10 repetitions.
Lisa loves your modifications, Frank.
We'll do to the front. And if you need to rest in between, rest in between.
Tell you what, with those side raises and those front raises, it really doesn't take much. You start to feel the burn. It doesn't take a lot of weight.
And that's what you want to do. You want to try to feel that burn. That burn is a good thing. It's like you're working out. You feel the burn, and that's a good thing. And then again, you want to work some to the back. You can do the back. If you want to support yourself for that back, you can do one side at a time. And again, nothing in my hand, but that weight is just pushing down, trying to push my shoulders back down. You can do one side, and then we'll do the other side. Or you can slight lean and do both together if you feel confident with that. But again, just always maintain your safety. Make sure you're being safe. Next, we'll move to biceps. And we'll just do the bicep curl. 10 repetitions. You want to do one at a time. Do one at a time.
Is it the bicep curl, Frank, or the beach curl?
The beach curl. When you hit the beach, hit those curls. And then we'll do for the tricep, the leaning. Your elbow is anchored at your hip, and you're just reaching back, just like the Olympic 4x4 team, but nobody's taking that baton from you. In this one, you will feel that third head, which is the inner head, which is so hard to hit with exercises. You'll feel that one as you extend. And if you push your palm up towards the sky, then you really hit that third head of the tricep muscle back there. 2 muscles in the bicep, which is why it's called bicep, 3 in the tricep. And you want to make sure you try to hit all those muscles. Now for legs, we're going to do legs. We'll just do the simple lunge. Do 10 repetitions. You need to rest in between the 10 repetitions, rest in between. If not, switch legs and go to that one. And this may be something you need to build up to. Once you have the routine, you can build up to doing it a little quicker or doing it with a little less rest or doing a little bit more with the weight or a little bit more with the resistance. So it's something you can grow into. You don't have to take this workout and say, I got to go nonstop for 10 exercises. And then the backs of the legs, again, just want to do 10 repetitions. And again, you can go up to 15 repetitions. Just doing 10 in this with the sense of time here to give you an overall little workout.
Speaking of time, Frank, I can't believe 45 minutes has gone by already. I've learned so much watching you already, and I'm sure folks who are joining us here on the Lung Cancer Foundation of America social media takeover of World Lung Cancer Day are learning a ton as well. If you have any questions for Frank, a lot of you have chimed in with your comments. Feel free to ask. I'm happy to relay those to him because Frank is certified and he's specialized with working with lung cancer patients and cancer patients in general on their fitness. So that's why a lot of the movements you're going to see are introductory. So you can do these things right in your living room.
Now the next exercise setup is I have a little timer, and all it is a basic app that I have on my timer. It's a Tabata timer. It lets you set the amount of time to work. It lets you set the amount of time to rest. When I don't want to count things, I don't want to count repetitions, I just want to do it the time. You put your timer on, it'll give you a little countdown, and it'll say start. And then you do the exercise. So we'll go through those exercises again. This time we'll do the exercises seated. And we'll do the press first. And again, you can set your timer, maybe 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds. And then how much rest time do you need? Do you need to rest for that 20 or 30 seconds? Do you need a minute to rest? Do you need more? It's a gradual start to getting your fitness together, to getting your health together and working on a routine. When the timer goes down, it gives you a little rest. Build that rest in as little or as much as you need. And then the second exercise was the fly. And again, my timer is going off down here. And you start with the next exercise.
I like your use of a timer, Frank, because sometimes if you say, well, I'm going to do 20 of these, you try to do it as quickly as possible, and maybe you compromise your form by trying to just get it done.
And it allows you're not counting. You know, some of us have chemo brain, I can tell you. And you don't remember if you did 7 or you did 8. So it's easy sometimes just to set that timer and to come through. And whenever that timer goes off, you stop. You don't have to count. You can, as you said, you can think about your form. You can think about, is my core in? Am I feeling it in those muscles? Am I doing this? Nothing else hurts. My shoulders don't hurt when I'm doing my chest, and those kind of things. So we're moving on now to the next one, which is back. And we'll just do the one arm row. And if you can get some little hand weights and want to use those, that's great. Again, with COVID, it's tough to get those on Amazon or Walmart or some different places. But if you have them, by all means, use them. If not, pick up some cans and also then just use that isometric, making that feel like it's so heavy that you're pulling, that you're really working that muscle. And there's the timer, and now we're going into our exercises that we did for shoulders. My timer's down here, the rest, and then it says go, and you just come up. If you're only able to lift these a little bit, lift them a little bit. If you're able to get a little more slack and come up a little higher, that's fine. A lot of people, as I said, you have those injuries, so discuss with your doctor. This is kind of what I want to do. Basic exercises, nothing crazy. I'm not going to the gym and loading up a machine with 200 pounds. I'm working in my house with very minimal, limited, if any, equipment, but I'm starting to move. Unfortunately, a lot of doctors don't understand the benefits of exercise and health and fitness and nutrition. So sometimes you have to educate them. But as I learned when I went to see doctors, and they all said, well, what are you doing? I can't believe you have lung cancer. Keep doing what you're doing. I educated them on what I was doing. Well, you need to tell your patients to exercise, to work out, to clean up that eating. And we'll talk about eating in a couple minutes. Just basic nutrition, good, healthy nutrition.
I'm not telling you what I had for dinner last night, Frank.
I probably don't want to know. Next up are curls. My timer's going off down there, telling me to get moving and go to the curls. And it's saying move on to the next one. You can also do that little tricep. It's called a kickback. You can also do it with a band, just keeping your elbow in and pushing it back. The key is to keep your core straight, keep yourself balanced, keep yourself supported with your hand, and keep that elbow locked into your side. And then moving down the body to legs, we'll do the seated leg extensions now. Sitting there, one leg at a time, just extend it out. If you want to hold it out there for a second, feel that burn going through the thigh, hold it out there for a second. Just a little extension. And the other side. I was down here yesterday morning and the dolphins were going in the background. There were a couple ships going past. And I said, if that happens tomorrow, nobody's going to be looking at me. They're going to be looking at, or we even have the camera out on the dolphins in the boats and not me. So,
speaking of your camera person, shout out to your daughter Caitlin for shooting this video for you. Thank you so much for doing that.
She's thrilled to do it. She gave me the thumbs up. I don't know how thrilled she is. But
now,
she gave me the thumbs up, so we're good.
Frank, do you have to be just dripping sweat in order to get a good workout in? Or is that just one of those like misconceptions about going to the gym?
Yeah, you don't have to. Somebody says, well, you're not sweating. Did you work out? And it's like, yeah, it's not about the amount you sweat. And some people sweat. And I have people in my gym, before they touch the doorknob to come in, they're sweating because that's the way they are. And some people don't. But what you want to do is stimulate and work the muscles. So if you're working those muscles, you may or may not sweat, especially if you're doing it outside and it's cool. It's only probably 80 degrees here today. So it's very cool out here on the beach. It was 100 for the past 2 weeks. So I'm glad it's not 100 and sunny this morning, or I would be dying out here. But it's 80 degrees, so everything is fine. But you just want to work those muscles, top to bottom, whether you split your body into upper and lower, whether you do muscle group at a time per day, but you just want to work that muscle. And if you're doing that, whether you sweat or not, all of those movements are just helping you to work the muscle, to keep everything strong, and to keep your body and your everyday fitness just better. Going up and down stairs, getting in and out of the car, getting up and down in your chair, any of those things, that's what we want. We want to be able, they asked me when I was diagnosed, do you get winded going out to get the mail with the mailbox? And I said, I work out 5, 6, 7 days a week. I said, no, I don't get winded at all, but I try to stay in good shape. So I know some people have difficulties. They want to try to get that strength back again. I think this is just a basic workout exercise routine that can kind of get them back. Work the large muscle groups, the chest, the back, the legs, before the minor muscle groups, the shoulders, the biceps, the triceps, the backs of your legs. I also, gave the information about if you can get in some sand with your hands and your feet. That's great for neuropathy. People have neuropathy in their hands and in their feet from the chemotherapy. It's great to kind of dig in there with your feet, dig in there with your hands. That's an exercise. You're working your hand muscles. You're working your forearms. It'll make it easier to write. It'll make it easier to hold your book, read your book, text on your phone, whatever, if you try to keep those things strong.
We're coming up on the top of the hour, but I want to make sure that you have time to talk about your diet too, and how fitness and what you eat kind of go hand in hand.
I did want to talk a little bit about the nutrition. And I'm not a nutritionist. I can just tell you what I do and what I found to be successful. I had always tried to eat clean, but I didn't really watch everything. Since my diagnosis, and I was diagnosed in July of 2016, in August of 2018 was the first month that my scans came back, no evidence of disease. So I have been NED, or no evidence of disease, since August of 2018, coming up on 2 years. And I attributed a lot of that to, in May of 2018, I changed my diet to go completely plant-based. And there's a lot of controversy. Can people do it? Can they not do it? What's plant-based? What is, what isn't? And basically what I do is pick fruits, vegetables, organic if possible. But when I have my meals, I have a couple different vegetables, 2, 3 vegetables. I've learned a whole lot about new vegetables. like eggplants and squash and different types of
so
squash and different things like that. But I'll incorporate that. I'll have like some sweet potatoes, so you get a little bit of that complex carbohydrate and some vegetables in there, and then throw a lean protein in there. Maybe some organic chicken or some lean fish is great. It has a lot of the omegas in the fish, as well as the protein that you need. Nuts are good. Nuts and legumes and seeds and things like that, adding to a nice salad. I firmly believe that nutrition has helped me where I am today, has helped me as far as with my ability to exercise and my ability to just stay healthy and be healthy. And as I like to say, thrive through cancer. I'm not living through cancer, I'm thriving through cancer. And I just think just that basic nutrition that you can follow. I give a great deal of respect to the book Eat to Beat Disease, which I have followed since meeting Dr. Lee. We spoke at an event together a couple years ago, and I think everybody, that book is just fantastic. Eat to Beat Disease by Dr. William Lee, L.I. And it's just great as far as different cancers that help with those different cancers, and just in general, any disease you may have, heart disease, high blood pressure. A lot of people have more than just cancer. Diabetes, heart disease, you may have some other breathing problems and things. That book gives you all different recipes and foods and things. I follow it religiously, and I can't give it a high enough praise for the book Eat to Beat Disease, as far as just maintaining a healthy diet through everything that we have to go through cancer.
Frank, Tabitha says, thank you for sharing your workout, and she's excited to incorporate that into her routine. And I think it's important because when I go to the gym, and it hasn't been for a while, thanks to the COVID deal, but when I go and I get into the car after my workout, I feel good. My body feels good, but more importantly, my mind feels good. Do you feel like that helped you a lot after your diagnosis? I mean, you were already in really good shape, but did it kind of knock it up another level for you?
Oh, that definitely helped. And when I work out, I always pick music that inspires me. I pick music that talk about winning or talking about beating something. And it can be varied. It can be hard rock, metal, but it talks about beating that opponent or beating. And that's what I think, cancer is my opponent. And so anything I can do to beat that and overcome that and win, those are kind of the songs that I use to motivate me while I'm in the gym. And then when you're out of that, you just kind of get that whole mindset. I did something good for myself today. I worked out. I'm eating good. I worked out. I got my mind right. So it just gives me that attitude that, when I get up and have that days ahead of me, I'm going to win the day. I come down here to the beach, watch the sunset. You can't beat, or the sunrise in the morning. You can't beat that. And just sit there and say, I'm going to win the day, because it just doesn't get any better than this. So win the day. Let's all make history, and we can beat this.
Awesome, Frank. I loved your workout. I know everybody watching on YouTube and Facebook love your workout as well. Do you have any last bit of advice for cancer patients, lung cancer patients, anything that you want to tell the world on World Lung Cancer Day?
My big advice is stay tuned with everybody who's coming up after me. It was a privilege and an honor for me to lead off today from a beach workout. I know we've got some great speakers coming up. As Jordan said, there's the donation button there that we can raise money for more research so that people can get these second and third line treatments, be first line treatments. And, my goal is to everybody, as I say, win the day. Let's make history. And Jordan, if you ever come to Virginia Beach, we'll come down and I'll get you in a workout, and we'll see how your workouts have been up until this point.
Good, because I'm feeling a little doughy right now since COVID-19 struck. Frank, thank you so much joining us live in Virginia Beach, Virginia this morning, walking us through a workout and some modifications that you can incorporate into your routine. And, as Frank pointed out, it's research that leads to treatments. And Lung Cancer Foundation of America over the past decade has worked with its charitable partners to raise more than $4 million. And what they've done with that money is funded what are called young investigators. And these young investigators bring forth their research with those grants. And what they do is they can kind of jumpstart funding for research that hasn't been developed yet. And without that critical donation dollars, some opportunities may be left in the dark. So if you can, please donate. You have the donate button on your screen. You can also text Lungs Forever to 41444 to donate as well. What the LCFA does, Lung Cancer Foundation of America, is they try to attract the brightest minds in lung cancer research. And it's your donations that directly help these young minds develop a major impact for lung cancer patients through their breakthrough research. It's just incredible how much has been done here over the past 5 years in lung cancer research. I want to jump to our next patient advocate, and this one was one of my favorite to record earlier this month. Terry Conneran, much like our other patient advocates, she too wasn't expecting that lung cancer diagnosis. And of course you would say, who would ever expect a lung cancer diagnosis? But that's a story for a little bit later on this morning. But her diagnosis, leading up to her diagnosis in January 2017, she'd been really feeling under the weather. She had symptoms like labored breathing and was diagnosed with asthma. Unfortunately, it wasn't just asthma, or it was not asthma that Terry was dealing with. She was then diagnosed with bronchitis and ultimately pneumonia. Then she was diagnosed with stage 3 lung cancer. And of course, that's nothing that anyone would ever expect. After undergoing treatment, she got a biomarker test and came back positive for the KRAS biomarker. With that, she underwent treatment and thankfully, right now, is, like Frank, no evidence of disease. But when she was diagnosed, like Frank, she had to turn her mind to something. She had to work with her family to get their mind off of the diagnosis. And for Terry, this one was a lot of fun. And if you enjoy the NFL and fantasy football, I think you're going to like this upcoming conversation between Terry and I here over the next half hour. Let's take a look.
Ago in January 2017 with stage 3 lung cancer. And who's expecting that, right? I mean, nobody's ever expecting it. I went through nearly 3 years until I found out I was KRAS positive, and that was the mutation that was causing my biomarker, and began the KRAS Kickers to bring community together around KRAS.
What is that, and how have you been able to integrate your work with KRAS Kickers with LCFA?
Well, leading up to KRAS Kickers, I became kind of involved with lung cancer advocacy and learning the different organizations and seeing how different biomarker groups connected, and just the patient advocacy and all the different opportunities out there, whether it's like mentorships or, being able to find research or just information that's patient friendly in a really easy, digestible way. Because, the reality is, you've been hit by a train and you want to be able to understand it, but you just kind of need to be able to kind of slow it down and redo it over and over again. And so I built a relationship when we were able to do Help with Answers about KRAS and the importance of what it is and how you find out about it with Dr. David Carbone. And it was really wonderful experience that I was able to share that information.
In fact, let's take a listen.
Hi, I'm Terry, and welcome to Hope with Answers. I'm here today with Dr. David Carbone.
Just call me David.
Okay, nice to meet you, David. And we wanted to talk about KRAS. Before we found out, I found out that I'm KRAS, but I had been 3 years into my journey and went in for another opinion, found out I was KRAS positive. What does that mean?
Well, KRAS is a biomarker, and a biomarker is something that you can measure that helps you figure out what the best therapy for you is. And so we can personalize the therapy for you and your tumor. And KRAS is detected by tumor gene sequencing. So they'll do a biopsy of the cancer, and they'll do what's called a sequencing analysis of the DNA in your tumor. And this will show many different genes that we use for making decisions. And up till a year ago, we didn't have anything that we could do for people that had the KRAS alteration.
Now, how do I know if my tumors had the testing done?
Well, that's something that you really need to ask your doctor, because now it's standard of care to test for a large panel of gene alterations,
Okay.
because it makes a huge difference in the type of treatment that you are eligible for, and even can help decide what you should not take.
Does it matter what stage I am?
Right now, most of these targeted treatments are for people who have stage 4 or
Okay.
advanced lung cancer, but we are testing them in earlier stages right now.
Okay. Okay. And so if I know then when I found out I was KRAS, what does that mean for me?
Well, right now, we're fortunate to have several different KRAS targeted drugs in the clinic in clinical testing.
Oh.
They're not FDA approved yet, but in early studies, they're showing amazing response rates, where shrinkage of cancers with just pills and low toxicity, even when the cancer is widespread in people's bodies, which is extremely exciting for me and for patients.
Oh,
I'm
it's
sure.
very exciting to everybody. Okay, fantastic. Well, we can kind of explore that a little bit more in detail. Well, thank you for joining us today.
Very welcome.
This is Terry, and I hope with answers.
I didn't know what a biomarker was before I was diagnosed. And when I was first diagnosed, I still didn't know what a biomarker was. They're like, here, go do this and do that. And you're like, okay, well, that's what they're telling me I got to do. So that's what I do. And, then later on, as you're starting to kind of prepare and you're able to analyze, you're looking at it. And when I did find out I was KRAS, I desperately wanted information, and there was no patient-friendly place for me to go and get it. So I want these things. I need these things as a patient. I need them. I'm learning. I don't know everything. I'm still figuring it out. And that's what the other patients need as well. And sometimes you don't even know what you need, which is where the support network and getting the information and talking to other survivors really matters, because
Hi, I'm Terry, and this is Hope with Answers. Welcome back. I've got Dr. David Carbone here, and
Call me David.
well, good to see you again, David. And we're going to talk a little bit more about KRAS and kind of explore it. We already talked a little bit about how you got diagnosed, how I was diagnosed with KRAS, and then what you do with it. Now, with the information of a diagnosis of lung cancer and it's KRAS, now what would I expect next?
Well, it depends on the cancer stage.
Okay.
Treatments are completely different right now for different stages.
Okay.
But for advanced lung cancer, typically the first treatment that's been established now for KRAS mutant lung cancer is not KRAS targeted therapy, but it's an immunotherapy combination or by itself. And right now, though, if immunotherapy doesn't work for you, then there are available drugs that specifically target the KRAS mutation that are showing amazing activity in early clinical trials and may eventually become standard of care, maybe even as a first treatment.
Wow, that's really helpful to hear that they're actually working on something and they're looking for it. How do I know if there are different kinds of KRAS, or how will I know if that's the type of medication I could use?
There are many types of KRAS, and the drugs that are being tested now sometimes are specific for one type or another type. So you can't be expected to know which that kind of matching, but
Okay.
it should be up to your doctor and the clinical trial to specify whether a drug's available for your particular KRAS mutation.
Okay, and so my doctor's just going to come and say, you have like KRAS, what, blue?
Well, so there are many different genes that we test for now in lung cancer as a standard of care. And each one has a different type of therapy attached to it. Sometimes we have second and third generation drugs available for particular targets, and it's all quite complicated. And typically a doctor will look at that panel of mutations and then suggest to you what your options are based on those mutations. And up until a year ago, really, there was nothing we could do specifically about KRAS, but now there are for specific mutations.
Okay, well, that's fantastic to know. So we've got that coming, and then you said the immunotherapy, and sometimes you get that, sometimes
So
you don't get that, and
it's-
just how's that work?
It's also very complicated, and
Yeah.
I tell patients that they don't have to go to medical school and get a PhD in genetics. They should find a doctor they trust, maybe get a second opinion
Okay.
from doctors who are experienced in lung cancer, because immunotherapy is a relatively new therapy and it doesn't work in everybody.
Mhm.
And certain of the biomarkers suggest that it will work and others suggest that it won't work.
Mhm.
But one good thing about KRAS mutations, if you can say there's anything good about lung cancer in general, is that tumors with KRAS mutations tend to respond to these KRAS drugs, but also tend to respond to immunotherapies.
Yeah.
And your doctor should lay out a plan and suggest a plan of treatment for you based on those markers.
Well, it's good to know that there's more than one thing that can happen. And so in the end, we all want to get us healthy. Well, thank you for joining us today. This is Terry again, and Hope with Answers.
What did that experience do for you in being able to help fellow people who are, dealing with that KRAS biomarker?
By doing the videos and kind of just getting it out there that KRAS has been considered undruggable, even though it was one of the first oncogenes discovered like 40 years ago. It was really a treat to be able to kind of come together and see and talk to a professional, talk to an expert who knows how there's treatments that are coming and how things are working forward, because that's really what it is. It takes research. And as much as we don't like to admit it, we're not there yet. We're smarter than we used to be. We know a lot of things that don't work, but we don't know what does work. And the only way we can do that is to continue to research and continue to look.
How helpful do you think that is for not only KRAS biomarker, but all of the biomarkers out there? How, as a patient advocate, how helpful would that be for you, do you think, if you were just diagnosed and learning about this stuff?
When I just found out that I was KRAS or had lung cancer, finding out information is one of the most important things that you really want. And it's one of the things you really need. And then finding a valid source is the big problem. And so you need to know where to go. And it's from those opportunities and being able to kind of connect and see like the Hope with Answers videos and be able to know the legitimate sites. Because as much as we love to come in and Google, it's not the best place for you to just go looking for information and resources.
So, with the Hope with Answers videos, you're able to accomplish that by kind of working with Dr. Carbone to break down the, intro level, KRAS, intermediate, expert level. But you also, lended your expertise to the Hope with Answers podcasts, because that Sunday evening when we were in California, we sat down, we had a really great conversation about, what life was like when you were first diagnosed. And you, Terry, brought up some really good information about, how you were able to use your existing family bond and communicate with one another and just say, hey, this is what is happening. And I'd love for you to talk about that.
It's hard. It's really hard to be diagnosed with anything. But the reality is, when you got a major diagnosis, the fans are impacted by it. And like anybody else, it was really hard for me to tell the family, to tell my kids, to explain it. And all the time they're looking at me as the mom to know what's next. And I don't know what's next because I haven't been through this before. So I just counted on the things that I have always counted on that have always served me well. And it's my family, my faith, being able to bring people together and just learning the information and kind of like count on that inner circle and that network. During the course of my treatment, and just actually during the course of my life, I've really come to focus on fantasy football.
Can you talk about how football kind of helps you get through that?
Yeah, during this craziness of COVID, and it just really is, being higher risk, having had lung cancer, and we just need to watch out what we're doing. So this year more than ever, we need something sense of normal. We need to be able to sit down, watch TV, and be able to have that kind of going on. I can still engage virtually with my family. I can still work with them and participate with them in a distant sort of a way that's just before we've never realized how much we've actually needed it this year.
Terry, fantasy football obviously means so much to you, and I'm really glad you got to tell your story to Fox 46 sports reporter Josh Sims. Let's take a listen.
Football is a huge part of the NFL fan experience, and for one local woman, fantasy football is the escape that brings her a sense of normalcy. So the thought of a canceled season due to COVID-19 is a major concern for her and her family.
We need football this year. I need a sense of normalcy. I need the NFL like I've never needed the NFL.
For Charlotte resident Terry Connerin, an NFL season means fantasy football. And fantasy football is crucial in her family because it allows her to just be another competitor.
They didn't take pity on me. They played, they trash talked. It was all about who was winning.
Terry and her family go all out for their drafts, turning their dining room into fantasy football headquarters. Once they have their teams, they play for the right to win this trophy, but what's more important is family bragging rights. Watching her fantasy football team fight on the gridiron gives her a break from her real-life battle. In the summer of 2016, she began having chest pain, but thought it was asthma. When she was still experiencing discomfort at the end of the year, she went to the hospital for tests.
We went in, did the biopsy, and the doctor called me on Friday, said, "I'm sorry to tell you, it's lung cancer."
What was going through your mind when you initially heard the diagnosis?
Like, oh my God, how am I going to tell my kids? Now, my kids are all in their 20s. My mom died from breast cancer. My grandmother died from, we're not sure if it was breast or lung because they just didn't talk about it, but it was cancer.
Terry had half her lung removed and went through chemo. She had 2 recurrences in 2019, but after treatment, she's had no evidence of the disease since last November.
And we wanted to talk about KRAS.
During her battle with cancer, she joined a support group and worked to raise awareness about this disease, which is the #1 cancer killer.
The only way that you can get more research is to actually get more funding, and it's not all about the government. And so that's why we're highlighting World Lung Cancer Day, is to bring attention to it.
So while she continues her battle with this serious disease, she's also holding out hope that the NFL will play this fall so the Connerin family will have their escape.
We'll still do something over Labor Day, which is when our traditional draft is. But I don't think we're going to be able to all get together again and do it. And so if we can't get together to do it, we have to do it virtually.
What was that experience like, being interviewed by Josh and, you two being able to connect over the story of fantasy football, and more importantly, how fantasy football is your outlet and your family's outlet when you were diagnosed with lung cancer, and how that kind of grew to be what it is today?
It was really super cool kind of talking to Josh. I mean, I've never been a player. I've never done anything important. And so it's the first time I've actually got to talk to somebody in sports. So it was really super fun. It may be, I don't know if I'm going to be winning a Heisman Trophy for Fantasy Player of the Year, but I'm going to give it a shot. It was fun talking to him, and it was really kind of nice being able to explain to him in a casual way about lung cancer without it being like threatening and I'm all up in his face. When my family's playing, it's about how your individual team is doing. They're not taking pity on me. They're not letting mom win because mom's having a bad day, or mom just had chemo, or mom just looks like whatever. And, and we know that the kids aren't playing each other just for that. They're really putting their hearts into it. And so it means a lot to just have that kind of sense of reality, the normalcy, the fun in just kind of a spontaneous way. Our teams and our draft has actually become a huge experience every year in our family. We get together usually over Labor Day weekend, and we draft players. We have a very unique scoring system, and we just play for the glory, and we play for prizes that usually involve things like candy, glory, bragging rights, And first person gets to open the Christmas gifts. Normally for our draft order, what we do is we come up with some ridiculous game. And by we, I mean me. Because I can't trust them, they'll cheat. Because this is serious. This is for candy. So we come up with
Christmas
things
gifts.
like, and Christmas, well, first opener. They don't get
Yes.
extra. Let's be real, they don't get open. But we come up with things like this. Like I get these little things, so I'll just like write different football terms on them. And then in a bag, I'll put these, like it'll say the same things, they're coordinated, because this way we can have double checking. We must have accounting of the situation, make sure that nobody is cheating, including me, because I've been accused, as you can imagine.
I don't believe that.
I was shocked. I was totally appalled. Because to me, the fun's in playing and then just slaughtering my kids. So anyway, so we put these out there. Everybody just grabs one randomly. I throw these into the bag, and then we usually, if there's a neutral party present, which there usually is, because like I said, and they are the ones that draw to make sure that we've got the checks and balances that a good system needs, and that it's not a two-headed coin. We all zoomed in. We didn't need to wear masks. We didn't share food. So everybody brought their own food. They brought their own drinks. Made it a little bit easier for hosting. And from there, we did a duck race. And in our duck race, the first duck that won first is our first draft pick. And the one that came in last is the last draft pick. And then in round 2, the second heat is number 2 and number 7, because there's 8 people in our league, and so on. So that kind of totally put it in a random order, as opposed to our usual fun and games.
A virtual duck race. We have got some highlights that Terry and I, absolutely want to share with you. Let's take a look.
What we have is we have the names in the list. Okay, John Mark Floyd. Okay, we're going to see who's going to go first.
All right.
And so it's a 22-second race. And so if I should be ready to go.
What do we do?
You guys do nothing. We're just going to watch, and you can cheer.
You root for
So
your
if we know
number.
who comes in first, we know what happened.
What number am I?
You're going to know. It'll show your name.
Oh, okay.
And so, I'm trying to remember.
I'm excited.
I am so
I
excited.
feel like this is something Brittany would
This
do
is
on
more
a daily
exciting than
basis.
any draft.
Brittany's like, oh, that's my favorite website.
We might use that.
Here it goes. Something's going.
All right.
Go.
Come on, Chris. Let's go, Red Duck.
I'm the pink one.
Wait, Brittany, are you the pink one or am I the pink one?
I think I'm the
Matt, you're
solid
purple.
pink
Brittany's pink.
Let's go.
I'm pink with
Pretty
stars.
pink.
Mom, hit start. Yeah.
one.
Ooh, all right.
Oh,
good.
man. John Mark's
Look at this! Look at this purple duck go!
Wow.
Shelly's coming up.
Here comes
Lloyd,
Shelly.
it's not looking good for you.
What's on the screen?
All right. Oh no, Shelly. Oh, Shelly.
Well,
Oh, wait a minute. No.
Sunburst.
No. Chris is in back and left.
Wait. Oh no, here goes Lloyd. I don't know
Way to go, Lloyd.
Okay, I need to go
Bad
in here
request.
and adjust this quickly here.
Way
So
to
does
go,
that mean like
Lloyd.
Lloyd's out of the race now and we're trying to compete for second?
Oh, and the top
my only win of the year.
I just want us to make sure we have that duck on during the entire draft.
Priorities.
It's Lloyd's trash talking. That is what that
That's
duck
it.
sound
That's
is.
it. You got to watch Lloyd the entire time now.
Colleen, we're ignoring your hair. It looks wonderful, but we're going to skip that.
Thanks.
Are you all right?
Sorry, Mom. I was just distracting. Go ahead.
Okay,
Well, do we get to see the back too? Let's finish it.
The
I mean, we
back
can
of my
skip the part
head.
about Bruni. I'm cool with that.
Yep, Brittany, we'd like to see the back of your head too.
the back. I'm bald.
What you see in the front is what you get in the back.
Hey, Lloyd, it's your turn to draft. It's your turn to draft. It's your turn to draft.
Just for you.
Leonard Fournette. Oh no, you got Gardner Minshew. Hey, sweet of you.
I have to cheer for your players once in a while.
Good point. Well, Matt, this is just for you.
Oh no.
Just for you. Green Bay Packers, Aaron Rodgers.
Screw you.
I know you love the Packers. Don't deny it.
I hate the Packers.
In that duck race, Lloyd, that is the first time Lloyd's ever come in first in anything. The poor man can't roll a dice. Yes, and it's actually like known in the gaming circles that if he needs a 6, he can't roll a 6 to save his life. So he was super excited about coming in first. Following the draft, I've come up with the predictor, and it's the official commissioner predictor, and I'm the commissioner. So I make a head, little like bags like you would give away at a birthday party, and inside there'll be snazzy little treats and a predictor as to where you're going to be and where you're going to end up in the end of the season. And so you may end up with a Nestle's Crunch, which means you come in number 7, or a Butterfingers, which means you come in number 8. 100 grand might mean first place. And it has like cute little sayings that kind of go along with it. It's like, Snickers on you, you lost in the last round, things like that.
I love that. That's so creative. And it's just fun. I love how you really kind of marry those ideas of family and fun, and it just really takes that fantasy football and kicks it up a notch.
It really did. And it kind of partially came about because, well, we were doing it when my son just became an obnoxious teenager, and I was just trying to have a conversation with him. And so I started learning how to play because there was a whole language going on around me that I didn't understand. And it wasn't like they were rooting for an individual team. They weren't, for one sports team over another. They were screaming at players, which made no sense. So I wanted to play and got in on the fun. From there, when my kids started going to college, it kind of continued, and it was my way of still being able to kind of engage with them across the country in a virtual way and have a safety sort of conversation that wasn't going to be involved with homework. It wasn't involved with life. It wasn't dating. It wasn't anything. It was just strictly for fun. A lot of the food is, kind of semi-homemade. And so we'll take something and, we'll take like little mini Oreos and put X's and O's on them to represent the offense and the defense, and lay them out like on our game day platter. Set those up. We'll take like some sort of like a cream cheese dip, shape it in a football, sprinkle a little coloring on it with like taco seasoning or that sort of thing, and lay it out. And so really it's more about the presentation, so I can actually enjoy the draft, and we can really just sit down and enjoy each other's company. And later on we'll throw burgers on or have barbecue, maybe do a little cornhole or something like that, just to kind of enjoy each other's company. Because like I said, it's Labor Day weekend, so we still need to be able to enjoy each other's time.
What's the deal with those decorations? What?
Every year I acquire a few more things, and it started out just kind of as a gag, and so we got like little plastic stuff, like a little boys football party, and it was my way of just kind of like, I don't know, I missed the kids being young, and so we started decorating the dining room, and every year I've just acquired a little bit more stuff. And at the end of the football season, unfortunately you can pick up a bunch of just junk on clearance, and so I save it from year to year. So we decorate everything up, and we kind of leave either the dining room or another area all marked up for the NFL up until usually about November, and then we change into Thanksgiving and Christmas. And it's just our way of just kind of staying festive and being able to still leave reality of life behind. For last year's football season, because COVID happened and Christmas happened, and there was just a lot of madness going on, we're unable to distribute the trophy. So I'm still in possession of last year's trophy. This is the official kerfuffle trophy that Mike Bruni won in our league, and is kind of an extended family member since he's been buddies with my son for so many years. But this is this year's trophy, and we'll see who wins. I did get a little quick pick back from our league that said that I was going to win this year. It said I was going to go like 13-1, I believe. And Usually that's the kiss of death. It's like being put on Madden football. It means for sure I'm going to lose.
The Madden curse.
The Madden curse, yeah. But it's all sweet in the end because that's how come we hand out candy. And the other thing they get to win is, in addition to the candy, bragging rights, and they get to come up with the Wi-Fi guest password. Scream at those guys because the squirrels need to win. And that's really what it's all about, is just winning and yelling and having a good time over something that's just fun.
Boy, that was fun. That interview with Terry is fun. And oh my gosh, it was so hard to choose the highlights from that video with their family. Oh my gosh, they're a blast. So Terry, I know you were tuning in watching this morning. Thank you for being a part of this. That was a really good time. And you'll have to tell your family that they who made the cut. So I wanted to tell you again a little bit more about Lung Cancer Foundation of America. They have worked over the past decade with their charitable partners in working toward donating $4 million toward research grants. And what these research grants do is fund what's called young investigators. And what these young investigators do is break through with their research, technology and treatments to help lung cancer patients who otherwise wouldn't have any other options. So your donations are incredibly important to help Lung Cancer Foundation of America move forward in helping to bring a cure to this horrible disease. Now, speaking of this disease, our next patient advocate, she has an unbelievable story. And when I read this, I had to do a double take. And I said to my colleague, did this really happen? And my colleague said, yes, that did happen. So we have Jill Feldman joining us. She knew about the tragedy of lung cancer long before her own diagnosis. She lost 2 grandparents to lung cancer. She lost her mother to lung cancer. She lost an aunt to lung cancer. So it was something that she knew ran in her family. So she actually preemptively got screened for lung cancer. And lo and behold, they found something on her scans that turned out to be stage 1 lung cancer at the time. Jill joins us now, and I want you to tell us a little bit more about your story. You were tested, diagnosed, and then you got a biomarker test to determine that you had the biomarker of EGFR, correct?
Hi. So as you mentioned, when I was 13, I had 2 grandparents and my dad died of lung cancer. And then in my 20s, my mom and my aunt. And while there wasn't any research on hereditary lung cancer, I knew that our familial lung cancer was not just a coincidence. So I did start getting periodic scans, and it's not approved. There still isn't screening, but I needed to do it. I needed to, well, at the time my mom died, I was pregnant and I had a 15-month-old, but I have 4 kids. I didn't want them to ever go through what I went through. So my first 3 or 4 scans that I got every few years were clean. And then something showed up on a scan, and we watched it for 3.5 years. And then 11 years ago is when I was first diagnosed. And at the time I was stage 1. And at the time, the only biomarkers they tested for were EGFR and KRAS. So the cancer I had was EGFR positive. I went on a targeted therapy as adjuvant therapy, and it worked until I went off it. And then the cancer came back. And to shorten up the long story, I had another surgery. We've used SBRT to treat some unruly cancers. And now I'm back on a targeted therapy for the past almost 1.5 years, knock on wood. It's kept everything stable.
Well, kind of like Terry before you also turned to sports as kind of a way to take your mind off of reality a little bit. I see you wearing the Kansas T-shirt there.
Yes.
So right?
This is from 1987. This was the first, when I first went to school there, it was the first T-shirt I bought. I have a couple of shirts from that year still in a sweatshirt. One of the shirts, of course, has to do with basketball. But yeah, so I've always been a sports fan, and my dad was a huge sports fan, a huge basketball fan.
And we actually have some pictures we want to share with everybody at home watching too, of you and your family at KU.
Oh, yeah, yeah, definitely.
None of them are embarrassing, I promise you.
So actually, that picture is me with two of my daughters, number 2 and number 4, and we were in Louisville at the Sweet 16 about 4 years ago. KU unfortunately lost to Villanova, but
Nova won that year, though, didn't they?
What?
I think Nova won that year.
Yeah, they did.
Lost to the champs.
Yeah, they beat us in a couple of games that have not been too fun to watch, but that's okay. So that was really fun. Yeah, that was just a random road trip. And
so what's going on with these guys?
Jay and baby Jay. Yeah. So my husband and I we met at KU, and because of basketball. His roommate was a manager for the basketball team, and I lived in the dorm next to it, Oliver, and friends and I used to walk around the track all the time. So I met his roommate. That's actually how Jason and I met. But they've turned Allen Fieldhouse into this incredible, Hall of Fame for basketball, and especially the rich history of KU. So that's right outside of the actual basketball court. And Baby J and Big J always, walk around, and I had to get a picture with them.
It was so hard putting this slideshow together because you have so many different pictures. The next one is you and your husband.
So that was just in February when we were there. We were going to visit the kids, and Brian Haney, who is the voice for the Jayhawks, had started this Jayhawk Network tradition where he dedicated each broadcast to a different KU fan who either has cancer or is a cancer survivor. And so it was really cool. My husband had reached out to him and said we were coming. So they dedicated that broadcast to me. I mean, it was like a dream come true, which is a lot of my friends don't get it. But anyway, so we got a behind the scenes tour, and that is in the actual media room that the team uses. And that was at that game. So those are 3 out of 4 of my kids.
And I was going to say, I think you have a picture. We just had it up a minute ago with you with the entire broadcast.
Yes, there we are. And I'm holding the sticker. Yeah, that goes on. And then at the end of the game, I got kind of the game score thing, and the sticker is on it. So.
That's so cool.
It's so cool. Still one of the best. Total bucket list, one top of the bucket.
It's so hard to believe that it was just this past February, because it was right before everything kind of started to shut down. But I think that guy in the picture looks a little familiar. Brian Haney's actually going to join us here live for our chat. There he is. Hey, Brian.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? Hey, Jill.
Good morning.
Great. Good looking shirt. I like it.
Yeah, right?
Isn't that awesome? That's an oldie. That's a classic.
Love the vintage look. That's fantastic.
So, Brian, I know you were listening in here, and Terry was kind of recounting that day, this past February, and how the Jayhawk Network and you honor different cancer patients prior to each game. Can you tell everyone watching at home a little bit more about that program and how it kind of came about?
Well, I'm a big believer that we all have a platform. We all have a position of influence, no matter what field you work in or what circle of friends you have back home, wherever you live. We all have an immediate position of influence where if we use our circle to imparts positivity and encouragement and uplifting words, we can really make a difference. And so I've been involved with various cancer charities for a long time. Over my shoulder here, there we go. The Rock Chalk Roundball Classic is a pediatric cancer charity we've had for 12 years where we get all these former Jayhawk basketball players to come back, guys that are in the NBA or playing overseas in Europe, and every summer they congregate for a celebrity charity all-star game. to raise money for pediatric cancer. And that's fun, but it's a once a year type thing. And as we all know, the war against cancer rages on every single day. And so I was thinking, in my sphere of influence, in my platform, what could I do at the end of each broadcast to provide some encouragement to folks, just to let them know that there's people out there pulling for you, praying for you, cheering you on. And so in the same way that Bob Barker would always remind us to have our pets spayed or neutered at the end of every Price is Right, I thought, let's dedicate each broadcast, but it's so much more than that. As Jill pointed out, we write their names on the headset, and then I usually have a celebrity in the crowd that day. And at KU basketball games, we have quite a few celebrities take their picture with the headset. So if it's Dick Vitale, or maybe it's a former player in the crowd, we'll put their name on there, and we'll have the celebrity take the picture, and then we tweet it out. And that's kind of cool, I think, for the cancer fighters and survivors, because to see the reception on social media of people that retweet or have encouraging comments, it really takes it by storm. And then at the end of the broadcast, during that Bob Barker-like sign-off, we take about 30 seconds to tell their story as to why we picked them, why someone as brave and courageous as Jill is such an inspiration to all of us at the Jayhawk Network. And then, as Jill said, I'll take the sticker, put it on my personal spotting boards, which is a term us play-by-play guys use for our prep work, and then write a little note. And I'm not sure everybody keeps them like Jill has, but I'm glad to see you still have yours, Jill. That's awesome. But they're the real heroes, and it's certainly fulfilling for me to get to utilize what we do in sports broadcasting to provide a little bit of hope. But man, as much as we cheer on these guys that are courageous and hitting last-minute shots, that fight, that pressure is not even close to what folks like Jill are going through on a daily basis. And so they're the real heroes, and why we're so excited to play a small part in spurring them on a little bit and letting them know all of Jayhawk Nation is wowed by their courage and 100% behind them.
Well, if people are just jumping in, we have Jill Feldman. She's a lung cancer patient advocate working with Lung Cancer Foundation of America. We have Brian Haney. He is the voice of Jayhawks basketball, joining us from his home as well. And Brian, we really do appreciate this, because lung cancer is one of the least funded cancers out there. And I think a lot of that comes from the stigma of you only get lung cancer because you smoke. And Jill, you never smoked, and you were diagnosed with lung cancer.
Well, I'm considered a non-smoker, never smoker, someone who's never inhaled anything in their life, whatever. But yeah, and it's one of those things that there's so much emphasis on that you're, not only does it shift this shame and blame, which is absolutely awful, but it also, creates barriers to research into all the other causes of lung cancer, which there are a lot of causes. And I do have that family history. So I think that, it doesn't matter anyway. That's the point. It doesn't matter. The disease is horrible. Nobody deserves it. Nobody deserves to die of it. And so, and I agree. I think, and Brian, I don't know of any other school that does what you do. So and none of my friends' kids, none of my kids' friends at other schools have anything like that. I think the closest thing is Iowa football that waves, but there's nothing like that. And it is more than just a little part that you add, because when you're a true fan and that is your escape, like that is your way to fit in with everybody else, because when you root for a team, you're right there with everybody who's a diehard fan. You're not somebody who has cancer, right? So it just becomes a mere part of your life. So it's what you're able to do means more than anything. And I have gotten incredible feedback, like people who think it is just every school should do that. Wow, somebody just texted him. Wow, that is amazing that he uses his platform. So it's special.
Well,
it is. We really appreciate you coming on and joining us, Brian. Before we let you run, Jill, what was your favorite moment from that day?
Oh, there are a lot of favorite moments. actually got to see Marcus Garrett, who's been one of my favorite players since he was a freshman. I'm like, I just love his grit. But the behind the scenes tour was really, I mean, come on. I mean, nobody, my friends, my KU friends are like jealous, you know, they're like, well, the silver linings, yeah, you know, you pay a hefty price.
Right.
But that was amazing. And I really thought, Brian, we were going to win this year. I really did.
We were number one in every ranking, every metric. I still think they need to hang some kind of banner, maybe not where the national championship banners go, but on the other side of the field house saying, 2020, we were number one in the country.
And actually, our whole family, all 6 of us, got a 2020 champion shirt. Obviously, it's not legit. It's not NCAA or KU legit, but we bought the shirts.
I love it. I love
we
it.
are like, it was great. So hopefully.
Jill, I'm glad you brought up Marcus Garrett. For those that don't know, he's the National Defensive Player of the Year. If we could attack lung cancer the way Garrett attacks the opponent's dribbler, the ball handler, we beat this thing. If he gets after him.
And Jordan, you are spot on.
Jordan, if I could just say this for 15 seconds. And Jill, thank you so much for what you said about what we do at Kansas. I just want to encourage folks that you don't have to have a broadcast network or a head coaching position or your own platform on social media, a web show like this to be able to impart something uplifting and encouraging on someone in need. I would challenge the people right now with more time on our hands than ever before, stuck at home during quarantine, during COVID. Think of 2 or 3 people a day that you haven't texted with in a long time. Maybe you send them a message on Facebook. Maybe you shoot them a 2-line text just to let them know you were thinking about them. And whether you're a believer or not, you know, God put you on my heart today. Or I just had an inkling that I should reach out and let you know I care about you. You'd be amazed at the ripple effect that can create, the dividends that would pay in bringing hope and positivity. And as you well know, Jill, in beating this thing, as Yogi Berra once said, it's 90% half mental. It's all about your mindset and your outlook. And if you can breathe some life into that positive mindset, it's amazing how far that'll take people that are in the fight.
Yeah.
So encourage folks to do that, especially right now with more time on our hands than ever before.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much, Brian. Voice of the Jayhawks Network. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jill.
I said thank you so much, Brian. It's good to see you.
Great to see you. Rock Chalk. You guys take care. And thanks for all you're doing for this organization.
Rock, take care, Brian. Thank you. Well, that was exciting.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's so fun. I love him. He's
it's
great.
like he does broadcasting for a living, right?
Right, exactly. Exactly. But nobody has done that. And I think it's just incredible to bring that awareness. So it was one of those moments in life.
So KU obviously is a huge getaway for you. And it's a great way to kind of take your mind off of things. Unfortunately, of course, basketball season coming short this year. But hey, you finished number 1. But what I also like that you do, Jill, is your work for the Culver Academy during the summertime, because you clear your calendar.
Yes.
Don't quit me.
Yes.
So tell us, what is the Culver Academy?
So the Culver, that's actually one of my old campers from China during a weather hold where 600 kids have to go in one small space. But so Culver, I went to Culver when I started going to camp when I was younger. And when I was at 11, and when I was 13, my dad died. He died about 6 weeks before I went to camp. And so I remember my mom saying to me, you go away from camp, and I'm going to tell your counselor, but you make camp what you want it to be. You can tell your friends, or you don't have to tell your friends. You get away. At home, things are very unpredictable and just, right now, not completely consistent. At camp, you're in a completely different setting, and it is what you want it to be. And I loved it, camp as it was, but it was then that I realized that it really was, when I went to camp, it was just my dad dying was a mere part of my life. So I went to camp there, and then I worked there in college. And then when my son played travel baseball, so he didn't go. But when my oldest daughter was 9, she went to camp. And that was, 12 years ago. 2008 was her first summer. And when my youngest started camp, I started working there again in 2012. So, and I almost didn't make it because I had progression that winter and that spring. And I was really nervous. And it was at that point that I said to my doctors, thought I was nuts. Like, what do you mean you're thinking about going to camp? As I had something show up in a scan in winter and then a couple more things in April. And I said, 7 weeks is not going to make a difference right now. I need it. Everything needs to revolve around camp. And it has since then. And the camp itself attracts 1,400 campers from 40 some odd countries and 40 states, and everything it stands for in terms of, honesty and leadership and self-discipline, consideration, cooperation. I love everything about it. And I love my campers and my summer family.
Yeah, we've put together a little photo collage of your campers, and you said this is one of your Chinese campers from
Yes, Mickey. That was during Weatherhold. He has a little firefly in that jar.
Oh, very cool.
That's awesome. Yeah.
I like you have on some of our other pictures too in the slideshow, you have like kind of a really cool story. But first, obviously, we got to get that shot in there, that scenery shot. So where is this?
So Culver is in Indiana. It's actually Northwest Indiana, about 15 minutes from Plymouth, but that's Lake Maxinkuckee. So
beautiful.
It's also a beautiful lake, yes.
Oh my gosh, that was a great shot. But your campers, I love how when we were going through this the other day, one of the pictures came up and you're like, wait a minute, is that who I think it is? Oh my gosh, it might be.
Yeah, so those are 2 of my campers. That's my daughter. So that one will go back. So the little boy in blue, I actually work with his mom and his aunt. I taught when I was in college, JD, and I had a couple missing crowns that summer, I remember, and he pointed out that he had as many missing teeth as I did. So that was funny. And Carlos, his family from Mexico, and Carlos, when I was at LCFA last year for the Speakers Bureau, Carlos was actually in LA for the Oscars because the movie that he was in was up for an Oscar. So, yeah.
How cool is that?
So cool.
That's so cool.
It was so cool. And then that's when my youngest graduated Woodcraft, which is the 9 to 13-year-old camp. And so, yeah, that was really cool. And she just graduated the upper camp, which is the high school age kid, which is a 3-year program last year.
That's awesome. And I think we have one last picture in this slideshow.
Yeah, and that's Carlos's sister, Loreto, and, from Mexico. And she actually acts a little too, but she's also a model. And that was only a couple of years ago. And now she's like this beautiful young lady teenager. It's so crazy to see them grow up.
It's crazy that you have you're meeting all these famous people as kids. It's really neat.
Oh, yeah. That part of it's really cool too. Absolutely. Absolutely. So
Jill, I know we don't have a ton of time left, but I would be remiss if we didn't talk about your advocacy because you have done so much in the lung cancer field. You have worked with Hope with Answers with LCFA. They're informational videos where you sit down kind of one-on-one and chat with doctors in a very easy to understand way. We saw that in part of Terry's piece here just about 30 minutes ago. But you also are on the brand new Hope with Answers podcast. And you're just so welcoming and open and so easy to talk to. I think you're a great voice for that because you're kind of bringing that voice to those who may not have a voice, those who have lung cancer and maybe, dealing with those stigmas. And you actually sat down with Stephen Petro, who's a manners and civility expert, to talk about some of those things. So I want to play a bite for you really quick, and then we'll just kind of talk about it here on the live stream. And of course, please download and subscribe to that podcast. It's awesome.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I was like looking around. I was like, "Where's the dog get into the studio?"
Hold on, yes, Walter. Sorry about.
It's the work from home environment, right? I think we're all used to it by now. And if we didn't have a furry friend kind of jump into the live stream today, I mean, could you even call it a social media takeover?
Yes, I know, right? Of course, you have to have the debut of my Bernese Mountain Dog, although he was my favorite child. Someone's coming to get him right now. So
that's okay. So the audio, I don't know if I didn't hear it coming through my computer. So if folks at home did, great. If they didn't, we can kind of talk about it. But that conversation that you had with Stephen Petro and my colleague Sarah was kind of about the stigmas that surround lung cancer. And, one of the things is you talked about diagnosis. And you hear like all sorts of weird things like, oh, you've been diagnosed with lung cancer, so you're going to die, right? Like, how do you, as a patient, deal with those, different types of, weird things that people may say? And even if they're trying to,
yeah, so I think, one of the things with lung cancer is when you're diagnosed with any other cancer, the initial response from somebody is, I am so sorry. What can I do to help? Can I help you with this? And when you're diagnosed with lung cancer, there's this pervasive, perpetuated stigma that it's this self-inflicted disease. And what I think, I dealt with this with my parents before I dealt with it with myself. And I used to get really angry that, other people died and nobody's asking them if their parents did something to deserve it. And as time went on, I really realized that the question is, not meant to be ill-intended. It's really, I think a lot of people ask because they want to feel that they're safe. As opposed, so it go, or they're not safe. So it's more of that, I think, than really thinking about what they're saying to the person.
Right.
So, but it's really hard because here you are. I mean, what you go through is enough for anyone to handle. Nobody
should
defend themselves for getting this disease. For somebody saying, oh, the survival rate is low. Oh, that's a bad one. Oh, how long did you smoke? Or, oh, goes on and on, all the things that people say.
And there's so much kind of surrounding that, when I started working with LCFA, I learned so much. It was just like a light bulb kind of went off. And I think one of those things that people don't understand is when you hear things like, oh, you don't look sick, because they have this preconceived notion that you're in a hospital bed 24/7, 365, and it's just not the case.
I had that conversation actually with my kids yesterday, and we were on a walk with Walter, and we were talking about that, like their friends who are like, oh, your mom still has cancer? She doesn't look like it. And I said, everybody pictures, especially lung cancer, again, they go back to the Marlboro Man, old person, and the reality is not a lot of people are familiar with targeted therapies either. So the targeted therapies where you don't have the, historical side effects that chemotherapy had. You still have side effects and there's still things we live with. It's just not what people picture it to be. And so, and I think the other side of it as well is that, there is no right or wrong way to look when you have cancer. And so I think that, the physical aspect of it, like I said to my kids, it's interesting because that how I feel inside isn't always the way I look outside.
Right.
So that's what people don't understand. And sometimes it gets really frustrating as a patient. So kind of have to turn it into an educational moment. I hate to say it, but that's the way it works.
Speaking of educational moment, you're going to be leading or at least participating in a Twitter chat later today. You mentioned targeted therapies. EGFR, that is your biomarker. So I wanted you to just briefly just say what you're going to be doing on Twitter later on this afternoon, what time we can catch you.
So EGF, I'm a co-founder of the EGFR resistors. I advocate for all lung cancers, but that is the mutation that I have. And so we are going to be tweeting out about living with lung cancer and EGFR lung cancer and some of the exciting things going on, and really try to get awareness out there. I mean, awareness increases funding, which increases survival. So in order to increase the funding, we need more survivors, but in order to increase survival, we need more funding. So it's that circle, and the awareness is a critical part of it.
All right, be sure to follow at LCF America on Twitter. Jill, thanks so much for being here live with us on World Lung Cancer Day.
Thank you. This was fun. Have a great day, everybody.
All right, take care, Jill. Just a reminder, Lung Cancer Foundation of America, they have worked to donate more than $4 million to fund research grants along with their charitable partners to bring some of the youngest and brightest minds in science to help build research and build these different therapies so that people like Jill can get a targeted therapy and increase those survival rates. So your donations are absolutely critical to make this happen. And please give yourselves a pat on the back if you have done so. I want to move on to our next patient advocate here. This is also a very interesting story. You're going to notice a theme here. A lot of young women being diagnosed with lung cancer. Our next patient advocate, Gina Hollenbeck, she didn't even consider the possibility that her nagging cough was going to turn into a lung cancer diagnosis, but lo and behold, it did. She's a 38-year-old mother of two, and she was just a picture of health, played tennis, ran marathons. She played tennis competitively too, was on an organic vegan diet, or vegetarian diet, excuse me, and she worked as a nurse running 2 medical clinics. So she knew a thing or two about, medicine and science. So she underwent biomarker testing after being diagnosed with lung cancer and was diagnosed with the ALK positive biomarker, which presented her with an opportunity to undergo treatment. So Gina, too, again, is a mom living with lung cancer, and her escape along with her family is something we can all enjoy, food. So we are really excited for Gina to share with you some of her family's favorite recipes as you're firing up the barbecue this summer. Let's take a look. And of course, that's my colleague, Sarah. She's great.
Good afternoon, Gina. How are you?
Good afternoon and happy World Lung Cancer Day.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate everybody being involved in this day. It's wonderful to see all of these folks and how they're living with lung cancer and what that means to them.
Yeah.
Well, you're in a beautiful kitchen. Tell me what you're up to today.
Thank you. I live in Memphis, Tennessee. We're big Memphis Tiger fans. And I was just making some of our favorite dishes for summer. And I was just going to kind of show you some yummy treats that we like in our family.
Awesome. Now tell me about your family. You've got darling boys.
Yes, I do. Let me call one of them in here. Hayden, come here for just a second.
We'll see if he wanders in. I have a boy almost exactly that same age, and it is doggone hard to get him to.
Yeah, here he is. This is Hayden.
Hi,
He
Hayden.
is my youngest son, and He's gonna help us make some grapes, right? Some Jello grapes. He says no, he's not gonna help.
You know what? He likes eating them. I can tell.
Yes, here you can. We'll show what they look like. Here you
Awesome.
go. That's what they look like. You can have one to eat. We got this new little treat.
I like how he eats and runs there. That's cute.
Yeah, eat and run. He doesn't want to be on camera. He's a little shy, camera shy. But we're washing just green grapes. And
Love
then after
those.
you wash them, just put them in a bowl full of Jello mix. So you can use any flavor you want. Mix them up, and they're seriously delicious. So this flavor that we used was Jolly Rancher watermelon.
I need to try this recipe.
All over grapes, but it's really good. So I have Hayden, who's my youngest. He's going into 7th grade. And then I have Hudson, my oldest, who's going into 11th grade.
Oh my gosh, so busy boys in your family.
We do stay busy. You know, things have been really kind of relaxed lately. Football practice did start up for my son, so they're hoping that they're going to have a season. But he's been working really, really hard on all of that, and it's we've been having a good time.
And so that's, I mean, it's sort of interesting how everybody's life has sort of slowed down and gotten faster in various ways since you know, we've all been learning how to live with COVID-19. That's part of the reason that we're doing this, you know, virtual takeover, social media takeover for World Lung Cancer Day. Talk about you know, as someone living with lung cancer, what is it like for you to have to really kind of stay close to home? And I mean, what does COVID-19 change for you about living with lung cancer?
Well, you know, for me, it's kind of it's a different story. So I was on a medication called lorlatinib, and when I first started on the targeted therapy, the very first thing that happened to me was I got pneumonia, and I thought, oh my gosh, you know, why did I get this upper respiratory infection? Then we cleared it up, then I got another one and another one, and finally we figured out, like, you know, this medicine just makes you more susceptible to upper respiratory infections. So this is kind of something that I've been living with for a while. So it doesn't seem like it's a lot different to me. We always make sure we wash our hands. You know, we always make sure that we keep our house clean. And, you know, our friends know that I also am really susceptible to getting upper respiratory infections. So if they're sick, they don't come to my house. And, you know, I'm so thankful for that. So, I mean, I guess maybe I've been a little bit quarantined for a while anyway. So there are some things that are different though. It's of course wearing masks in public just to make sure that we protect others and make sure that if we have the virus that we're not passing it on to others. But other than that, I mean, really, I kind of feel like I feel sorry for everyone else, but I kind of feel like welcome to my world.
You know, that I have heard that from a number of lung cancer people who are living with lung cancer, and even Ross Camage, right? Our friend Dr. Ross Camage has said, you know, lung cancer patients have kind of been leading the way. Welcome to some of the experience of living with lung cancer, because you are more susceptible to, especially respiratory, you know, coughs and colds and that kind of general stuff that we always have. But now during COVID-19, you know, you guys are taking the same precautions that you've always taken, washing hands and sometimes wearing masks. A lot of people living with lung cancer will go out and wear masks. But it's, you know, he said, it was a podcast. He said, you know, welcome to the life of living with lung cancer. Lung cancer patients have been doing this for a long time.
Yeah. Welcome to my world. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, what a beautiful world it is. So I am tickled because Hayden is out, I'm hoping, in the pool right now. I'm sure it's warm in Memphis.
It is really hot outside, really hot. He isn't in the pool. I think he's watching Supergirl.
This sounds like my house during the summer.
Yeah, and since I'm doing this, I'm not like on him all the time. I don't know about you, but middle school boys, I think you have to stay on all the time. Get off video games, clean your room, do this.
I feel like that's all I do these days.
But these days, I think I'm a little bit more thankful for it because I'm so glad that because of research, I get the opportunity to parent and to fuss at my kids.
Well, what a great way to put it, because you and I have had a number of conversations on podcasts and at the Speakers Bureau workshop, and I think that you really phrased that so well because of research. So maybe for folks who haven't heard, they don't know your story, they don't know your background, maybe you could explain, your kind of lung cancer journey and how you got to a point where the need for lung cancer research really came home for you.
Sure. I was diagnosed in 2015. I was a half marathon runner, a nurse working in clinics, a busy mom of 2 boys, and have an amazing husband. And we were really surprised to get the diagnosis of lung cancer. And really, my only symptom was a cough. As a nurse and just knowing my body, I knew something was wrong with the cough. It didn't seem right. I didn't have a fever. It wouldn't go away. Very persistent. I coughed every time at the end of a laugh. Like I remember that. And it was difficult for me to, at that point, Hayden was much younger. I think he was in 2nd grade. And I'd read him stories at night, and it was really difficult for me to read. And so I'd like make him do all the reading, so passed it on to him. But, through my journey, I've been so, so lucky because at the very beginning, my doctor was really wise, and he knew that I needed biomarker testing because he knew that we had this ability through science and research to actually look at the DNA of the tumor and figure out what's driving it, basically.
And what do you mean by driving a tumor? If somebody is joining us today and they haven't heard biomarker testing and they don't understand the idea of what's driving a tumor, because I think a lot of people, and I did when I first came to this, thought, well, lung cancer is lung cancer is lung cancer. I mean, it's cancer, right?
Right.
So maybe you give us a little bit of background there on what those words are that you're using.
Yeah, so it basically means that we're looking at we're taking the tumor and we're looking at the DNA of the tumor. And so we're seeing what is the thing that makes the cells proliferate, which means just divide and divide and divide and get bigger and bigger. So without stopping, without that turn off button. So we know our cells, divide and multiply all the time, and but usually we can stop when something's wrong, and our body can usually make corrections for those mistakes. But when we look at the DNA of a tumor, we see that sometimes there are mutations. And so for me, I have what's called an ALK fusion. And so it's just a little bit of a translocation, a little bit of mix up in my DNA. And that's why I actually have lung cancer and have a tumor. I think that's probably scientific enough. I'm not, I won't even pretend that I understand every bit of the DNA of a tumor, but, as a nurse, like I understand, looking at the DNA and telling us what drives it. And there's certain oncogene drivers that we found. And the cool thing is we have treatments for them. So, what's really interesting to me is that I think I was just kind of like on the brink of all of this, like on the very beginning of all of this testing. And he wants some more grapes.
He wants some more grapes. I was going to say, that's a boy on the hunt for more grapes. Oh, by the way, the grapes, do you put them in the fridge? Like you said, you put them in a bag.
Well, I did, but he ate all of them before I got them to the fridge.
So if we're all making this at home, you like stir the grapes around in the Jell-O and then you put them in a Ziploc bag and put them in the fridge, and then they set up to little like grapey Jell-O bites.
Kind of. It really is just more like sugar grapes. Grapes with sugar all over them, but they're really good.
This sounds like the 13-year-old in my house too.
You're going to love them.
Yeah, I'm going to do this. So back to your story. Pardon the interruption.
Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. We got to do what we got to do for here. I'll pass him the rest of the grapes.
There you go.
But I was really lucky because I kind of was on the brink of all of this. So back in 2015, not everybody got tested for biomarkers. And in fact, even now in 2020, still not everybody gets tested for biomarkers. Usually in academic centers and things like that, they know to test the DNA of the tumor and see if there's any of these targeted therapies. Well, when I was first diagnosed, I actually went to a large academic, I went to my community hospital where my doctor did biomarker testing. And while we were waiting for the results to come back, I went to a major academic teaching hospital. And because already, with my only symptom being a cough, I had advanced to stage 4 lung cancer. It had gone to my brain. It was all over the place. They told me at this major academic hospital that I had about 10 months to live.
Oh, goodness.
And I thought, wow, okay. And so I had to wait at that hospital because it was quite a ways from my house. And while I was there, I went to their library. And the librarian was so helpful just to kind of, show me that, someone without any risk factors getting lung cancer, what are the things that it could be? And here are some other people who are like you, basically, is what she did. And she showed me some profiles of EGFR testing, out positive. And it was so interesting to me because while I was there, my doctor's nurse called me and she said, Gina, we have the results of your biomarker testing. And before she said anything else, I was like, I'm out positive, aren't I? And she's like, how did you know? And I
Oh
was
my
like,
gosh.
I just look like these people that I've been reading about.
See,
And
what's so amazing about this is that your original oncologist was a thoracic oncologist, right?
yeah, I was really lucky.
So, and he's one of our favorite people. So I just want to really make sure that people understand that one of the first things that really went right for you is that you saw a thoracic oncologist. And that's somebody who specializes in not just cancer, but, cancer of the thoracic, sort of the chest cavity.
Yes.
So you saw
and I just lucked out. I mean, I really did because again and again, I asked my doctors if I could have a chest x-ray because I knew something was wrong with my chest. And they said, no. I mean, they basically said, no, you're 38 years old, you're a half marathon runner. You don't need a chest x-ray. You're fine. You don't have fever. You're good. And so it wasn't until I actually self-paid at a diagnostic imaging center for a chest x-ray. My friend worked there and she got me in. It wasn't until I had that report and took it to the emergency room that somebody took me seriously. And even if I had gone just to the emergency room without that chest x-ray report, knowing that it was yucky in there, I don't know that they would have taken me seriously because I looked pretty normal and pretty okay. I just had a cough.
So the first stroke of luck was getting a thoracic oncologist, but the second, and I hesitate to call this a stroke of luck because the fact that your thoracic oncologist immediately ordered a biopsy to find out if you had a biomarker, that was the second piece that really has created this ability to be living with lung cancer.
Yep. Yep. And the third, I think, was knowing to do an MRI because I think a lot of even oncologists don't know, that this really likes to go to the brain too. And he was really wise in, knowing that I needed an MRI even though I was asymptomatic.
Well, I appreciate being able to, continue the conversation so that people know that this language of a thoracic oncologist, maybe accessing additional second opinion at an academic cancer center, making sure that you know your biomarker, making sure that, that you get connected with other people who might have your biomarker. And of course, now you work with ALK positive, you're president of ALK positive, which is other people who are living with lung cancer, ALK positive lung cancer.
That's right. That's right. And it's really exciting too. Just thinking that, there's so many possibilities and so much more that we're learning about biomarker testing and what drives cancer, and not only in lung cancer, but in other cancers too. So we found in our support group that, when you have ALK positive cancer, that you take the same drug. So we allow people who have breast cancer driven by an ALK fusion in our group, and we let people who have brain cancer driven by an ALK positive fusion or ALK fusion in our group, and then also skin cancer. So those are a very small minority. I mean, I think that's like maybe 4 people total in our group out of 2,000, and everyone else is lung cancer. So everyone else is lung cancer driven by ALK. But it's really exciting to see that maybe in the future, I wonder sometimes if, the way that we treat cancer will be by the actual biomarker instead of the body part. Because
what a great way to put it.
I just wonder, if one day it might be like that. So, but we're just learning so much more about cancer, and we're finding more and more targets and more and more treatments, therapies, targeted therapies. So it's really exciting. I feel like it's so funny. I call myself a lucky girl, even though I have a stage 4 terminal lung cancer. But I really do. I run, I'm a mom, I get to, enjoy my summers in the pool, and I actually get to live because of science and research. I mean, I think, what if no one had ever found the ALK fusion? And I was so excited and surprised to find out that the person who actually found ALK fusion in cancer was right here in Memphis, where I live at St. Jude Children's Hospital. And he found it in ALCL, in child leukemia, blood cancer. And anyway, his name was Stephen Morris, and I got to meet him. And so it was so amazing because he's like my hero. He found,
oh my gosh.
And then later on, through a whole process, other scientists and researchers got together and found the drugs to help stop it. So pretty cool stuff.
I think that is such a great example of the importance of research. And that's one of the things that we're talking about on World Lung Cancer Day, is how important it is to continue research. That, what happens is scientists can research the ALK fusion and they find a treatment that might work. And that's going to work for a couple of years, maybe 3 years, maybe a little bit longer. And then, unfortunately, cancer is so smart that it just figures out, all right, we can't go that way. Now we're going to go this way. And so, there might be another treatment that you can try at that point. And so it's sort of like this leapfrog from this treatment into that treatment into that treatment. And hopefully, as research is going on all the time, by the time you're on the last one, there might be something else that we can try. We had a wonderful conversation with Linnea Olson, who, had been on, I think, 4 clinical trials, maybe more. And, there wasn't anything else. And then all of a sudden there was a new clinical trial. And that really illustrates how fast the pace of research is going.
Yes, absolutely. And that's kind of that's been my experience. So I got on the first drug, and I guess I had resistance about 7 months later. So I lasted on the first drug for about 7 months. Then I got onto the second drug, which lasted for about another 7 months. And then right at that time, a third drug had just been FDA approved. So it had been approved 2 months before I needed it.
Oh my gosh.
Very exciting. Then I stayed on that drug for 37 months. And then I guess the one that I'm on now, I tried to wait as long as I could, but I think it was approved maybe six months prior to me getting on it or needing to be on it. So yeah, things are coming, and it's so exciting just to see that people are really looking and investigating. And we're right on the brink of all kinds of amazing research out there. And so to me, that gives me a lot of hope. And a lot of people probably wouldn't consider me lucky, but I really do consider myself lucky to be at this place, because I know that if I had been diagnosed 10 years ago, I wouldn't be alive.
That's really a sobering fact, but I think that it also illustrates how quickly the pace of research changes. I mean, I read a statistic the other day that something like, I think 4 drugs have gone into clinical trials or have even been approved in the past just few months. So things are so quickly changing and bringing hope to so many people who are living with lung cancer.
Yeah.
So you are, speaking of living with lung cancer, look at this beautiful, stuff from your garden.
I got into gardening probably about 3 years ago, and this is something funny. I make sure everything's organic, and I kid about that. And my husband's like, "Well, what does organic mean?" And I was like, "It just means you pick the bugs off instead of putting chemicals on."
Right. I'm an organic gardener too.
So I just pick the bugs off, but I do have a nice, beautiful cucumber. However, my tomatoes, I don't know. I can't figure out. I think you're supposed to put like red pepper or something on them to get rid of the bugs in my tomatoes.
Oh, who knows? I just like cut that part off and, don't show the kids.
That's right. Yes. Don't let them know that bugs are on it.
Oh man.
Not eat it.
You will never get it in their mouth if they think that there was a critter on it. So what are you making today?
Well, I took a cucumber from my garden and I'm cutting it up with some Roma tomatoes, and then I'm just going to put a little bit of Greek dressing on there and let it marinate for a while, and it will be fabulous.
A fabulous little cool, fresh Greek salad to eat alongside something from the grill. I love it.
Yes, with some grapes there, our little Jello grapes for a treat for the kids. And then my husband and I will probably be eating the all-time summer favorite.
I can't wait to see what that is. Oh, yeah. See, now your watermelon down there is ready. We are still waiting for another, little bit for most of the watermelon to come rolling into the stores here, because we get great watermelon in Colorado.
And this is the southern thing. Now you gotta have butter.
Well, yeah, seasoning.
Corn, we put it in foil and just stick a little butter on there, because it doesn't have to get all around it, because in the foil it just kind of all soaks in everywhere. But this is my secret ingredient.
All right, we gotta see this.
I feel like Vanna White. There you go.
Slap your mom.
Slap your mama. You can put slap your mama on anything. You can put it on eggs. You can put it on pork. You can put it on chicken. It is good. And
Wow, what is in that? I need to know.
It's like a Cajun spice. Let's see, what is it? I don't know what's in it. Salt, red pepper, black pepper, and garlic.
Ooh, oh, that sounds like good stuff.
And then I'm just gonna roll it up, make a little tint on the ends here, and we'll stick that on the grill.
Awesome. So on a weekend, when you are living your life and you are, you've had all of these blessings of research and some targeted therapies that are working well for you, and you are, what I love is, how often do you think of yourself as somebody who's living with lung cancer?
I forget. It took years though before I forgot. And I remember thinking that, after I got diagnosed, is there ever going to be a time that I don't wake up and be afraid of this? And there is. And so, and it did it for me. I think it took about 2.5 years. And then I quit thinking about it all the time. But it was so, and maybe that was even my coping mechanism, is always thinking about, how do I get rid of this? Mm-hmm. And I also, at the beginning when I first got diagnosed, I thought, my oncologist was very honest with me and showed me research, and he knew that I like to read it. So he was just like, positive lung cancer hasn't ever been cured. Stage 4 lung cancer hasn't ever been cured. We haven't done that yet. And I was like, oh, surely there's somebody. I'll find them. So that was my first step, but I couldn't find them where it had been cured. It was chronic, and Linnea was the perfect example, and she gave me so much hope, because at that point, I think maybe she had been living, I can't remember, maybe 7 or 8 years with advanced stage lung cancer. And that was so exciting to see, somebody that was like that. And I was just like, I told my doctor, I was like, I'm gonna be the very first ALK positive advanced stage lung cancer person to be cured. And so anyways, like, I think that's where we should go. We should make sure that we're on the path to a cure. And I loved his positivity. And I think that he read me right, or what. That's what I needed to hear. I needed to hear somebody say, maybe it hasn't ever happened, but we're going to try. Instead of just saying, all we got is targeted therapies, and they usually fail over time. I think his mentality of saying, we're going to try, helped me so much to stay positive and, keep in a good mind frame. And anyway, so I was pretty sure that I was going to be the first to be cured, especially when my targeted therapy, just melted away my cancer, the very first one that I was on. It was very exciting. And it was even exciting for all of the medical professionals in my community, because I hadn't really ever seen that, especially not with stage 4 and in the brain and everywhere that it was. And I felt so good all of a sudden too. I went from being really, really sick and losing a lot of weight to all of a sudden feeling normal again. And so it was so exciting. But I think the first time that I finally realized that this wasn't going away, I think after failing in 2 drugs and it kept coming back in my brain, I stayed, I think, with no evidence of disease for maybe about 10 months at one point. That was like the longest. And I was so excited about it, but it just kept coming back. And I think maybe after the 3rd or 4th time it came back, it hit me. And I was like, this isn't going away. But it's okay, because I said, I look really bad on paper, but the truth is I feel great. I feel good. I can live. I can do the things that I want to do. I can still be a mom. I can still, even though sometimes I had a rash or a really bad joint pain or whatever side effect from the drug, I just felt like, you know what? I can live with this, because it wins when I quit living. So that was kind of my philosophy, is that, I wanted to make sure that I lived, because now I want to live more than ever. Before, I think I wasn't ever faced with that. We all are immortal. We're all mortal. We're all gonna die eventually. But like, I think now it makes me want to live more than ever. Like, live every day to the fullest. And for me, like, I think this is Hudson. This is my big one.
We have a Hudson sighting. Hi. Goodness, he doesn't even fit in the frame. How are you, my friend?
He's my big football player. You're gonna see him on Sundays, I think. I hope if they ever play football again, my hope is that he's going to get to the NFL. That's his dream, and he stays pretty
Good for him.
I'm really proud of him.
Oh, I don't blame you. What a big, handsome guy.
Yeah, oh, thank you. He's a good kid, too. I'm really proud of him.
And you can have him reach those tall things at the cabinets in your, kitchen.
He can find the dirt and the dust for me.
Excellent. Do you rent him out?
Actually, you know what he's really good at? He's really good at putting up ceiling fans.
That's a marketable skill, let me tell you.
Oh, I know.
Well, Gina, thank you for spending your Saturday with us. I'm so appreciative, and I know that you've got the ALK Summit, and you are so active in the advocacy community, and you've got two big handsome guys that you're looking after and making sure they get a vegetable now and again and a grape, you know, and sharing some of your amazing family techniques and recipes for putting on a barbecue and just living your life. I'm so grateful to talk to you about it today.
Well, thank you so much, and happy World Lung Cancer Day. It's amazing. Thanks to research, we get to live with lung cancer.
How cool is that? I really think that Gina's story and how she talked about really living with lung cancer just embodies what today is all about. World Lung Cancer Day and the social media takeover for Lung Cancer Foundation of America. I mean, how neat. And of course, the what's the seasoning? The Slap Yo Mama seasoning. I think we all got a good laugh when we watched that here back at the studio. But, you know, for people just joining us, that's what today is all about. It's celebrating these individuals who aren't letting cancer ruin their life. They're not letting lung cancer ruin them. They're living with lung cancer. And for every donation that you make, Lung Cancer Foundation of America is working to fund research that's helping these patient advocates all over the world live longer. And that's just incredible. Over the past decade, Lung Cancer Foundation of America has worked with its charitable partners to donate or to raise more than $4 million to go toward this research. And a lot of times it's kind of just researchers getting into the field, and they're getting this seed funding is what it's called, and putting forth their projects to make these just incredible breakthroughs in the field of lung cancer treatments. There is no cure for lung cancer. You've heard on this feed a lot of our patient advocates and myself say no evidence of disease. That just means when you're scanned, nothing pops up on your scan to show that you have lung cancer, but it doesn't go away. Unfortunately, there is no cure. Hopefully, with your donations, there will be someday. I want to move on to our next patient advocate. She has a little bit of a different story than some of the others who we featured so far on this World Lung Cancer Day social media takeover. Her name is Lysa Buonanno. And when she was diagnosed, it was because she initially had really terrible just back pain. And when she eventually got checked out at an emergency clinic, she had a scan and they discovered that her lung cancer had metastasized and moved to her spine. And that was pretty striking because you don't expect that. And that's, I think, one thing you've noticed with a lot of our patient advocates today is when they were diagnosed, they were either diagnosed at stage 3 or stage 4 lung cancer. So that's pretty scary stuff. And for Lysa, after about 1.5 years of getting some treatment, she ended up getting a biomarker test, and she tested for the ROS1 mutation, and she was able to get a treatment to help her with that and help fight the ROS1 mutation. It's pretty uncommon. Only 1%, believe it or not, of lung cancer patients have that ROS1 mutation. So very important to always get that biomarker testing if you're ever diagnosed with lung cancer. Lysa really enjoys yoga. That helps her kind of take her mind off of the present situation, because you can have good days and bad days. But you know what? She's a pretty good chef too. So just like Gina in the kitchen, we want to share with you an awesome recipe from Lysa. She is going to be making a grilled pineapple dish salsa. Check it out.
Hi everyone, I'm Lysa Buonanno. I'm a stage 4 lung cancer survivor, and welcome to my kitchen. Today is World Lung Cancer Day, and we are here to raise awareness about lung cancer and to talk to you about the crucial importance of funding for lung cancer research. There are over 400 people die every single day from lung cancer, but today we are here to highlight how we are living with lung cancer. And what I'm going to do today is show you one of my husband's favorite recipes. We love Mexican food. We could probably eat it every single day. He says I have the best salsa in town, although he hasn't had a ready salsa, of course. It's tailored to our liking. We like a little bit spicy. I have a couple different options for you to show you how you can vary that up as well. I have a NutriBullet. He makes great smoothies, he makes great salsa. But if you have pretty much anything, blender, Ninja, whatever you want to use, food processor, The NutriBullet, because it does blend upside down, I put in the things that need to be chopped the least or a little more delicate on the bottom of mine. So when I flip it, they're on the top. So I always put the cilantro in first and then tomatoes and stack it with the more dense stuff on top. Also, a great tip is a glove for peppers. If you've ever rubbed your eye, I don't care how many times you've tried to wash and scrub underneath your fingernails, it never seems to go away. So this is a great tip to avoid that. Cilantro, if you're blending, you can use the stems. It has a lot of great flavor, and they blend up really pretty easy. I'm gonna shove those in there. If you are chopping, I suggest taking the stems out because no one really likes those. If you want to take a look down here really quick, I love pico de gallo. My husband prefers it blended as salsa. Pretty much the same ingredients, at least in my house. It's tomatoes, onions. I use sweet yellow onions. These are jalapeno peppers, quite huge peppers. These are serrano peppers, smaller but super hot, and lime and cilantro, of course. I put in just salt and pepper, pretty much. Some people put in garlic, lots of limes, fresh squeezed lime into the pico de gallo. There's also a lot of great options that I like to do for other foods. Mango. I also prefer the small yellow mangoes to the bigger green ones. They're a little less fibrous and easier to cut for me. Mango is great in pico de gallo for fish and seafood, and pineapple is awesome on pork as well. So there's lots of different variations. We can't always find mangoes, so you can buy them in little snack packs, pineapple and mango. Yes, this looks a little discolored. Found it in the back of my pantry. So this is going in the trash. Don't use that. But you have lots of options and stuff, so you could switch it up. And different peppers, of course. What I like about making it from scratch, obviously, it's fresh. It's as fresh as it can be. I generally like making it in the morning or even the day before, especially if we're having a bunch of people over. Just like any other sauce, it kind of tastes better when it's all thrown in there together and gets to marinate in all its own juices. Today, making it a little later than normal, right before dinner. I was going to tell you something else, and I forgot. But I'm going to start with the tomatoes next. So in my little bullet, you don't really have to chop them too much. I probably even chop them more than I need to. And then just throw them in there. Of course, they've already been washed. You can cut off the little center stems. Roma tomatoes are what I generally use because they have less seeds. And I feel like they have really good flavor. They're also good for making my spaghetti sauce. Those in there. That might be too much, so we'll move on to the onions. This is super fast, super easy. We probably make salsa in my house at least twice a week. Ooh, I forgot to get out my container to throw it in. Oh, see, I already forgot to put my glove on. I don't use the glove very often, but it's a great tip to avoid the spiciness in your eyes or nose or anywhere else. For those of you that don't like spicy, but still like the flavor of different peppers, it's the seeds and the ribs in the middle that make them hot. So you can remove them. We don't, but you can cut those out and remove most of the seeds and then chop those up and throw them in there. We just throw the whole thing in there. We love tacos, huh, babe?
Yes.
My husband's my camera guy.
Hi.
He's a great eater. He's a great tester. He used to not be very daring in food, but we've been together 15 years and he's gotten much more daring and adventurous. So I appreciate that because I'm allowed to make a few more things that he didn't used to eat in the beginning. Kind of gets to the point sometimes where you're just like, just try it. You might like it. There's lots of things that he's tried that I don't tell him what they are ahead of time. Because he's like, ooh, no, I don't like that. I don't know about that. Just try it. And sometimes you have things when you're a kid and you're like, that's disgusting. But when you get older, your taste change. This is just salt. Tomatoes kind of need a lot of salt, I feel like. But of course, make it to your taste and preference. A little bit of pepper. And then generally this is too full for a NutriBullet, but not so much for salsa. Like I said, I pretty much have this recipe down to a science. So I just flip it upside down. It's gonna be noisy for a second. It doesn't take long, you just kind of wait till everything looks like it's good. And that's pretty much it. There's my taster. I need to make sure there's enough salt in there. Jalapenos, peppers, you never know. Sometimes you're like, I could put this whole thing in and you're like, that ain't hot at all. And then sometimes you can put this in and you're like, holy cow. So it's kind of iffy. A lot of cilantro in this one. It's kind of green. It does look a little bit foamy for a second when I first make it in the bullet, but that settles down pretty quickly. I prefer to taste with a spoon, which actually I'm gonna do right now. Joe likes to taste with his chip.
It's authentic that way.
Mm. That's a little bit spicy. Not gonna lie. Woohoo! Crunch. Actually made my eyes water. My goodness. Just so you know, it does tend to get hotter. So tomorrow, woohoo! Tomorrow and the next day, it might even be a little bit hotter.
I find it perfect.
It's my fancy little plastic party glass. It's club soda and lime. I just had chemo last week, so not quite up to cocktails yet, but I can show you. My husband has a margarita. That's kind of a staple in our house too. We're fancy like that. We drink out of mason jars. If you make it too spicy, you can fix that. I can throw more tomatoes in there right now if I wanted to, or if I'm like, ooh, way too much cilantro going on. It's kind of a dilution process. So you can dilute it a little bit. And I am going to set this aside for now.
I was always wait 24 hours before fixing it though.
Yeah, just in case. That's true. Joe says we should always wait just in case. Because sometimes just one bite too, it gets you, and then later you're like, oh, not so good. It's one of those things that kind of makes you sweat, makes your nose run, but it's really good, so you keep eating it anyway. I am going to show you what we have for dinner. So when I was diagnosed, actually next month, September 27th, will be 9 years. I was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. I had just turned 40 years old, was super healthy, was just finishing up college, doing my internship, ready to start my new career, and very active, didn't have any other known risk factors. And I just had this back pain that wouldn't go away that forced me into the ER and was given a stage 4 lung cancer diagnosis. And the tumors were pretty much up and down my spine, all over my lymph nodes. And I had a tumor in my right lung that was about 6 centimeters, the size of a small apple. So it was a complete shock to us, of course. And we have had to learn a lot. When you have cancer and you need to advocate for yourself, you have to learn a whole new language. You have to learn really quickly about research and what your options are, and getting into good doctors and getting a second opinion. And I quickly learned that research funding federally was very, very low. Lung cancer is the #1 cancer killer in the world for both men and women, and it gets very few federal dollars towards research. And that's why grants and even private funding, when people do walks in their neighborhoods and fundraisers and bake sales and stuff like that, all that money is so important. It goes towards research that has literally helped save my life and extended my years, and helps me be here longer so I can advocate for others and to make memories with my family and to cook and eat yummy food. So today we made
We're very
tacos.
thankful for that.
We are. I have worked with some amazing lung cancer organizations, met some wonderful people that have done so many great things to help further science and research. And the drug that I have been on now for 7 years actually wasn't even a possibility when I was first diagnosed. So they've come up with so many great new advances, and that's all thanks to you and amazing advocates and survivors and organizations just all coming together and forwarding this movement and raising awareness and really just making people care. You need to care. Everyone is going to be affected by lung cancer at some point. Unfortunately, you will know someone or someone in your family or yourself that would be touched by this. And I've had multiple family members. I've lost to lung cancer, and sadly, it's being diagnosed more and more in younger women that are still raising their families and have so much life left to live. So anything you guys can do to help support this cause, to just tell other people about the disparities and to help us raise more funding for research is so greatly appreciated. Mine and millions of other people's, unfortunately, depends on those dollars every single day. I did have progression again. Actually 26 months ago, I started a new treatment. I've been doing chemotherapy every 4 weeks, and I had chemo last week, which is why I'm drinking club soda today. I'm about 90%. I don't feel quite 100% yet today, but I'm so grateful for every single day I have here. And we are going to show you what we made now. So we love tacos. Who doesn't love tacos? If you don't, I don't think we could be friends. So they're so versatile. Like, I literally feel like you could throw anything in a tortilla and it's a great taco. So tonight we have carne asada tacos. I picked up some already marinated beef from the Mexican market in town and put that on the grill and chopped it all up. You can make carnitas, you can do pork, you can do chicken, you can use ground beef if you want to. Doesn't matter. I like to be a little bit more experimental and throwing stuff on top. My husband's a little more conservative, but he has gotten better. So I'm going to show you our options. Oh, actually, I have to heat up your tortillas really quick.
Oops, sorry, Jacob.
Let me show you really fast. Joe does not like guacamole or avocados. I have to say he has tried it multiple times because he says it looks really good, but he doesn't like it. So this is just one tiny little avocado. Quick and easy way, it gets a spoonful of pico. Sometimes a little extra salt. You can throw salsa, you can just put salt and pepper, whatever you want to do to it. And then these are pickled jalapenos. Just sliced them super thin. The dish just has some vinegar, a little bit of water, tiny bit of sugar and salt. They've been sitting in there like half hour-ish maybe. And then this is sour cream, another thing Joe thinks he doesn't like. But you could do stuff to it. So I love a zester. If you haven't used a zester, I don't know why, it's a cool little tool. Just be careful you don't take the skin off your knuckles. I zested some lime and you throw that in here. The peels of citrus, make sure you wash it first. The peels of citrus have a lot of oils and great extra flavor and stuff in there, so it's a little bit more concentrated than just the juice. So I also threw juice in there, and this just has a little bit of cayenne chili powder in it. But you can use plain sour cream, you could use none at all if you'd like. And then you want to show them over here a bit and get these out of the way. If any of you saw our huge picture of a pineapple, this thing had the tallest top ever. It just made you happy to look at it. But pineapple on the grill is awesome if you've never tried it. Peaches, plums, all kinds of stuff. Fruit on the grill is great. I've heard watermelon. I have not tried it yet, but I'm going to. It just kind of caramelizes it and brings out the sweetness and the warmth and oh, good stuff. And then I just have this covered so it stays warm. This is our carne asada. It is 2 pounds, which is a lot for just the two of us. So we're gonna have leftovers, which is always awesome. I am cleaned my stove and didn't make sure my burner was back on there. I'm just gonna heat up his tortillas really quick. So there's lots of options. You can make them healthy. One thing about having cancer is we feel like we've completely lost control over so many things in our life. So one thing you can control is what you put in your mouth and how you take care of your body and exercising and getting good sleep and all that stuff. So I do like tortillas, but today I just wanted to show you a variation, something that my mom and I like to do. This is green leaf lettuce. You can use those instead. You can use romaine. Iceberg is honestly probably the best crunchy part that like really holds up as far as lettuce goes. But I like this. So I am going to throw in a little bit of the guacamole. I like it in the bottom. It's just us, so I'm using my hands. Throw a little bit of meat on there. See if this is ready. Almost. Like I said, I prefer pico. So put some of that on top. Fresh lime, guys, is like amazing for everything. It just brings, it's good on chicken. This sour cream too, I don't know if I told you, I put a little bit of water in it so it's runny. So it's not like super thick. Because I just kind of drizzle it across the top. I don't want it to be like too overpowering. Fresh cilantro on top. I've got fresh squeezed limes. That's Jacob. He's talking to his friends next door. Put these in here. Any of you that have ever seen anything we've done on social media, it includes our boys. So don't worry, I'll show you them too. Joe's like, what? I only get two? This is for presentation purposes. You can have more later. And Joe likes cheese. Lots of cheese.
Don't forget my salsa.
I'm just going to put type.
Hey now, don't ruin my taco.
It will be delicious. I promise. Spicy, spicy. Oh, don't forget these. I forgot. I'll put a couple on top. Not too many. I cut them in half because now we know they're hot. Just in case. Cilantro, fresh lime, pineapple for you. All right, we're gonna swap. Oh, look at those. So many variations, you guys. Super easy, super fast. We have a ton of leftovers for probably 2 days. We typically do tacos and taco bars when we have family, friends over. Easter, even Thanksgiving, ended up being Mexican food lots of times. It's just always kind of our go-to. And whenever we're like, oh, what are we having for dinner? Let's just have tacos. So lots of great options. Joe's gonna give me the phone because he is our tester. And you can take a bite.
Hi, everybody. I'm Joe.
That's my awesome husband, Joe.
I've been looking forward to this all day.
Dun, dun, dun.
Wonderful as always.
Yes, they think so too. Hello, my boys. Yes, that's Jake and Levi. They think they get some too.
Thanks for watching. We appreciate all the funding.
How cool was that? It was only a matter of time before we were going to see some dogs on this live feed today. We are celebrating World Lung Cancer Day here with Lung Cancer Foundation of America, highlighting our patient advocates who every day are living with lung cancer, and they are truly living with lung cancer. All of them finding different passions in life, as you saw Lysa there in her cooking. And oh my gosh, did that not look amazing? Those tacos, I mean, I have to keep talking, because if I don't, my stomach is going to just rumble, and you're going to hear Mike pick it up, and it's going to create this awkward moment. But it's your funding that helps research, and ultimately that research can go toward incredible medical breakthroughs in the world of lung cancer. Today, we kicked it off in Virginia Beach. We had Frank join us. He took us through a live workout from Virginia Beach, actually on the beach, which is pretty cool. He's a certified trainer, and he works with cancer patients. So that's an awesome video for you to go back and check out. We then talked with Terry Conneran, who her outlet from her cancer diagnosis and screenings is fantasy football, near and dear to my heart, because I love me some fantasy football. We talked to Jill Feldman after that, big KU fan. She went to Kansas. We brought in broadcaster Brian Haney to join us for a conversation, and Jill talked a little bit more about her volunteering work with the Culver Academy and also her advocacy. After that, boy, we've gone through so many different people. Gina Hollenbeck, obviously, she kicked off this hour with her food recipes. She's down in Memphis, so we had a little bit of a grilling tutorial with her, which was nice, and she explained some of her advocacy as well. And of course, you just watched Lysa Buonanno whip up some amazing tacos. My goodness, did those look really good or what? Lung Cancer Foundation of America, a little bit about them. If you're just tuning in for the first time, you want to learn more about this organization, they're just incredible. Over the past decade, they've worked with their charitable partners in coming up with $4 million to grant research. And what they do is they bring in the youngest and brightest minds in lung cancer research, and all of that funding goes toward their work that may otherwise not be funded, because lung cancer is not a very well-funded cancer at all. So every bit of donation that you make really does make a significant difference. LCFA, every single time you donate, you help them add a scientist to their fund, and I'm sure you've seen it scrolling at the bottom of your screen now. But if you want, you can text Lungs Forever to 41444. You also have the donate button that's floating on top of your screen on your mobile device or your iPad. You also have that donate button on your website as well. I want to get to our next advocate, though. She's not a patient advocate, because part of the Lung Cancer Foundation of America Speaker Bureau, you don't have to have lung cancer. We have folks who are family members of those who have lung cancer. And in this case, that's who we're going to be going to next. Her name is April Remfer. Her father passed away of lung cancer, and her brother, who both work for the family company, have an incredible way that they honor the memory of their father and also raise money for lung cancer each and every day. This was a really fun conversation. I hope you tune in and watch, and I think you're going to learn a thing or two of what it means to be family from this next video. Let's take a look. April, good morning. Adam, how are you both doing today?
Doing good. Doing good.
We're doing awesome. We'll start with April. You guys are in two different locations, but you're in the family business. April, why don't you start? Because you have actually a really cool story about how you work in advocacy literally every day. And same with Adam, too. We'll get to you as well. But ladies first, right?
Of course.
All right. Hi, guys. My name is April Remfer. As some of you may know us, we're the Remfer family. We own and operate Falco's Automotive and Towing. We have two locations, one in New Jersey, which Adam and my brother Billy both run, and the one here in Surfside Beach. And we have unfortunately gotten into advocacy for Lung Cancer Foundation of America. Our father, Bill Remfer, he was diagnosed with small cell lung cancer in May 2016. He was giving a prognosis of about a year to live, and he passed away in November 2016. When he passed away, my brothers and I kind of looked at each other and said we really wanted to do something to create awareness for lung cancer, because we didn't even know he had lung cancer when he was diagnosed. He thought he had pneumonia, just a cold, wasn't feeling well, and it took about 2 months to actually get the diagnosis of lung cancer, and it was just 2 months too late. So we really just wanted to promote lung cancer and, you know, make it more aware, because we never thought we would be dealing with that in our lives. And how we did this, we wanted to use the one thing my dad created with my mother Cheryl and loved the most, which is his company, DeFalco's, that we all of us children run and operate. And what we decided to do was wrap our tow trucks. So we have 2 dedicated tow trucks, one in New Jersey and one in South Carolina, and they're all decked out and wrapped with Lung Cancer Foundation of America. We service in South Carolina about 150 to 200 people a day. In New Jersey, it's double that. So we are reaching massive amounts of people every day just with our lung cancer wrapped trucks. And then in New Jersey, they actually just added a third LCFA truck, which is actually a heavy duty wrecker truck, which gets even more promotion on the side of the highways when they do tractor trailers and rollovers and everything for the state police in New Jersey, as well as AAA. But I just wanted to come to you today to show you the wrap truck. This is our location in South Carolina. It's about 85, 90 degrees here today. It's a beautiful day. Here's the lung cancer truck that was wrapped in early 2017.
Wow, that looks great, April.
Yep, it's beautiful truck. And then it has, you know, the foundation on the side. Do you mind popping the hood for me? I'll show you guys the front of the hood. And this is our other brother, Sean.
Hey guys.
Hi, Sean.
He works
I'm the
here
better
in
looking brother.
Yeah, he works down here in the Surfside location. But he just popped the hood for us. And as you can see on the front, we have the logos for the LCFA. Life should take your breath away, not lung cancer. And then the in loving tribute to our father. But this is just at the center of our advocacy for LCFA, and it's something we all really wanted to do. To be able to, you know, make awareness is really just at the heart of this. And we had to watch our father, you know, struggle with lung cancer and try to overcome it. And it's just something that means a lot to us, and it means a lot knowing that it's on the road, and maybe, you know, someone can point at it and, you know, look up lung cancer, and it could prevent someone else's father or sister or mother from, you know, having a misdiagnosis or taking too long to get it diagnosed.
I think that's a great point, April. And I love how you guys have part of the Southeast United States covered and the Northeast United States. Adam, I saw you went outside, so it looks like the rain may have cleared, and you've got your own truck up there in New Jersey.
Yeah, correct. The rain did give me a little bit of break, so I can show you guys our new creation. It's a 50-ton NRC sliding, rotating truck. It's a heavy duty. Like April had said, when we lost her father, we came up with the idea to have the trucks wrapped. So we started with 2 flatbeds, and with our contacts that my dad and my brother created, we had a lot of help from Tom from Tri-State Towing, and then also Anthony Battolini from Battolini Truck Repair. They, you know, when we asked for the help, they jumped to the beat and helped us. So with this new heavy duty, I'll split the screen if I can figure out how to.
There you go. All right. That's like the big reveal right there.
Exactly. Like April said, this truck goes out to all the big jobs. We use it pretty much almost every day. It's out with the state police doing the recoveries, and a lot of times we'll enter it in parades and stuff like that. We help a lot of law enforcement agencies. We'll hang the flags for them using this truck.
It's a monster truck.
No kidding. That thing looks massive.
It's one
Takes up like 12 parking spots.
At least. So that boom back there, that goes up about 50 feet. So like April said, when this truck is out, people see it. People ask about the new color scheme, and like she said, it's for our father and the LCFA. So it's a good way to get the word out there so people know and educate themselves. So this one's brand new. It's about a month old. It's like Kenworth.
So this is, we have our locations on the side, which is actually growing. Adam and Billy are based out of Chatham, New Jersey, and we service Farm Park there as well as, I mean, what distance do you guys service up there, Adam?
What was the question?
What distance, how far do you go? Here we go about 90 miles north into North Carolina and about, 30, 40 miles south.
Up here, we do about the same, probably about, anywhere from 90 to 100. We go all the way to the New York border to the state police. We cover about 12 counties for AAA. We cover every major highway in New Jersey, except for the toll roads. So any highway in northern Jersey, if there's an incident, there's a chance we'll get the Falcos in our LCFA truck.
Yep, this is our driver Jim drives this truck, and he's been with us for about 10, 12 years, and he keeps it nice and clean.
Probably just the way your dad would like it, right?
Oh yes, one dirty truck. He did not like that.
So let me ask you both, and we'll start with April. How did you happen upon LCFA? How did you choose that organization to be the one that you said this is going to be where your advocacy is, and this is how you're going to honor the memory of your father?
So actually, it was right after my father passed away, and Adam and I are one of 6 children, and we were, writing the obituary for my father, and he had a very big celebration of life, and we knew that there would be hundreds of people coming to it, and we wanted to, do something in honor of lung cancer. So when I typed in lung cancer foundations in Google, LCFA popped up. I went right to the top. I called Kim Norris, the president, and said, this is what I want to do. This is who we are. We're going to have donations sent in my father's name from his funeral, but we want to take it past that. We want to do something else. We want to continue to help. My dad loved helping people, all youth sports, police organizations, firefighters, police departments. He loved helping people, and he always instilled in his children that if you're fortunate enough to help and have the opportunity to continue to help all your life. And so I got with Jim Baranski and Kim, and we came up with the idea to wrap a truck, and they worked with us every step of the way with Sarah Beatty as well to design it. And then, like Adam said, Tom from Tri-State Towing, Miller Industries, who builds our trucks, each of them donated their part, the wrapping on the truck, the coloring of the truck. They each kind of donated the part because my dad had worked with them for 30 years. So they wanted to also honor his name too. So that was how we found LCFA and were able to connect with them.
That's really cool. And Adam, up there in New Jersey, you recently did the same thing. So what was the process like for you, kind of coordinating things between 2 shops in 2 different parts of the country? And now you guys both have these wonderful trucks out there, and you're helping to spread the word really and honor your late father.
It was a long process. It was fairly easy. Like I said, our father created a lot of contacts. So when we came up with the idea, everyone was willing to help. Everyone, bent over backwards to help us and help get this project done. This truck right here, this is built in Canada. NRC's in Canada. So it started in Canada. My older brother, Billy, had the tedious task of getting all these colors right. We had to, use special equipment to get the colors right based off of the LCFA colors. Hold on, there's a plane flying over.
And while that's happening, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to show us, but one major thing that Billy and Adam decided to put on that truck, all growing up, if I said the word can't in our house, I would get yelled at. And my dad always taught each of his 6 children can't doesn't exist. And if I would say, oh, I can't do this, he would say, no, that's not possible. You can do anything. So one big thing on the back of that truck in my dad's handwriting, Billy and Adam got decals that says can't doesn't exist. So that's right on the top of the headliner there that they get to see every day when they're out working calls.
Yeah, that's for sure. Our father wouldn't take no for an answer and wouldn't accept us saying can't. If he gave us a task, he wanted it done. And, he instilled a good work ethic in us, and it carried on through all of us.
Now, what do you think he'd say to you two today You know, if he's hearing this somewhere, right? What do you think he's saying when he's watching this video?
I honestly, I think he's proud. I want to tell a story. When we got this truck, it got delivered to us at 4 o'clock, and we were showing it off. A lot of guys from the industry were looking at it, taking pictures. Me and Billy were doing like a photo shoot with it. Within 10 minutes of it getting back, we had a major wreck. 5 tractor trailers on 78. It was a huge catastrophe, and the call came to us, and it was the first time we got to unveil the truck. I believe that was
Wow. 10 minutes of it being on the lot, and it was already in use.
That was him telling us to get our asses to work.
What about you, April?
I think he would be very proud of all of our accomplishments, and him and our mother Cheryl, they started the company in 1995 in New Jersey, and to see how far it's grown. He was alive here at the South Carolina location when we moved here, but you know, to see how far it's grown and how much responsibility we've all taken, and this is all of our livelihood in our lives, and it's something that we do every day and get up and carry on for him, and it's something that he would be very proud of, and he worked his whole life to build. And you know, my mom Cheryl's still here as well. She's involved in both of the businesses, and we all just try our hardest to keep it going. And the name that he helped make for us is just wonderful, and I think he'd be very proud and tell us to get back to work.
I mean, this kind of is working though, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
in a sense, if it's not making money, it's not work.
Well, in a sense, I mean, this is getting some good donations for LCFA, and I think it's awesome that you two have taken this really unique approach at advocacy and spreading the word. And I love how you mentioned earlier that people kind of see it and they have to like double take because they say, wait, what is that? Nobody's used to seeing. No one's used to seeing a record looking like that.
Correct. We have a very unique color scheme with the white calves and a royal blue bed, so everyone knows the Falcons. You know, you can see it a mile away. So when they see this truck or the other LCFA flatbed, they do a triple pick. You know, they want to know.
It's very different. The colors of this, Adam said, it's royal blue and it's all white scheme. And this is actually a brand new truck as well that we just got. So it's very eye popping and eye catching.
No kidding. Wow. So do you have any, you know, maybe when you were out on calls, Adam, have you gone out with the heavy wrecker and had any people say, wow, like, you know, I've had family impacted by lung cancer. I've lost loved ones to lung cancer. Has any of that happened while you were working out in the field, or any of your colleagues?
It has. It happens quite often when the flatbeds go to AAA calls and they're encountering customers. We've had people, you know, tell us their stories and loss of loved ones, and how, like April said, they wish they knew sooner, or wish they had gotten sooner.
We've had lots of people, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. We had lots of people actually, you know, give donations, and we try to, you know, yearly give the donation to LCFA. And we've had customers try to can donations saying that they've been impacted by lung cancer. And we actually have cards. I'm not sure if he has them in this truck still. Sarah Beatty had ordered us cards up there right here. Had ordered us cards for our drivers to give out to customers, saying if they would like to help and donate, and in memory of DeFalco's. And it's just a pretty little card that gets handed out to customers who are interested.
That's really cool. Oh man, Adam, what have you got there? I think that's
so that's the homage to my father that my older brother Billy came up with. It's actually Billy Renford Jr. Came up with the idea to put this on the back of the cab, so every day we see it, we can think of him.
That definitely looks like somebody's handwriting. And that's your father's handwriting?
Yep, his exact handwriting.
We can read it though. And what does it say?
It says, "Can't does not exist."
That's awesome.
And we've carried that on through the years and always will.
That's awesome. Well, I love the story. I love what you guys have done with your trucks. Do you have any aspirations to wrap anymore? Or are you going to keep it kind of like, hey, the LCFA truck is coming out to help you, just like they're helping, you know, many patient advocates and many people looking for information on lung cancer?
We definitely have the intention of wrapping more. We like to rotate our trucks every few years. So This is on its third year, so we'll be wrapping a new one in the next few years, and we may have something in the works soon for another wrap truck for LCFA in a different logo scheme.
Cool.
Up here, we actually have three. We have two flatbeds and then the heavy duty. So like April said about the rotation of the trucks, the older LCFA truck is on its way out the door. So we already have a new one in service. So we actually have three of them on the road up here for the next few months. And then we'll keep it going, so on and so forth throughout the years.
Cool. Well, is there anything else either of you want to say before we move on to the next little bit of this, April, where we chat with the mechanic about a few things?
No, I think we pretty much covered it all and was able to even promote some more awareness through this video.
No kidding. Adam?
Absolutely. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us and give us the time to tell our story. You know, it's a sad story, but it's a good one.
Cool.
So we're going to go in our waiting room here where we have Jake. Jake's our service manager back here. And there's Sean again.
Jake from State Farm.
Where's his
hey,
khakis?
Jake, how are you? This is, here, I'll let you say hi to Jordan. This is Jordan. He's talking with us today.
Hello.
We showed him the truck outside, and it's a very busy day. Got about 20 cars in the shop today. So
Holy cow.
they're staying busy. Myrtle Beach, believe it or not, it's booming here with people traveling despite coronavirus. So we're trying to stay healthy and do what we can.
And while we have you here, I wanted to share some tips on keeping your car running smooth during the summer months. We recommend keeping an eye on your fluids. Make sure you don't have any fluids leaking or running low. Keep an eye on tire pressures, and always make sure you check your battery. With cars today, there are a lot more advanced electrical systems and a lot more strain on the battery, so they can die very quickly where they used to give signs. Today's cars don't typically have any warning signs before the battery goes.
Jake, what's a good PSI for tires to be at in the summertime?
On average, 32 or 35 is what most manufacturers recommend.
Okay. And fluids, how would somebody go about checking their fluids?
If you don't feel comfortable doing it on your own, going under the hood, you can always go to any of the Napa Auto Care or AAA approved repair centers, and we can do it for you.
That's cool. Well, what do you do if you end up in one of those spots you don't want to be, but you're taking that summer road trip and you end up broken down on the side of the road? What should people do there? Is there a number they should call? Is there steps they should take?
Calling AAA is probably the best thing you could do in a situation like that. That way they can come and help you out and get you to a safe location.
And tow you back to our shop so we can help take care of you.
Good call. Maybe the LCFA truck will come get you. Hopefully it's not the heavy wrecker though, Adam. That means you're in big trouble.
Yeah, if you see this truck coming to you, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and for people who don't know, we are full automotive repair in South Carolina as well as 24/7 towing, and New Jersey. They're full automotive repair as well as a body shop.
Now, we've got Adam in New Jersey. We've got Jake and April in South Carolina. Do you guys see any differences between summertime maintenance of your cars based on those two different areas? You've got the heat and humidity, in the southeast, and it's hot in the northeast too. But is there any differences between the two locations?
I'll go back in the history and look at
I would say the difference would be they probably get busier during the summer months, where we slow down a little bit because a lot of people up here are traveling on vacation. So our repairs tend to take a little bit of a slower course, July, August, September, and pick back up in October and November, where they probably are, through the roof down there in the summer months.
Exactly.
Yeah, we are crazy here, especially this time of year. With everyone traveling, and we had a slow few months with coronavirus in March when everything was enacted, but it's just as busy here. We're doing, like I said before, 150 calls a day, 20 to 25 cars a day in the shop, and they're staying very busy.
All right, so that's some good information, I think. Keep your fluids in check. Make sure your tires are good to go. It's those simple things, even checking your battery, that you may not necessarily think about even on, your way to visit like a relative an hour away, but nobody wants to be broken down on the side of the road. So Jake, thanks. That's pretty good advice.
Yeah, that's AAA definitely pays.
Yeah. I hear the phone ringing, so I think we'll let Jake go.
All right.
Hi, Jake.
And
And
So
just
this
really
is,
quick, while we have both of you on, we're nearing the end of our time, but I wanted to revisit why it is you both do what you do. You lost your father to lung cancer, and you have a huge family. You've got the company business in 2 different spots across the country, and you both are working your tails off not only to provide a service to people who are in need, but indirectly you're helping to spread awareness of lung cancer, which is just so devastating because of how late it's typically caught when people are diagnosed. So April, let's start with you really quick, just to recap.
Just to recap, the whole center of our mission and why we got involved with LCFA is to not only promote, awareness to LCFA, but also lung cancer in general. Our dad wasn't diagnosed on time. He was diagnosed when he was in stage 4. If it was sooner, the possibility of survival rates would have been much better. Due to that, we find just the stigma of lung cancer, being something negative or, not being diagnosed in time, as is for most of the cases. So we really wanted to, help people have awareness for lung cancer and them to start to think of it as their daily lives as they're driving down the road. And, maybe 1 or 2 people will look it up and, be able to relate to the symptoms or have their loved ones relate to the symptoms and be able to do something about it. Our mission's all about helping people, and that's what our dad would have wanted.
Go ahead, Adam.
Well, you asked, why we do what we do. Really, I think it's in our blood. Growing up, it was always, towing and cars. And, I remember dispatching when I was 12 years old. It was Cheryl, my dad, 3 tow trucks, and we would dispatch in the basement of our house. And then when they opened up a shop in Chatham, I would ride my bike there after school and dispatch and help. And once me and my brother Billy got our licenses, we always had tow trucks, and we were always on the road and learning and, moving forward and bettering ourselves. And like Everett said, helping people. He told us to help people. So above and beyond for everybody. When the law enforcement, police need something, we have to do it. We're always participating in stuff just to help. He taught us, like April said, if we have the ability to help someone, do it. Help them. It's been ingrained in all 5 of us. And we all of us are involved in the company. And I think Cheryl and my dad, from the ground up with all of us, built us this way.
Well, I think he'd be really proud of how you guys are not only running the family business, but spreading awareness. And if you can help one person, if you can help spread the word to one person or one family member of that person about lung cancer and how serious this disease is and how underfunded lung cancer research is, I think that's a wonderful thing that both of you are bringing to South Carolina and New Jersey, respectively. And I want to thank you both for being on today on World Lung Cancer Day, August 1st. And we appreciate everything that you're doing to spread awareness.
Thank you. And like Adam said before, thank you guys for having us. Thank you guys for supporting all of these missions along the way and, helping us ensure it gets done and giving us the opportunity to tell our dad's story and to share our business with everyone and to really get the aspect of the advocacy out there for us. And, we couldn't have done it without you guys. So we appreciate the time you give us to speak and use your platform.
With these trucks, when we first built them and we were in a parade, a lot of the PBAs around here made donations to the LCFA. So it does get the word out there. It does bring awareness. And, I'm sure if it wasn't for DeFalco's and wrapping these trucks, those PBAs wouldn't have known about the LCFA or taken the time to write checks. So wrapping these trucks does do its job.
I think it's really cool that, it's such a, it's such a unique, I think, way of spreading the word. And I can't think of anything around town where I live, anything like that. So I think it's really neat.
It's a billboard on wheels.
A billboard on wheels. I think that's pretty well said by Adam Remfer there. Very cool. Just the family aspect that the Remfers, have integrated to honor their late father, who passed of lung cancer, is just so inspiring. And there are just so many different ways that people advocate, whether they're patients of lung cancer or they're honoring a loved one or a friend that they may have lost to this terrible disease. So hats off to them, and really bringing in that family aspect of lung cancer and lung cancer awareness. Speaking of which, you are watching the World Lung Cancer Day social media takeover here, Lung Cancer Foundation of America putting this on. Just incredible stories from start to finish here, from patient advocates and family members of those who are advocating for lung cancer, who may have lost loved ones to lung cancer. LCFA, Lung Cancer Foundation of America, over the past decade, they have worked with their charitable partners in raising $4 million. And all of that money goes toward funding the youngest, brightest minds in lung cancer research. And without that donation, without those donations, that research wouldn't exist. And so much of this is so important because lung cancer is one of those, one of the most underfunded, is the most underfunded cancer research out there. So it's really important that these young investigators, what they're called, scientists, have this money to work with so that they can bring their research to light and bring more treatments and hopefully cure at some point this horrible disease. Now, for this next upcoming segment, we're actually going to bring in a second person. Her name is Laura Gallegos. Hi, Laura. How are you?
Hi, Jordan.
This next segment is all in Spanish, so Laura's going to be here to help walk us through that. A great conversation between Giovanna Portillo, and Dr. Perez. So I think it's going to be an awesome conversation. Laura, you listened in on this the other day, so the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Jordan. Ahora empezamos en español. En el Día Mundial de Cáncer de Pulmón, les damos la bienvenida a la toma de control de las redes sociales por la Fundación de Cáncer de Pulmón de América, LCFA. La señorita Giovanna Portillo, miembro de la Junta de LCFA, será la mediadora durante esta hora. La señorita Portillo entrevistará al doctor Román Pérez Soler, reconocido internacionalmente por su trabajo como oncólogo torácico. Empezamos con el doctor Pérez.
Buenos días, soy Román Pérez Soler, especialista en cáncer de pulmón y trabajo en el Hospital Montefiore Medical Center de Nueva York, que es afiliada a la Escuela de Medicina Albert Einstein. Y estoy aquí para darles información acerca de cáncer de pulmón, de las últimas novedades y las recomendaciones que damos a los pacientes y familias de pacientes.
Muchas gracias, doctor Pérez Soler. Mi nombre es Giovanna María Portillo. Yo soy sobreviviente de cáncer de pulmón. Fui diagnosticada hace 4 años, en julio del 2016. Y he estado estable desde que tuve una cirugía y una lobectomía, donde me quitaron la parte menor del pulmón izquierdo. Gracias por hacer esta entrevista esta mañana. Tengo algunas preguntas para usted. Si podemos empezar. La primera es, ¿cuál es su conexión con el cáncer de pulmón?
Mi conexión.
¿Qué le hizo elegir esta enfermedad?
Yo elegí esta enfermedad porque, y cuando lo elegí hace ya años, ¿no? Exactamente en el año 1990, yo estaba en el MD Anderson Cancer Center en Houston y había estado haciendo durante varios años investigación de laboratorio, pero yo había sido entrenado como oncólogo médico. Y entonces cuando mi programa de laboratorio ya había sido bien establecido y yo lo tenía bien en marcha, ¿no? Con funding y grants, yo quería hacer una subespecialidad clínica en oncología. Y siempre me había gustado pulmón por una razón fundamental, y es porque era el cáncer que más mortalidad tiene. La tercera parte de muertes de cáncer son debido a cáncer de pulmón. Y entonces vi ahí una oportunidad para realmente involucrarme en los adelantos que pudieran existir en los próximos 10 o 20 años. Y es por eso que escogí ir a la clínica de cáncer de pulmón, continuando mi investigación de laboratorio y básicamente con un énfasis en hacer estudios con nuevos fármacos o nuevas terapias para cáncer de pulmón, que es lo que hice durante los años 90 y también en los últimos años.
Perfecto. ¿Y qué piensas sobre la tasa de diagnóstico de por vida en los Estados Unidos, donde 1 de cada 15 personas puede esperar recibir un diagnóstico de cáncer de pulmón?
Bueno, es una enfermedad muy frecuente y sabemos que es una enfermedad que sí, fundamentalmente la van a padecer individuos que han fumado, que han sido fumadores, pero también sabemos que en un 20% de casos hay la enfermedad en gente más joven y gente que nunca ha fumado. Es decir, que la causa del cáncer de pulmón no es solo el tabaco. No hay ninguna duda que el tabaco sabemos muy bien que lo causa y de hecho esto nos lleva a, de alguna forma, enfatizar a todo el mundo que fumar es nocivo para la salud, no solo por cáncer de pulmón, sino por muchos otros motivos, pero que al mismo tiempo el no ser fumador te garantiza que no vas a tener cáncer de pulmón, porque sabemos que hay un 20% de pacientes que tienen cáncer de pulmón no fumadores. Creo que si nadie fumara, si de todo el mundo dejara de fumar, en 10, 15, 20 años veríamos mucho menos cáncer de pulmón y el que veríamos sobre todo es el cáncer de pulmón de no fumadores, que aún sería un 20% de casos, seguiría siendo 30 o 40.000 pacientes al año en Estados Unidos, ahora es como 200.000, ¿no? Pero el dejar de fumar es muy importante, pero no es la solución de todo el problema. Cuidado. Entonces, por eso yo creo que hay que enfatizar esto y las personas que tienen síntomas sugerentes de cáncer de pulmón debieran testearse y debieran seguirse porque el hecho de que no sean fumadores no quiere decir que no tengan la probabilidad de tenerlo, aunque la probabilidad es más baja.
Sí, yo estoy bajo esa clasificación, los 20% de personas más jóvenes que nunca han fumado en su vida. Y esta enfermedad era la última enfermedad que yo pensé que tendría que pasar por mi vida, porque no fumé, yo seguí las reglas, no fumaba, estaba más o menos saludable por lo general, así que cuando recibí este diagnóstico sí fue muy inesperado y fue un shock.
Seguro, y lo que estás diciendo es exactamente lo que dicen los pacientes que yo he visto de tu edad, que nunca han fumado y que se cuidan mucho y a pesar de todo tienen la enfermedad, ¿no? Estos son los pacientes que están más defraudados por la noticia, ¿no? Porque les viene como una sorpresa, pero realmente es todavía un misterio lo que causa cáncer de pulmón en los no fumadores. Es un auténtico misterio.
Sí, muy cierto. Usted comentó acerca del estigma y yo quería agarrar su opinión sobre qué recomendaría usted, qué se puede hacer para eliminar el estigma que está asociado con el cáncer de pulmón. ¿Qué sugerencias tendría usted?
Yo siempre he dicho que el fumador no es un pecador, no es una persona que realmente debiéramos culparle de eso. El fumador en realidad es una víctima de una propaganda y de una cultura en el que fumar se veía como bien, ¿no? Cuando uno es joven, el fumar se ve como una cosa cool, ¿entienden? Entre la gente joven. Y hay gente que fuma de joven, como todos hemos probado un par de cigarrillos, yo probé 2 cigarrillos, pero a mí realmente no me da ninguna satisfacción y al contrario, me irrita la garganta, o sea, me molesta. Pero la gente joven va a probar el tabaco, eso va a ser inevitable. Pero entonces hay unos que van a quedar adiccionados. En algunos se desarrolla adicción y en otros no se desarrolla adicción. Y los que no desarrollan adicción, pues cuando van madurando, son más mayores y se dan cuenta de que realmente esto es peligroso, dejan de fumar. Y obviamente esto les salva. Pero los que de alguna forma tienen una predisposición a coger la adicción van a continuar fumando. Y el empezar a fumar sí es culpa de uno, pero el adiccionarse probablemente ya no es culpa de uno, es tu biología, tu cuerpo se acostumbra al tabaco y lo necesita. Y no sabemos cómo distinguir el que está predispuesto a adiccionarse y el que no. Entonces yo siempre he dicho que el fumador empedernido que no lo puede dejar a pesar de oír que esto es malo, es una víctima, primero de todo la cuestión comercial del tabaco y segundo de que es una persona él predispuesto a la adicción y es más difícil para él dejarlo una vez él está acostumbrado a eso, ¿me entiendes? No es diferente de cualquier otra adicción. Alcohol, drogas, hay gente que en un día puede dejar eso porque el cuerpo no lo necesita, lo hacían por diversión, pero hay otros en que el cuerpo entonces lo necesita, el cuerpo se ha acostumbrado y si dejan de fumar o dejan de tomar alcohol, se encuentran mal, entonces se continúa el hábito, ¿no? Yo siempre he dicho que esto no es culpa de la persona en realidad eso él es una víctima de varios factores, y entonces, pero es verdad que los fumadores que tienen cáncer de pulmón, ellos se sienten culpables porque la sociedad les dice eso, ¿no? Yo creo que eso no es bueno, ¿entiendes?
No. Y lo que pasa es que también la sociedad automáticamente asume que todos los pacientes de cáncer de pulmón fueron fumadores. Es la primera pregunta que yo recibo. Oh, cuando fumas, tú no te ves como una fumadora. No, no lo soy. Tengo pulmones y ese era el único órgano que necesitaba para terminar.
Bueno, es como decir que la persona que es pobre es por su culpa, ¿entiendes? Y no, hay muchas razones por pobreza, no solo en no querer trabajar, ¿me entiendes? O sea pero es verdad, la gente asume por ignorancia, incluso en los fumadores como tú, la gente dice, bueno, dice que no es fumadora, pero ves a saber, yo creo que sí que fumó, ¿me entiendes? La gente tiende a no profundizar en el conocimiento, porque tiene un conocimiento muy superficial, ¿sabes? Sobre este asunto, pero en realidad no es verdad. En realidad yo creo que todos los fumadores, por el gasto que comporta y porque ellos saben que eso no es bueno, intentan dejarlo muchas veces o preferirían no fumar, pero están adiccionados, ¿no? Entonces, pero hay formas también de intentar evitar la adicción. Yo creo que eso es importante también, que también se les diga que eso es un problema, que no es la culpa suya y que hay formas médicas, ¿no? de intentar deshabituarlos, ¿no?
Sí. Muchas gracias por esa observación. La siguiente pregunta es, ¿por qué el cáncer de pulmón es una enfermedad pasada por alto en la comunidad médica?
He perdido tu voz. La pregunta que he oído es ¿por qué esta enfermedad es pasada por alto por la cultura, por el establishment médico? ¿Es esto lo que preguntabas? Es que he perdido tu voz, tu conexión.
Oh, perdón.
Vuelve a hacer la pregunta.
Yeah, sí, okay. Sí, la pregunta, y son como tres preguntas en una. ¿Por qué el cáncer de pulmón es una enfermedad pasada por alto en la comunidad médica? ¿Por qué es tan raro el diagnóstico de cáncer de pulmón en etapa temprana y cómo podemos cambiar eso en el futuro?
Muy buena pregunta, muy importante pregunta. O sea, vamos a continuar distinguiendo dos tipos de cáncer de pulmón, el de los fumadores y el de los no fumadores, porque sabemos que son dos enfermedades distintas y se tratan distintas. Hay muchas veces. ¿Podemos realmente detectar precozmente el cáncer de pulmón en fumadores? ¿Por qué? Porque simplemente sabiendo que han fumado una cierta cantidad de años y una cierta cantidad de cigarrillos al día, sabemos que su riesgo es muchísimo mayor que el de los no fumadores. Entonces se demostró ya hace años que el haciendo anualmente un escáner del tórax, que la verdad es que solo son 2 minutos debajo de la máquina, y si se hace de forma anual, se puede detectar un cáncer de pulmón cuando es muy, muy chiquitito, muy pequeño. Y esos cánceres de pulmón que son tan pequeños, la gran mayoría de ellos se pueden curar con cirugía. Es decir, que hay un tiempo en la evolución de esa enfermedad en que el tumor es muy pequeño, va creciendo, pero es pequeño y aún no ha tenido la oportunidad de diseminarse. Ese tiempo, ese window, esa ventana de oportunidad son varios años. Por lo tanto, si podemos detectarlo cuando todavía la persona está en esta ventana de oportunidad, entonces haciendo una operación bastante sencilla, se puede curar al 90% de los pacientes. Y se demostró claramente en un estudio randomizado en el que pacientes fumadores que fueron seguidos anualmente con escáneres y comparándolos con los que solo se hicieron radiografías, se detectaron mucho más cánceres en los pacientes que recibieron el escáner, la tomografía anual, y se curaron muchos más pacientes en ese grupo, de forma que el repetir los escáneres anualmente en esa población realmente reduce la mortalidad en el 20%. O sea que se salvan vidas de pacientes fumadores si se les hace el screening anual con la tomografía de tórax. O sea que existe esta oportunidad. El problema es que hay muchísimos pacientes o personas en Estados Unidos que son fumadores y que están a riesgo y en los que sabemos el que hacer el escáner permitiría disminuir significativamente la tasa de muerte en esos pacientes, pero por una razón u otra, ya sea su médico de cabecera, no los lleva al especialista, no se les advierte de que debieran hacer eso. En otros casos, el paciente mismo que no quiere hacerlo porque tiene miedo a que se descubra algo negativo. Por ejemplo, en mi familia, mi hermano ha sido fumador por muchos años, lo dejó hace 5 o 10 años y yo siempre le digo, debieras hacerte el escáner anual y no se lo quiere hacer. ¿Por qué? Yo creo que es el temor a que se descubra algo y prefieren estar en la oscuridad que estar bajo la luz, ¿no? Pero creo que el médico tiene la capacidad de persuadir, o al menos intentar persuadir a estas personas, que es en su beneficio hacer eso. O sea que no hemos utilizado al máximo, ni muchísimo menos, la capacidad de diagnóstico precoz que tenemos en todos esos pacientes. ¿Okay? Eso, cualquier campaña que de alguna forma y aumentara la gente que les hacemos screening, tendría un impacto inmediato en las vidas que vamos a curar. Eso salva vidas. O sea, eso es el grupo con los fumadores, que es el más fácil, porque sabemos que son fumadores y sabemos que eso causa cáncer de pulmón. El problema es en el grupo como tú, que son gente saludable, bien, joven, y que de golpe tienen un tumor en el pulmón y no se sabe el por qué y nunca notaron nada. Eso es mucho más difícil, porque no sabemos lo que causa eso. No sabemos si tú tienes predisposición genética, y desde luego no sabemos cómo medir esa predisposición genética, o no sabemos si tú has estado expuesta a algo que a mucha gente no le va a causar nada, pero en tu caso causa cáncer de pulmón y no sabemos qué es. ¿Qué es esto? Como hay muchos casos como el tuyo en China y en los países orientales, en el que muchas mujeres, creo que el 30 o 40% de cáncer de pulmón en China en mujeres es en no fumadores, pero se ha dicho de que están muy expuestas a los aceites de cocina y se había dicho que eso podría ser el carcinógeno, la exposición constante diaria a cocinas en que no están bien ventiladas, en que se cocina con aceites, eso podría ser carcinógeno, pero no se sabe, ¿entiendes? No se ha podido demostrar. Pero eso es difícil. Esperemos que en los próximos años se descubra el por qué tú tienes ese tumor, si es que tienes una predisposición genética o es que fuiste expuesta a algo que en tu caso lo produce, pero a lo mejor en otros no lo produce. Porque hay que también decir que hay fumadores de 2 paquetes diarios por 30 años que se mueren con los pulmones limpios. Es decir, que la predisposición genética es importante. Hay individuos en el que fumar mucho no le va a causar gran problema, por lo que sea, porque tiene la capacidad de desintoxicar constantemente ese veneno, ¿no? Mientras hay otros en el que la misma cantidad de veneno le va a producir una destrucción pulmonar y va a causar el cáncer. O sea que la predisposición genética es importante y probablemente en los próximos años habrá algún día en que podremos saber cuál es nuestra predisposición genética a varias enfermedades, no solo estas, sino otras. Eso es información que el paciente quiere. Yo no sé si yo quiero saber hoy si tengo predisposición a tener Alzheimer o tener cáncer de páncreas. No lo sé, porque esto me crearía una preocupación, ¿no? Y desgraciadamente muchas veces preferimos vivir en la ignorancia, porque muchas veces el no saber la verdad forma parte del sentirse feliz en ese momento, ¿no? Si sabes la verdad, ya te ha amargado la existencia.
Sí, muy
Bueno,
cierto.
yo creo que hay que decirle al paciente la realidad y él que escoja, ¿no? Porque él solo es la única persona que se conoce a sí mismo, ¿no? Y él sabe lo que es bueno para él y si esa información él la puede digerir bien y manejarla. Si piensa que no la va a digerir bien y no la va a manejar, pues si no quiere hacerse la prueba, pues lo único que le podemos decir es realmente la verdad, ¿no? Intentar ayudar.
Muy cierto, gracias. La siguiente pregunta es, ¿puede pensar en una forma en que descartar el cáncer de pulmón puede convertirse en un proceso más estándar con cualquier enfermedad pulmonar o torácica, en lugar de una opción o prueba de último recurso?
Bueno, la única opción sería hacerlo obligatorio a todos los pacientes que han fumado. Es muy difícil hacer algo obligatorio. Tú sabes, cada año se recomienda a la gente que se vacunen contra la gripe. Yo me vacuno cada año contra la gripe porque creo en las vacunas y creo que eso previene enfermedad y si te la previene a ti, previenes infectar al vecino. Pero incluso en nuestro hospital tenemos una gran campaña de vacunación contra la gripe porque en invierno la sala de emergencias se llena de pacientes con gripe y bloquea toda la asistencia sanitaria. Hay un 10% de los trabajadores sanitarios que no se toman la vacuna. Y a pesar de que se insiste, y yo como jefe de mi departamento les digo, por favor, tómense la vacuna, que eso no es solo bueno para ti, es bueno para los demás, porque así prevenimos infección. Es decir, que es muy difícil hacer las cosas obligatorias. Debieran ser obligatorias. Yo no tendría inconveniente en hacerlas obligatorias, pero obviamente yo no soy el que va a tomar esa decisión. Pero los que pueden tomar esa decisión han decidido que ese tipo de obligatoriedad no respeta el derecho de las personas a su elección individual. Yo lo miro más desde la posibilidad de que eso representa un gasto para el sistema sanitario y en el caso de enfermedades infecciosas representa un riesgo de infectar a otras personas. En el caso de cáncer no, es solo tú, pero bueno, entonces hay que tomar cuidado de ti, hay que operarte, hay que darte radioterapia, hay que dar quimioterapia, eso es un gasto tremendo para la sociedad. O sea que yo lo haría obligatorio desde este punto de vista y es que desde el punto de vista de como sociedad no podemos esperar que tú tengas cáncer de pulmón dentro de 10 años avanzado y que tu tratamiento cueste cientos de miles de dólares al resto de individuos que están cotizando cada mes para que tengamos un sistema sanitario para todos, ¿me entiendes? Yo lo haría más desde este punto de vista, una obligación de tú con los tuyos, con la sociedad. Yo no tendría inconveniente en que todo fumador de más de X paquetes se le hiciera un escáner anual. Y creo que además sería, si se pudiera implementar, salvaría vidas y disminuiría el costo de la sanidad pública. Pero eso es una cuestión más política que médica.
Sí. Muy cierto. Y pues eso es específicamente a la gente que sabemos que fueron fumadores, pero no sé si habría alguna opción para esos de nosotros que
Y
no.
para gente como tú, en este momento no hay opciones científicamente demostradas. Cuidado. Si tú dijeras, mire, yo entiendo que no existe en este momento una intervención científicamente demostrada en un estudio con 50.000 personas. Y usted dijera, mire, yo he tenido eso, pues yo creo que mis hermanos, porque no sabemos si eso puede ser también un componente familiar, yo quiero que mis hermanos tengan el test, porque aunque no sepamos si sirve de nada, ¿qué daño les va a causar hacerse un escáner, no? Si usted dijera eso, o sea, desde un punto de vista individual, o su hermana dijera eso, ¿no? Dijera, mire, mi hermana tuvo eso y yo me encuentro bien, pero a lo mejor también lo tengo, pues yo quiero hacerme el escáner. Sí, yo creo que vas a conseguir a alguien que te lo haga el escáner, pero probablemente lo que vas a tener problemas es en que la insurance lo pague. van a decir que no está eso demostrado. Eso es porque tú te lo quieres hacer, te van a decir que te lo pagues tú. Claro, eso para una minoría de la población no es problema, pero para la mayoría de la población eso es problema. No está reembolsado, no está pagado. Yo creo, tengo esperanzas de que en los próximos años quizá va a haber un test en la sangre que detecte alteraciones, tú sabes, genéticas en la sangre, que sea solo un pincharte la vena y hacer el estudio y que pueda detectar si tú ya puedes tener de forma silenciosa cáncer de pulmón u otros cánceres. Porque lo mismo ocurre con cáncer de páncreas, cáncer de cerebro, enfermedades que si se diagnostican en estado avanzado son muy, muy graves, pero son enfermedades que si se detectan en estadio precoz se pueden curar. Se trabaja mucho en test, en el suero, en el plasma, DNA, mucho. Y obviamente también radiografías. Radiografías en el fumador con pulmón se ha demostrado clarísimamente que eso salva vidas. Eso ya lo tenemos claro. Y a pesar de ello no lo hacemos tan frecuentemente como se debería. En la población general que no tiene factores de riesgo como tú, no existe nada en ese momento. Pero dale tiempo al research. No en este momento, pero dale tiempo. Se va a encontrar algún día algo que es el primer signo en la sangre de que alguien tiene un tumor en algún sitio. Entonces, una vez tienes esto positivo, entonces a las radiografías. ¿Dónde está el tumor? ¿En el pulmón o en el páncreas o en el cerebro? Entonces ya se empieza a buscar, ¿no? Pero eso nos debiera dar la sospecha, un test de la sangre que fuera rápido y se pudiera hacer. Pues claro, una radiografía requiere un appointment y esperar si te la hacen, pero un test en la sangre se puede hacer, es como dar una vacuna, eso son 5 minutos, ¿no?
Sí.
O sea, se está trabajando mucho y yo creo que va a haber, tú sabes, ha habido el progreso científico en los últimos 30 años es espectacular. Yo jamás hubiera creído, en el año 1990, cuando empecé oncología torácica, que tendríamos hoy tratamientos orales que hacen que los pacientes vivan por años. ¿Me entiendes? Yo nunca pensé eso y yo fui de los primeros que hice un estudio con Tarceva, erlotinib, y cuando vimos respuestas con la pastilla, ¿no? Que le llamamos entonces, estábamos todos impresionados porque hasta entonces lo único que había es quimioterapia tóxica, que realmente no beneficiaba mucho a los pacientes, a unos pocos, ¿no? O sea que ha habido mucho progreso y continuará habiendo mucho progreso, porque obviamente el principal problema que la gente tiene, si les preguntas, es la salud. No hay mejor inversión en la sociedad que invertir en salud, porque todos queremos vivir más, porque todos queremos que nuestros hijos vivan más, queremos ver que crezcan, ¿entiendes? Todo eso es lo fundamental. Si pierdes la salud, lo has perdido todo. No hay dinero que pueda compensar por esa pérdida. O sea que yo creo que va a haber, y seguirá habiendo mucha investigación, pero es complicado, no es sencillo, ¿eh?
Sí. Cierto. Bueno, la siguiente pregunta es, ¿cuál es la explicación del fenómeno observado en las últimas décadas donde la tasa de mortalidad por cáncer de pulmón para los hombres ha disminuido en un 29%, mientras que la tasa de mortalidad para las mujeres ha aumentado en un 102% durante el mismo periodo de tiempo?
Sí, la explicación que se ha dado de esto, una de las explicaciones, porque obviamente es que los hombres, la tasa de fumador en el hombre, tuvo el máximo antes que las mujeres. De alguna forma, el hábito de fumar en el hombre estaba muy, muy aceptado en los años 60, 70 y 80. Y a la que se empezó ya a hacer todas las campañas contra el tabaco, obviamente el fumador tuvo que aceptar que fumar no era bueno. Y los hombres fueron más rápidos en empezar a dejar de fumar o fumar menos, mientras que las mujeres empezaron el hábito más tarde y dejaron de fumar más tarde. Esto es lo que se ha dicho y por eso estamos viendo ahora el efecto del hecho de que en realidad sí, hay menos gente fumando hoy que hace 20 o 30 años. Pero los hombres dejaron de fumar primero, parece. Esto es lo que yo he leído y se dice como una de las posibles explicaciones. Probablemente es más complejo que esto. Como resultado, y es verdad que hoy en día la mayoría de pacientes que vemos fumadores no son active smokers. Son pacientes que dejaron de fumar hace 10, 15, 20 años. En el año 90 y en los años 80 todavía se fumaba en el hospital. Yo recuerdo haber hecho rounds en el año 83 y 84 en el MD Anderson de Houston, el hospital más importante del mundo de cáncer de pulmón, en que los pacientes podían fumar en el hospital. Y recuerdo una paciente que tenía cáncer de pulmón y que cuando fui a verla estaba fumando y le dije, ¿usted por qué fuma? ¿Que no ve que se está destrozando los pulmones? Y hasta hice la incorrección de cogerle el cigarrillo y tirarlo, lo cual no es apropiado, obviamente. Lo que quiero decir es que ha cambiado la cosa también culturalmente mucho y hoy en día incluso los fumadores saben que dejar de fumar es importante y hay remedios, nicotina, patches, hay remedios para dejar eso. Y ha habido muchos fumadores que han dejado de fumar, pero parece ser que los hombres dejaron de fumar antes y las mujeres después y por eso estamos viendo esta diferencia. La otra posibilidad es que hay una epidemia del tipo de cáncer de pulmón del que tú has tenido. Y en realidad hay más casos hoy en día, porque el tipo de cáncer que tú tienes, ahora por lo que sea, por un factor ambiental, porque respiramos algo que no sabemos lo que es, hay más casos de esto. Pudiera ser, y se da sobre todo más en mujeres. Quizá haya interacciones hormonales o algo. Esa es la segunda posibilidad, y probablemente es una mezcla entre las dos cosas. O sea que es difícil saber exactamente, pero probablemente tiene que ver bastante con el dejar de fumar, que fue primero en los hombres que en las mujeres.
Muchas gracias. Y la última pregunta que le voy a hacer hoy va a ser, ¿por qué la tasa de supervivencia a 5 años es la más baja para los pacientes de cáncer de pulmón?
Porque la enfermedad se detecta tarde. Mira, en cáncer de mama, porque se le ha dicho a las mujeres que se examinen ellas, se descubren los nódulos cuando son muy pequeños e inmediatamente se hace una mamografía y se pone una aguja y se intenta diagnosticar y muchas veces no es cáncer, porque es una zona accesible. El pulmón no es accesible y además el pulmón no duele. O sea, un tumor en medio del pulmón no duele. Por lo tanto, el tumor va a crecer sin doler y sin causar problemas respiratorios porque tenemos el otro pulmón para respirar. Lo que pasa entonces es que cuando diagnosticamos al paciente ya está enfermo, ya tiene enfermedad que se ha diseminado a otros órganos. Y entonces ya los tratamientos para curar el cáncer de pulmón diseminado no son tan eficaces y de hecho la curación es muy difícil una vez se ha diseminado el cáncer de pulmón. Ahora con la inmunoterapia, con algunas terápicas estas moleculares, tenemos sobrevivencia a los 5 años mucho más elevada, pero todavía, porque diagnosticamos tarde, nuestra mortalidad es muy baja y en realidad una vez es enfermedad avanzada, la sobrevivencia a los 5 años es 5 o 10%. Curamos muy poco.
Gracias, doctor Pérez y señorita Portillo, por su conversación tan interesante. En los últimos 10 años, la LCFA, al igual que sus socios, para la investigación del cáncer de pulmón y atraer a los mejores médicos al campo de este tipo de cáncer. La meta de las becas de Young Investigator es financiar las mejores investigaciones y lograr el mayor impacto posible a pacientes de cáncer de pulmón. Por favor, ayuden a la LCFA a continuar este trabajo tan importante. Con su donación, usted podría ayudar a otro científico o científica a combatir el cáncer de pulmón a través de las becas de investigación de Young Investigator. Para hacer donación, envíe un mensaje de texto a Lungs Forever al 41444 o haga clic en el botón donar en la parte superior de la pantalla si está en la página de este evento. Muchas gracias a todos por su apoyo tan importante. Diane?
Hi there, Laura. How are you?
I'm doing great, Diane. Thank you for making me a part of this.
Oh, thank you for being part of it. This is so wonderful. I was really interested as you were listening. We talked about earlier, what was the point that you really got out of the conversation that we just had?
As for me, lung cancer is a new topic that I don't know a lot about. And I think like a lot of people, you would be surprised to know that there are a large number of individuals who have lung cancer who have never, ever picked up a cigarette.
Exactly. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? And to think that it impacts so many people so severely, and yet there's so little funding that goes into it. It's just a wonderful thing. We want to thank you so much for helping us, especially with the Spanish portion, and just checking in with us, because I think it's great, and we always love to see you.
Thank you so much, Diane.
All right. Thanks so much. So I'm Diane Mulligan. I'm here with Lung Cancer Foundation of America on our World Lung Cancer Day social media takeover. We are so excited to have you here today. Thank you so much for joining us. I got to tell you, the next 30 minutes, you are just going to be inspired. Montessa Lee is one of our Speakers Bureau members, and she has a rarer form of cancer called small cell lung cancer. She's also a special education teacher and a teacher of special education teachers. And she's just a fabulous lady who we can't wait to talk to. She really uses, hey, Montessa, how are you? You use some of your special education skills to deal with your lung cancer. So I just want to welcome you. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. So you know what? Let's just jump right into this. Tell us a little bit about your story and how you're living with lung cancer.
Okay. Yep. So at the age of 28 in 2006, I was diagnosed with small cell lung cancer after being misdiagnosed twice. First time I went to a regular care doctor, and they said I had I went to an urgent care doctor, and they said I had costochondritis, inflammation around the rib cage. The next time I went to a primary care doctor, never gave an x-ray, and they said I had bronchitis.
Montessa, I just want to ask you real quick. Isn't it amazing how many times we hear that people are misdiagnosed?
Yes, it is. And, later on, my oncologist would tell me, you were young, 28 years old, healthy, non-smoker. It wouldn't have been the first, second, third, fourth, nowhere on the top of the line of things to think about me having lung cancer. And I didn't know that you're supposed to get an x-ray even for bronchitis. So
it's crazy. It's crazy. And now, so you have small cell lung cancer. Talk to me a little bit about that. What does that mean, and how is that so different?
So the oncologist, I would never forget this, the day he told, after the biopsy and things, and told me my diagnosis. He said they used to call it oat cell cancer because it looks like small oats underneath the microscope. And he said, it was really the crazy name. My cousin was there with me at that time, and we were like, yeah, that is a weird name. I don't want to think about eating a bowl of oatmeal. So it's all about how it looks, different under the microscope. It is also a more aggressive form of cancer. If you watch your news lately, I'm sure people hear about small cell lung cancer.
All the time we hear about that.
Drugs that are coming out. But small cell is a smaller portion of patients also diagnosed with small cell compared to non-small cell.
Tell me more about your journey. So once you were diagnosed, what was your journey like?
Mm-hmm. So when I was in the ER, the night they finally found the tumor, my cousin got on the phone and called another cousin of mine who is a doctor at another hospital, and everybody got in motion right away to figure out what they were going to do. And when I was sitting there, I heard, we're going to do a biopsy and start an IV. And I said, I have to go home. I'm not going to sit here. I heard needle in my head. I heard needle and surgery. And I was like, no, those two options are out.
Yeah.
and so she told me the doctor convinced me to look at the x-ray, and 3/4 of my lung were covered with this mass. So I said, wow, yeah, I guess I'm staying. And that night they immediately did a biopsy, a needle-guided biopsy. They said they didn't get enough tissue. Had to go back in the next week to get an open chest biopsy. Met my oncologist and immediately was hospitalized. That year, it was about the Thursday before Christmas. And I ended up being in the hospital the Thursday before Christmas until after New Year's that year. and they immediately started chemotherapy. They put a Metaport in. They checked my heart, the periocardial staff, to make sure there was no cancer there. And I had, I forgot how many rounds of radiation and 8 cycles of chemotherapy. So I didn't finish chemo until probably the end of April of 2007. And then about that time, prophylactic cranial brain radiation came about. So I had radiation to the brain. And my last day of my brain radiation treatment was the first day back to school. The kids weren't there yet, you know, it was pre-service days, but that was my last day.
Talk about hitting the ground running.
Yes. Yeah. Life as you know it, you know, stops. You know, I was very active in my church, going on mission trips and very involved. And I was literally at work one day and in the ER the next.
That's crazy. And what was when they said the word cancer, what went through your head?
So at first they didn't, so it was a progression. So when I was there in the ER that early December, and they said it might be cancer, it might not be, you know, and then they said it might be some rare form of cancer. So until I finally got that open chest biopsy, I didn't really get the full diagnosis. But, you know, I'm a woman of faith. And that night when I was in the ER in the hospital and I heard the might be, what kept me going was, you know, I just heard the voice and spoke to me. I believe it was, you know, my faith speaking to me and saying, this is going to be something bad, but it's not going to kill you. It's going to be a healing testimony for somebody beyond yourself. And so I knew my voice, I had to lend a voice to this disease. And it wasn't until later, after I got the diagnosis of small cell, my oncologist never gave me a death sentence, thank God. He never told me the stats right away. I found that on my own when I went home and did the research.
And once you did the research, when did you decide to write your book? Let's talk a little bit about the book that you've written.
Oh, yes. I read a book called He Whispered Life. And ever since I was younger, I used to journal. And as I was journaling, you know, it was kind of therapeutic. And I decided while I was sick, I was like, let me write. And that's the cover of my book.
There it is. Yep. It's a beautiful cover too.
Thank you. I said, let me write down my thoughts, you know, so I won't forget any of this journey. So I was just doodling on and at low points. So one low point was I finished treatment. The tumor had responded to the chemotherapy. It was showing no evidence of the disease on the PET scan, but I still had a mass in my chest and the surgeon wouldn't operate. So
can you stop there for a second? Because I'm not sure everybody, including me, understands how you could have a mass in your chest and still have no evidence of disease. Was the mass benign?
Yes. So, for the insurance company, my nurse case manager thought that because the tumor was so large, and I forgot to mention that by the time they found it, it was a 15-centimeter mass, the size of a cantaloupe in my chest.
The size of a cantaloupe, like we're talking this big.
Yeah, the 15-9-centimeter mass. And mind you, no one had ever given me an X-ray. That's why I thought I was just had asthma or something. Otherwise I'm functioning. Not 100% capacity, but I'm functioning to some degree with a lot of trouble breathing and some issues with my heart going on as well, with fluid built up.
That's tremendous. I mean, what you have been through, and yet you've taken your voice and you've lent it to advocacy, and really being a special education teacher gave you some interesting insight. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Oh, yes. So I, and part of my book talks about that too, how my journey came into teaching, because it wasn't my undergraduate degree. So teaching was my calling. I do believe that it was my calling, a calling to end up in Maryland where I live, and a calling to work in the state I lived. The district that I lived in. And when I was in North Carolina still, I started working with children that had autism. And I was very passionate about learning more, especially about the brain research with autism. Yeah. And I ended up I'm in Maryland now, and I've been working. I was even in my master's program when I got sick.
You told me that, but you were trying to finish, correct? When you got sick?
Close to, I don't know how many more semesters I had, but I was almost to the end. I was way more than halfway done. And here's this diagnosis and me still trying to persevere to get that degree done and fight for our kids, fight for the marginalized students and our students with special needs. I had a special affinity to work with kids with autism. And Here's my this is where I didn't know.
It's a big day, right?
My parents, graduated from Johns Hopkins University with my master's. You can't see it in this picture, but I have a lapel pin on that has my lung cancer pin. And I had a bracelet on because during my advocacy work, I met an aunt. Her name is Kathy, but she had a niece who passed away from lung cancer, and her dream was to become a special educator. So on my graduation day, I wore a bracelet that her aunt and them made for her advocacy efforts.
That's beautiful. I love that. How did you push through? I mean, I know that you were close, but were you going through chemo at that time while you were also studying to finish up?
So the night I went to the ER, I was on my way to a grad school class, and the pain was unbearable, but I had a quiz that day, a test, and I was like, oh, let me just.
You are one dedicated person. I was going to say that.
Yes, I don't. And nowhere in my mind did I think I was going to end up in the hospital that night. The pain was bad. I went to go take the test. The pain subsided some. And a matter of fact, that night I also had another one of my cousins. I have a very large extended family. Another one of my cousins, her mom was calling me because she was in labor close to that time too. So I have all these things going on at once. A new relative to the family. I have to take this quiz. I'm trying to persevere. And because I didn't know what was wrong with me, and by the time I got home, the pain kind of subsided. I lived with my another cousin at the time, and I almost told her, no, let's just wait. I don't have to go to the ER. The pain feels a little better. And something told me, let me just go and they can give you a painkiller, something to ease the pain.
Yeah.
And so after that, and I realized I was going to stay in the hospital for a while, I still had a couple of more assignments to finish my program. And I said, I'm not going to take an incomplete, I have to finish just because I knew I had come too far and I didn't want to repeat the class or take an incomplete. So I contacted the professors, was able to remotely finish my last few assignments, and then I had to take a semester off.
But then you started working with the children, and you talked a little bit earlier about working with children with autism. What did that teach you?
So it taught me a lot. So from after, and you never would think that my lung cancer diagnosis and my advocacy work with lung cancer would tie into education, but it did. So after going to these trainings for lung cancer advocacy and these conferences, I learned to see, let me back up a little bit. After my diagnosis, and I did my research and realized how inadequately funded lung cancer was compared to other cancers, I was angry. I just kept emailing organizations, trying to find information, saying this is an atrocity. Years later, we're not progressing, and this was in 2006.
Right.
So I took that anger and then turned it into advocacy. And, mind you, I wasn't working during that time, up until the next school year. When I went back to school, and John Lewis, who passed away recently, he says, if you see something like an injustice going on, you must say something, you have to do something. And I always knew something burning in me, some passion. Sometimes I would see things that weren't right. But I realized what education needed was the same type of advocacy that they were teaching us in the lung cancer community. Enough is enough. That if we see these atrocities, especially for our students with special needs, sometimes they are marginalized students, just as well as students in poverty, students of color. So we have to do something to provide equity and access instead of just measuring them to some level of a test.
Right.
Life, they can't be defined by a box. So that's my goal now. And I'm back in school, but my goal is to work with them and to connect the policy I'm learning and the advocacy efforts I'm learning from the lung cancer community and tie it into students with disabilities and make outcomes improved for them.
I love how you're tying that all together, and your faith has really informed so much of this, and you went on some mission trips. Talk to me a little bit about those.
Oh, yeah. So the year I was diagnosed, the first year in 2006, I went to Jamaica. And you think you're going to serve other people, but it's really a blessing to you. The next year in 2007, I was supposed to go back to Jamaica and go to Sierra Leone. But of course, I was in treatment. I could not go. So as soon as I was able, like in 2008, and this is a picture of me going back to Jamaica, the school I worked in at the time, they decided to do a book drive with the kids and the teachers.
Mhm.
And I am a book lady myself. I am a lover of books. So we were working at it's almost like an orphanage for girls. And so this is part of that book collection and donation of me repacking these books to give to the girls in the home.
I love that. That's wonderful. The other thing is that you have really found your voice when it comes to lung cancer, and you talk so much about that. You were part of an LCFA program where Speakers Bureau members, and you're on our Speakers Bureau, and we're so lucky to have you, ask doctors questions about the most important details to patients. It's called the Hope with Answers program, which is over on lcfamerica.org. And you interviewed one of the doctors. I'd like to take a look at that interview and see the kind of questions you asked.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Montessa, I think we were having some technical difficulties there. Let's talk a little bit about Hope with Answers, and how you work with LCFA to educate people and kind of the idea behind the program. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so, and we had some technical difficulties, but I believe that clip, there's a series of clips that anybody can go back and watch that talks about small cell lung cancer. And I'm really excited that Dr. Lovely is really reaching out and doing some research for small cell lung cancer. For so long, we've kind of been forgotten. So that's what Hope with Answers, and that's what the foundation is also. We go out to speak and advocate. And just like today, that we're showing living with lung cancer. So yes, we need research. Yes, we need funding. but you don't have to go up in your bed and people hear cancer and they think it's a death sentence sometimes, but here you're seeing people living.
Absolutely. And we talked a little bit about the difference between non-small cell lung cancer and small cell lung cancer. I know that you had a Twitter chat a little earlier. Tell me about what you had on the Twitter chat, because if people are interested in going back and looking, it was just in the past half hour. So we'd love for them to go and to comment and to ask questions about this, because this is a unique form of cancer.
Yes, it is. And so there was Q&A back and forth. So some talking about the research that Dr. Lovely is doing, even in the form of liquid biopsies, which is something very new. So if you go back on the Twitter handle, even on my page or through the Lung Cancer Foundation of America, you can see that whole Twitter chat with Dr. Lovely that goes back and forth and promises and hope for small cell lung cancer. Maybe we'll see something on the news one day, as an
I love that. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Because you were talking about how angry it made you that funding was so small. I mean, for all the major cancers, lung cancer kills more people than breast, colon, and prostate cancer combined. And yet it is the least federally funded of all the major cancers. What do you think that's about?
I think that part of it is because there was such a heavy stigma, especially in small cell, because small cell is even highly associated with the history of smoking. So they have done an excellent job with these smoking cessation problems, but we can't put a cause with a disease and call it as it's your fault. Number one, if you have lungs, you're at risk of getting lung cancer.
Exactly. So
I don't know if that is that's probably a large part of it, is that and because it was hard to treat, and it was mad because when I saw that the prognosis rates hadn't changed, in 2006, that people were still dying. People still are, but nowhere near like the research that we were seeing in 2006. So.
Absolutely. And the Hope with Answers program is really a program where people like you ask the doctors questions that maybe you wanted to ask when you were in the doctor's office, but didn't think of, because I'm guessing once you hear the word cancer, that's the end of what you hear. Right. Would you say that that's pretty true? I mean, your brain kind of shuts down, right?
Yes. And also I think the Hope with Answers, it provides it in layman terms. So as you can see, you see a patient advocate asking the questions. So somebody with a clear head at that time. So they're advocating on behalf of you as well in those interview sessions.
We're going to actually take the Hope with Answers video that we had hoped was going to play, but you know how live things go. We're going to put that right in the comments. So people that are watching can click on it right there, or they can go into the lcfamerica.org website, the LCFA website, and find out more about small cell, as well as all the different topics, including the first 7 days, which is once you're diagnosed and you're thinking, what next? And it doesn't have to be 7 days. It could be 7 weeks or 7 months. It doesn't matter what that time frame is. What are the next steps that I take? That they can go and watch those Hope with Answers and watch people like you who do such a wonderful job, really educating and asking doctors. Are you not amazed at how well the doctors did talk in layman terms throughout this whole thing and made it so comfortable? I mean, somebody could watch this at 3 a.m. if they thought of one of the questions.
Yes, yeah, it is amazing that, instead of hearing, and in the education world, we would call it giving out all these acronyms that no one else knows unless you're in the field. So it does help to break it down and it gives patients hope, too. I think that building a connection also with their doctors.
So the last question I want to ask you is, what does research mean to you? Why is that funding so important?
Yeah, research means, hey, an increase in lives that, I don't have to, and being in these communities that I don't have to say goodbye to so many people, and people have hope. People that have children can go home to their families and their children don't have to worry about it. We don't have to worry about these genetic mutations, even heredity, if they're finding causes for that for any non-small cell, we have hope.
We do have hope, and we have, there have been more advances made in the past 5 years than in the past 20 years. So we are seeing changes. And when you go on Hope with Answers and you meet these young investigators who are researching, I mean, isn't that one of the most inspiring things that you've ever seen? You're just like, yay, we're making progress, but we need to do so much more.
Yes, and that's why I'm really glad. I mean, who would say they're excited to see research about lung cancer? But I am, especially for small cell, because being in this so long and doing advocacy, I would always go to these sessions and see non-small cell, and maybe one study on small cell. So this research and the young investigators are inspiring me.
And Dr. Lovely, who is truly a lovely lady, is one of the people I think when you go and you see her interviewed, she just explains it so clearly. Yeah. And liquid biopsy, real quick, tell us a little bit about what a game changer liquid biopsy could be.
Oh yes, even because I said no more any elective surgery, no surgery for me, because the needle-guided biopsy, when they said that they didn't get enough tissue, then they had to cut actually surgery that I had to go into to remove a portion of the tumor. And so, any type of anything that we could have less impact for the patient, less side effects.
Right. And really, they take a blood sample. Am I right? And they're going to look at the blood sample and see if there are cancer cells within the blood. And I'm not a doctor, so I'm not explaining it exactly. But I just find it fascinating that from a blood sample, as opposed to when you went through a biopsy, what was that like? Oh, yeah. The needle-guided biopsy is still not as comfortable as it would be just to get a vial of blood or, So, yeah. And then the open chest biopsy was not good at all. I didn't really want to go through surgery. So tell me about what you're doing now. How are you doing now? So now I'm well. I just go back for regular checkups because, all of the treatment that you go through might put you at risk. So people that had chest radiation like myself at a young age at risk for breast cancer. So go for maintenance checkups with my doctors, my oncologist. And also I'm back at work full time. I've been back, I didn't take any extra time off minus doctor's appointments since I can't believe that. That's amazing. And I'm back in school, of course. Look at, somebody who doesn't necessarily like school, I must be a lifelong learner. And talk about the face of lung cancer not being the face that I think many people would think of. Would you agree? Oh, yes. I think everybody today that they will see on Facebook Live and Twitter is not what, the picture of the person next door to you. You never know. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much for this discussion today. It was great. You do excellent work. We're so happy for you. And it's just a delight to spend some time with you. Thank you. You too. All right. Thanks so much. Well, as you can see, living with lung cancer looks a lot different than maybe what you thought living with lung cancer looked like. But we can even make it look better. And that is because it's so important for us to be able to raise the funds for Lung Cancer Foundation of America to fund the research for the young investigators. In the past decade, LCFA and their charitable partners have contributed more than $4 million to lung cancer research to attract the best and the brightest to the field of lung cancer. And the goal of these young investigator grants is to fund the best research to make possible the largest positive impact for lung cancer patients. And that's what we really want. So please help LCFA attract even more of the best and brightest to the lung cancer research pool, because it's so important. With your donation, you can help us add another scientist to the fight. And it's that scientist who could find the next breakthrough, which so many of the speakers that you're meeting today, so many lung cancer patients are waiting for. So please text to lungs, the number 4EVER, lungs forever, to 41444. And then click on the donate button on the top of the screen if you're joining us on the World Lung Cancer Day page. So I love talking to Montessa. She's just fantastic. And yes, Terry, she is amazing. And when you meet her in person, she's just a bright light. She's just great. So Tabitha, where we're going next, I am going to tell you, we are going to have so much fun. This is going to be a whole different thing, and I can't wait for it. Oh, there they are, the Pacione family. How are you?
Hi, Diane.
Hello.
Hi.
So, one of the ways that you guys are going to show us how Tabitha lives with lung cancer is to spend time with her family and do something special. And we are going to do a cupcake competition, cupcake decorating competition. Is that right?
Yes, we are. We're actually doing a cake decorating competition. It is going to be the parents, the winners, of course, versus the kids.
Oh, parents, you know whose side I'm on. Before we get started, Tabitha, can you just tell us a little bit about your lung cancer journey?
Absolutely. So, hi everyone. I'm Tabitha Buonanno. Back in 2016, I was a 35-year-old mom, probably in the best shape of my life, and I had a cough, and I had no idea that lung cancer was even a possibility. And after about 10 months of misdiagnosis and going back and forth and trying to figure out what was wrong with me, I was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer in September of 2016.
Wow. Such a shock. Such a huge shock. And how have you been since then?
Shortly after I was diagnosed, I was blessed to be able to go through biomarker testing, and I am ALK positive. And right now I've been on 2 different targeted therapies, and I'm currently on alectinib. And as of October of this last year, I'm in remission.
Yay! That's wonderful. All right. So on that note, let's let the competition begin. So, Tabitha, let's start with, tell us a little bit about the rules. We're going to put up a graphic with the rules and talk about what the rules are real quick while you guys get everything ready.
Sure. So the rules of our competition are pretty simple. We are going to be split up into teams of 2. So the parents versus the kids, and each team is going to get the exact same supplies. So we'll have an 8-inch cake and all the decorating supplies that we need. And then we are going to spend 20 minutes decorating the cake, the best possible cake that we can. The theme of our competition is, ideally enough, it's celebrating World Lung Cancer Day with LCFA.
All right. I love that. And I think the photographer is your handsome husband, Tony. Is that right?
Yes.
There he is. Thank you so much. We can't wait to see your camera skills. And then these 2 beautiful children of yours, Brooklyn.
Hi.
Hi. And Dylan.
Hi.
Okay, I want to know, do Brickell and Dylan have a certain strategy? I mean, is there something going on here on how they decided they're going to
Absolutely, but it's top secret.
Yeah, we gotta keep it away from these people.
You can tell me, I won't tell them. It's okay. Nobody will hear.
I think they're listening though.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So we're going to let you get started and talk us through this. This will be so much fun.
Awesome. So we have our supplies here. Let me just kind of move in. We've got an 8-inch cake. We have lots of different sprinkles. We have the same colors of frosting on both sides. So we have, of course, LCFA's colors.
Love that.
We've got the amazing blue, green, black, and white. And basically, we want to stick to the theme. So, the lung cancer ribbon, the globe, our colors, and just be as creative as possible. And we're going to get started.
All right, let's watch and see what you're going to do. So who are we going to see first? Who's starting now? So has the timer started?
Yes, the timer has started.
Oh, and here's Brooklyn. Brooklyn, what are you going to choose first here? Oh, she's starting her timer.
Yeah, I'm starting the timer.
All right. This is serious competition. And who's going to win? I mean, what do you win if you win the cake decorating contest?
$20. What does the winner get?
Oh, we'll have to come up. You know, we already know we're gonna win. So
No
we'll have to come up
chores.
with extra chores.
I was thinking, yeah, bathroom, something like that. That would be at my house.
No way.
I love that. Okay, so all right, Dylan, what are you going to start doing here?
So we're gonna take the black decorating frosting.
Got it.
And our plan is to make a big circle on the cake for something that we cannot expose right at this moment.
Oh, all right. So you've got your first stuff starting, and I'm wondering what Tabitha's doing behind you because she's being kind of secretive back there, and I can't see her really well. But oh, here we go. We're gonna go over. All right, Tabitha.
Okay, so
Okay,
we
what
are.
you're doing.
So
I'm seeing. Is that the blue color?
yes, we've got the blue color here, and we are gonna try. We're gonna attempt to make a circle with no stencil.
I think you're doing pretty good so far. All right. And now, is there something going in the circle?
Yes, so I'm gonna actually fill it, and then I'm just gonna fill it with a bunch of blue icing because I'm making a globe.
Oh, okay. So how often do you have cake decorating contests at your house? And is this something new for COVID?
No. So we do a lot of baking and cake and cupcake decorating anyway. I think we realized, much like my lung cancer journey, I think we kind of had to decide that we are going to spend every moment making memories and just having fun and doing everything we can to just enjoy our time. So with COVID, we decided, okay, we're very limited with going out and doing things. So we started to kind of come up with things around here. Game nights, we're also very competitive.
Oh.
So a lot of game nights, cookie baking, decorating, gardening, just things we can do here together.
Well, you're getting a lot of engagement on Facebook. People saying what a beautiful family you are, how fun this is. So I love that, and it is important. Oh, okay, we're going back. We're going back to Dylan and Brooklyn to see what they're doing. I'm wondering if we can figure out. All right, Sarah Ashley says she can't wait to see the end results. Okay, I'm looking here. I think I'm seeing maybe another globe on this side.
Maybe.
Am I close?
Yeah, close.
Is it going to have something special in it, maybe?
Absolutely.
All right, Dylan. I love. Oh wait. I'm liking this very much. This is cool. Okay, how often do you guys decorate cakes, Brooklyn and Dylan?
Not recently. I decorated a cake for Mother's Day for my mom.
Oh, I love
the
that.
most recent one.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
And how did it turn out?
It turned out pretty good.
What did you put on it? What did you do?
So I put flowers on it, and then I put pink frosting, so it was like Mother's Day thing. Looked pretty good.
I bet she loved it. I bet she thought that was really special. How cool is that?
Yeah.
Dylan, I think maybe you may have a cake decorator baker in the family here. You may have your career just picked out for you right now.
Yes, my mom has been decorating cakes for as long as I can remember. So I think watching her all these years, I might have picked up a few things.
I see that. I can definitely see that. Is there a special one that she decorated for you that you remember?
Well, there was one for my 4th birthday when I had a pirate party.
Yes.
And she decorated an entire pirate ship cake.
Wow. I think maybe you have some serious competition on the other side of that kitchen.
I don't know. She's looking a little rusty.
Oh, you think so? Oh, he is like laying some shade here. I love that.
Fighting words.
Oh, those are fighting words. All right, let's go back and see how Tabitha's doing. And and Brooklyn, I know you have the timer. How are we doing on time?
Let me check for you.
Okay.
15 minutes.
Okay, so we've gone through 5 minutes. Ooh, I don't know. Dylan in Brooklyn, mom is doing pretty good over there. I suggest you really think about this because she's already thought of whatever the chores are you're going to have. So if Dylan in Brooklyn, if you guys win, what are you going to make mom do?
Maybe we'll have to go get a special treat.
Oh, and what kind of treat would that be?
Anything he likes to eat.
Oh.
So it'll definitely be expensive.
Oh.
Maybe
it won't be an ice cream cake, though. I'm not thinking you're going to go get more cake. I love this. Tabitha, what does it mean to you that because of research, these are the kind of days you get to have?
I'm so grateful. Just participating and watching all the other advocates today. It's people like them, and it's LCFA that is out there just getting us the research and the funding and the treatments that I get to be on. I never thought that there would be a pill that I could take that would allow me to not only live, but to actually live and go to my son's water polo games and, you know, watch my daughter play volleyball and work. I got to go back to teaching just a year after I was diagnosed, full time. And so research is everything. We need that research because we need the next treatment and the next one. And then, you know, hopefully a cure very soon.
Absolutely.
So
why do we need the next treatment and the next one and the next one? Why is that?
Well, you know, the treatment that I'm currently on, I'm doing really well. But as time goes on, my cancer is going to become resistant to the treatment. And so we need that next treatment, that next thing that's going, it's kind of, I always consider it kind of like lily pads. We're kind of hopping from one lily pad to the next, waiting for the next thing that's going to give us more time with our families.
Absolutely. Because the cancer is almost smart the way it changes, right?
Yeah, it is. It's sneaky. And, you know, and we need more people living with lung cancer. We need more treatments that just span the entire disease. More mutations, more treatments.
Absolutely. Okay, I don't want to take you away from your competition here.
I don't know. I'm getting nervous over there.
Okay, I'm going to lead you. So let's go back to the kids, and I'll see if I can distract them a little for a minute. Okay, guys, how's it coming? Tell me what you're doing now.
We're still working on our globe.
You're still working on your globe, and are we getting close to 10 minutes?
Pretty close, I'm pretty sure.
All right. And when you
11 minutes left.
Okay. When you guys first heard that your mom had cancer, what went through your head?
Man, when I heard the news, I was in complete shock.
I bet.
Like, my mom was constantly going to the gym, and she'd never smoked, and super healthy, always eating good, making healthy choices. And when it was just completely out of nowhere, and it just totally caught me off guard.
I bet it did.
I just didn't want to believe it.
And what did you think when she got her treatment and she started to do so much better? That must have been a tremendous relief.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah? What did that feel like, Brooklyn?
It felt really relieving that she was going to be okay, because in the beginning when she first heard about it, I thought it was my fault, and I thought I was going to lose my best friend, and it was really nerve-wracking and scary. And then when she found out in October that 2019 she was going to be okay, it really made it more reveal, stress relieving.
Oh, I bet it did. And you must have just been jumping up and down the day that she found out the treatment was working. What happened that day? Can you tell me a little bit about that when you found that out?
So we were actually, it was a phone call, and I came in the room and she was just on the phone. I was like, what? And she told me to wait. And then after the phone, she told me and Dylan to come in the room, and she told us the news, and I was really excited about it.
Yes.
And then she we went on from there, and she told a lot of other people and my dad.
That must have been a wonderful day. An absolutely wonderful day. Dylan, do you remember that day?
Yes, I remember. I think I was doing some homework in my bedroom, and my mom had just been off and on the phone all day, and she had gotten this one call, and she was in her room for a while talking, and she called us in there, and she was teary-eyed, and I was like, and we started to hug her, and we were like, Mom, what's wrong? And she looks at us and says, the doctors just called, and there's no signs of cancer at my most recent scan. And me and Brooklyn were just jumping for joy.
Oh, that makes my heart just feel wonderful. That must have been an amazing day.
It was awesome.
Oh, that's fabulous. Okay, tell me more about this cake now. So you said you're doing something special with it. So tell me what you're doing. I'm trying to look around here like I could see around.
Our game plan.
Yes?
Our game plan was to design a mini globe, and inside it, there's going to be something special, which we still need to do. But for right now, our mini globe is coming along pretty nicely.
It is. Your globe looks great, and I love what you're doing with the what is that?
Sprinkles?
Yes, your sprinkles that are on there.
The toothpick?
The toothpick. Yes. So you're just pulling that icing up. That looks so cool. Who taught you to do that?
The cake decorator master, of course.
Oh, who's on the other side, and I've been talking to you for a while, so I guess I better go over and see what she's doing. All right, we're back, Tabitha. Are you ready to show us yet?
Yes.
Okay. Look how beautiful that is. Oh my man, you work fast. I'm really worried I have really messed you up because of talking. So I think that's great. How much more do you have to do?
Almost done. I'm actually gonna let Tony hop in here.
Oh, good.
Because he is a really great cake decorator himself.
What am I doing?
We just have a little bit more. We're gonna outline the lung cancer ribbon.
Okay.
Sorry.
In black?
In black. And then we are going to write World Lung Cancer Day at the top. And then at the bottom, we're going to write LCFA.
Excellent. I love that. Wow. Tony, you are pretty good.
So
tell me what this whole journey has been like for you. Can you decorate and talk at the same time? Because I know some people can't do that. I get that.
I couldn't for a second. It's crazy to think that saying somebody having lung cancer would make them a better person, but just watching Tabitha go through this journey, she's become the best version of herself. The way she's helped people, the way she's encouraged people, the way she's just lived her best life and allowed us as a family to just make memories and really enjoy each other. And we weren't doing enough of that before. So it's been exciting to be a part of this and just see the way Tabitha has changed the world.
Wow, that's fantastic. I love that. Man, what a nice thing for your husband to say. Were you ready for that?
No, and I did not. There's no incentive for him to say that.
Wow, I love that. Okay, I do have to tell you one thing on Facebook. There is someone who was just up. I just saw, and I apologize. Oh, Charlene Moreno. Do you know Charlene?
Yes, she's an amazing family friend. She's actually more family than friend.
Well, she says if Dylan and Brooklyn win, she's going to make a donation. So I don't know who's judging here, but it must, if it's me, you know how this is going to go. So just want to let you know.
So what we're going to do is when we're all done, we're going to take a couple pictures and I'm going to post it to my Facebook page, my Instagram page, and my Twitter. And I'm going to tag LCFA. And so if anyone that's watching this video can go and vote on which cake they like better, that'll help us determine the winner.
I love that. That's fabulous. And you're going to be on Twitter right after we're done here, right at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
For the next half hour, just talking to people about your journey. They can certainly decide which cake is better. I'm wondering if it might be a tie. I just have to say that. But
No pity votes for the kids, please. We're not concerned about their feelings. Vote fairly.
You guys said you were competitive. You weren't kidding.
I've gone Muhammad Ali on them. I've been trying to psych them out for like 2 days. If they think about winning, they need to apologize to me. If they dreamed about winning, they need to apologize. They wanted breakfast this morning. I said, no breakfast. Breakfast is for winners.
It's a shame
No
this family
mercy.
doesn't have a lot of fun. I mean, I was just really ashamed that that's the way that goes.
I know we're pretty boring.
I mean, after the cake decorating thing, what's next for you guys? Do you know? Do you play board games at night? Do you? I mean, what?
We do. We just had my parents over last night for a backyard barbecue, and we played Uno Attack, and that was hilarious. My mom is so fun to play games with.
Is she as competitive as you?
I'm sorry?
Is she as competitive as you are?
Yes, she got a lot of Uno cards and said, I hate this game. But yeah, we try to play board games, almost every night after dinner.
That's wonderful.
And, yeah, we're just really trying to, I mean, we're all going through this situation together, but I think if you make it fun and you try to make the best memories you can,
absolutely,
it is what it is. And I mean, it's kind of like lung cancer, right? You have to decide not to let lung cancer define you, and make memories and enjoy your time, and share your story, because there are people out there that really need to hear it. And so I urge anyone to just advocate for yourself, for others. It's important.
And we met at a conference, and the minute I met you, I thought, oh my God, we need this lady to work with us, because your smile just lights up an entire room. And, if you were like that, your family had to be like that. And that's when you said, let's do a cake decorating contest. I'm like, how much fun will that be? So okay, I want you to go over now and show me a little bit about how the kids, because I know we're coming to the end of our 20 minutes time.
Yeah.
How's the time coming?
Oops, sorry. How are we looking?
Let me check.
She's checking it out. Oh,
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Uh-oh.
2 minutes. All right. We got to be really, this is like one of those cake boss things. I'm loving this. Okay. Let me see. I'm seeing another ribbon, maybe. Is that what I'm seeing over here?
Let me see if I can get in a little closer.
Okay.
Can I scoot in here? Oh, here. Tony's going to help out. He's really good at it.
All right. Super. All right.
Excuse
All
me.
right. We're getting all organized here. It's going to be there in just a second. Here we go. All right. So we're about 1:30 away from the big reveal. Brooklyn, the pressure's on. You going to make it all the way around?
I don't know.
Yes, you are. You have to do it. Brian Rollins says that it looks delicious. Wow. I'm very interested with that piping. That's something. I couldn't do that. Holy moly. Very nice. Very, very nice. Beautiful edging on that. Who baked the cakes this morning?
Tabitha, who baked the cakes?
They were pre-baked yesterday.
Oh, okay. That's okay. But you baked them. Did you bake them, or did you see? I would have bought them. I'm guessing you probably baked them.
Of course.
Of course. But what else? From scratch. No boxes in this house. That's for sure. Okay. All right. We're down to the final minute. How are we doing? Are we close?
Yes, we are close.
All right. Oh, she's putting the final touches on there. I see LCFA has shown up. Oh, okay. I think your husband saw what the kids were doing, and he wants to make sure that you're going to equal them with the piping on yours as well. All right. Oh, it's 12:57. So I know we're very close. Oh, look, you have those spinny plates. You are curious. Holy moly. I love that. All right. Look at this work that she's so intent on this. It's beautiful work. This is so fun. All right.
You do a countdown? 10.
No.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Come on, Tabitha. Come on. 4, 3 and a half.
Let's go.
That's like when I'm with my kids and we do it. 2.5. She's almost there.
Timer.
Oh,
How you guys doing?
Real quick. Tony, can we go back to the kids?
Yes.
All right. Let's see. Okay. Are you ready to throw hands up?
No. 30 more seconds.
Oh my God. All right. Beautiful. Paula Ashton says this is beautiful. It looks like fun. It was very fun. You guys were a blast to work with. All right. I think we're just about there. Are we there?
We're there.
We are there. Hands up. Let's stand back. Oh, look at these cakes. Okay. Anybody that's on Facebook right now, please, whoa, yeah, don't move that too far. That would have been very interesting. Let us know what you think of these beautiful cakes. Okay, now this one is the parents' cake, correct?
Yes.
Okay, with
The winner.
Oh, Donna Ray Whitney says, beautiful job. Beautiful job. Okay. I love the ribbon, the LCFA, the piping around the edge, the sprinkles, the colors. You just guys did a great job. Okay, let's see the kids' cake. Are they ready?
We give them a couple extra seconds. So.
Oh, you guys, you're good parents. We love that. Good extra points for that, for sure.
This
All
one
right.
is beautiful, though. They did a good job.
Let's see it.
Oh my gosh, that's beautiful.
Wow, is that gorgeous? Does it say world long? Is that what I'm seeing?
It says LCFA lungs.
LCFA lungs with the beautiful ribbon in between. And look at, I love the silver on it too. Very nice. The piping around the edges, just gorgeous. Just gorgeous. I can't thank you guys enough for spending this time with us. This was so much fun. You are a wonderful, wonderful family. And talk about living with lung cancer and being the picture of that. Thank you. You really absolutely made our day. So you guys have
so much.
Thank you for everything you do.
All right, and we'll see you on Twitter.
Yes, I will be on Twitter right after this.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, Team Parents.
It's fun, so I'm really excited. Thanks so much. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right. Having some problem with the sound. I think we're okay now, but Carol, how are you?
Great. Yes, and I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. And Carol, you're a career counselor. You are a lung cancer patient. And then at the end of this, we're going to take a really interesting turn and you do wig reviews.
That's right.
I'm like, this is the best. So we're going to talk about some really serious stuff and get some really great tips from you on what to do. And then we're going to go and look at your YouTube channel, which is just so much fun. And I've had such a good time looking at it. But first, I want to hear a little bit about your story. Tell us about your journey and tell us about how you're living with lung cancer.
Thank you, Diane, for that introduction. And boy, that cake contest, that's a hard act. So that was fun to watch.
Yeah, it was. Absolutely.
Thank you for the introduction. Yes, and I will be sharing some tips for job seekers and employees during a pandemic based on my work as a career coach. But to get started, by way of introduction, this is a picture of me with my family, my husband, my 2 grown daughters and their husbands, and our 4 grandchildren, and they are my reason for living.
What a beautiful family you have.
Oh, thank you. And we get together, or we did get together every Monday night for big family dinners. We've had to modify that a little bit during the pandemic. But my cancer journey started in November of 2018. And like many of the stories we've heard today, it started with a cough. And everybody in November of 2018 had a virus and a cough. But I kept going back to my doctor. And in December, I said, this cough is just not going away. So she did an X-ray, CT scan, and referred me to somebody who did a biopsy. And then in January of last year, 2019, I was diagnosed with advanced stage lung cancer. And luckily, I was referred to Dr. Gilles Kirkpatrick with Takeover Oncology here in Dallas. And in the first meeting with him, we took a look at my scan, and it looked scary to me because there's a little spot, a little nodule in my lung, and all my lymph nodes were enlarged with cancer. And I took one look at it, and it looked scary. But he said, we have a plan for this. And so immediately, he got me started with chemotherapy and immunotherapy to get me started immediately. And then in the background, he did biomarker testing. We've been hearing a lot about that today.
Right. And how important that is, right?
It's so important. And he was right to do that because I'm a never smoker. This is non-small cell cancer. And so he said, I bet this is caused by a genetic mutation. And he was right. I came back with a ROS1 genetic mutation. And I've heard the statistics, only 1% of lung cancer patients have that. So he was very smart to do that. And he got me started on immunotherapy and chemotherapy. And I'll actually show my next picture. This picture was taken, I was diagnosed in January.
Right.
It was in April. And by then I was already doing quite well. I'd had a scan and my lymph nodes had gone down to, they felt normal. And the little nodule in my lung had shrunk down. And he saw me in the chemo room. He said, Carol, what size do you wear? I said, medium. And he came running back with a Survivor t-shirt.
Oh, I love that.
And that was so kind of him. And there had been a 5K race that I'd signed up to do, but it had gotten rained out, but he kept that t-shirt for me. So you can't tell by looking at that picture, but I have tears in my eyes. I really appreciated that. So last year, we kept going with the immunotherapy and chemo because it was working. So we just kind of, let's ride this horse as long as we can.
Right.
And by July, I was feeling really good. And so with doctor's approval, I went with my daughters to Las Vegas to see Hugh Jackman do his song and dance routine.
Viva Las Vegas.
And here we are on the Strip. And we took this picture. And I thought when I posted, I'm going to kind of refer back to those old MasterCard ads where they talk about dollars and things that are priceless. So I'm going to try to say this without crying now. But we posted, airplane ticket, $, hotel, $, visiting Las Vegas to celebrate successful cancer treatments, priceless. That was a special, special moment. And then
now you've got me going. Okay, fine. See how you are. I brought these because of you and knowing what we were going to talk about.
Okay. Yes. And that's why research is so important, because that immunotherapy and the chemo that I was taking, the immunotherapy has only been available for about 5 years.
Right. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yes. If I'd been diagnosed 5 years ago, I wouldn't be here with you today right now, Diane. And so my treatments kept going very well. And I even took another trip to California to visit relatives in November. But then in December, it stopped being effective. So Dr. Kirkpatrick, right away, he knew what to do. He goes, okay, let's get you started this week on targeted genetic therapy for your ROS1 genetic mutation. So he got me started on February 1st, actually, with ROS1, the targeted genetic therapy for that, one of the options. There are about 4 different options. And again, that's another reason why research is so important, because once these treatments, if they're no longer effective for me, I'll try another one, then I'll try another one, then I'm out of options. So we need research funding. So that's why it is so important. And that's why I've become an advocate as well. And so since February 1st, my most recent scan, my lymph nodes are normal. And there's no evidence of anything abnormal in the lungs.
That's fantastic. We're so happy to hear that.
Yes. So I feel great. And when I was first diagnosed, I took a step back from working full-time. I was doing a job that I loved as a recruiter, but I did take a step back because I was afraid to be in an environment with a lot of people while I was going through chemotherapy. So I started volunteering as a career coach because I've got a lot of experience as a hiring manager and 6 years of experience working as a recruiter. And last year, while I was going through treatments, I got certified as a certified professional career coach. And I started working with a volunteer organization and helped people interview for jobs. And then people came up to me to ask for one-on-one sessions. Then people started insisting on paying me. So without planning on it, Diana ended up starting up a business.
Which is great.
Yes, yes. And so now I'm sharing advice that I've learned. And today I'm sharing a lot of research I've gathered over the last few months regarding the pandemic. And this is advice for people who are looking for a job or people that are currently working. But I do need to make this disclaimer that I'm not a lawyer and this is not intended to be legal advice. I am just sharing the information I've gathered by talking to experts, including employment law attorneys, HR consultants, and a VP of talent acquisition. And I'm also sharing information that's publicly available by various government websites, including the CDC and the EEOC. And Diane, right now, with Twitter, right now, we are posting and sharing links to some of these resources that I'm mentioning.
But we don't want people to go away from our Facebook Live. They can
go. Don't go away now. But after this, if you want to see
afterwards, and all the information will be there, which is great.
Will be on Twitter.
That's
exactly.
Right.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
And what I'll do right now is talk through guidance for job seekers, guidance for people that are currently employed and are maybe worried about going back into the work environment. So this information is valuable for anyone looking for a job, currently working, or knowing if you know somebody who's looking for a job. And also, as a career coach, if you know anybody who's struggling with their job search, people are welcome to reach out to me on LinkedIn. Just send me a personal note where you got my name and connect with me on LinkedIn. And I can either share some free resources that are available, or I'm happy to do coaching sessions as well. And in today's discussion, I will also mention some of the resources, and then you can access those links after this live broadcast on Twitter.
What a wonderful offer. Thank you so much for doing that, Carol. We really appreciate it.
You know, it's been amazing that the pandemic hit this year during a time when I've just started really helping people with their job searches, and I've been able to help so many people. And now I do a lot of free webinars, and I'm really helping a lot of people during this pandemic.
Great. It's just wonderful.
Yeah, and at the end of this, I'll share some of my top favorite resume tips and interview tips. that'll be useful for anyone if you're looking for a job now or maybe sometime in the future.
Exactly. I mean, this type of information is information that you can use for the rest of your life, really, when you think about it.
That's exactly right, because people do tend to change jobs every 18 months to 2 years,
right,
or every few years. So one question I get a lot, and this is one I researched by talking to experts and looking at government websites. What if you're interviewing for a job and the interviewer asks you if you've had COVID or if you've had symptoms? Now, you might be tempted to say, wait a minute, you're not supposed to ask me medical information. Aren't I protected with HIPAA? But the experts say don't respond like that, because that kind of sets a negative tone for the discussion. And also, based on the research I did, I found the EEOC is actually has new guidance based on COVID. Job interviewers can ask you if you've had symptoms for COVID.
Wow, that's new information. I didn't know that.
It's brand new. So if you go to the EEOC, if you just Google EEOC.
Which is the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission.
Yes, yes. And we're including that link in Twitter so people can access that. But job interviewers can ask you that, and employers can ask you about your COVID symptoms. But if you're in a job interview and they ask you that, the best way to respond, rather than saying, you shouldn't ask me that, you should say, well, that's interesting. Why do you ask? They may be just asking out of curiosity. And you can say, I don't know if I've had it or not, if you don't know.
Right.
Or they may be really seriously asking if you have symptoms, because if they need you to start to work immediately, they may have to adjust the start date. Or if they need somebody immediately, they may not be able to extend an offer to you, or they may have to withdraw an offer if you currently have symptoms. So there's a lot of new guidance about this right now. So basically, the best way to respond to something like this is maybe ask a question. Why do you ask? And then get the conversation going there.
There you go.
And then here's another one. And one thing that I didn't mention about my cancer journey, I feel so great right now, and I'm so grateful for the genetic therapy. But one little side effect, it did cause my hair to get very thin. And so right now I'm wearing a wig. But if I went...
And you have the best wigs. I had no idea until you told me. I had no idea whatsoever.
Well, thank you so much. This is Gratitude by Gabor.
Here she goes.
And it's very reasonable. And we'll talk a little bit more about that.
We will talk about that. I love when you do that, when you just go right into it. It makes me laugh.
But if I were to go into a job interview, and if I didn't have this gorgeous wig on and maybe just had a headscarf on, or if I went with my regular hair, the interviewer might say, oh, have you been through cancer treatments lately? So what do you say if somebody does ask you if you've had some major illness or if you're going through cancer treatments? And once again, you're probably tempted to say, wait a minute, you're not supposed to ask me that in a job interview. Right. But it's best to respond with a question and say, why do you ask? And that's an interesting question. Why do you ask? And it may be that they're just trying to show empathy and are making conversation.
I have a question for you. So
yes,
I actually interviewed somebody who came in with a headscarf on. Turned out she had alopecia, which I didn't know. I didn't ask because I didn't think I was supposed to ask. But certainly in my head, it's the elephant in the room. I am thinking she has this scarf on. So my question to you is, does it make sense to be proactive and you bring it up if it's something that is an obvious situation?
That's actually a good point. And I would recommend based on your comfort level. So if you're in an interview and if you're coming in with a headscarf on,
right,
you may, if you're comfortable, you can say it. I had an employment law attorney tell me this, that if you're comfortable, you could say, I've gone through some treatments recently, but they've been successful, and I'm ready to get back into work now. And
I love that, because it kind of takes that off the table. If it's something that is obvious that the person who's interviewing you is going to, they're going to think in their head, what is this? What's happening here? What is this? Yeah, a way to say that, excuse me, but what is happening here? Why is she wearing this scarf? And now I'm going to have to sit back and wait and see if this person actually brings it up or not. And if not, then the interviewer is going to, am I allowed to ask? Should I ask? And you don't even know if you're allowed at this point to be compassionate. You know,
Right.
it's one of those things, because you don't want to cross any legal issues while you're doing the interview.
That is exactly correct. That is exactly correct. And if it is alopecia, I mean, if a person has that, they may want to say, I'm wearing a headscarf because I have alopecia, but it doesn't affect me. You know,
right. Exactly.
If you're comfortable sharing that.
Right.
Or another option is if they kind of give you a look, you could say, you know, there is nothing to prevent me from, I'm really excited about this job interview, and there is nothing to prevent me from doing the job functions in this job and working full time. You can just simply.
Wow, that's great. I love that. That's a great, that's a great tip. Yes.
And that's what I do every day when I work with my clients from a career coaching perspective. We play what if scenarios. We practice different answers. And then it's really up to the job seeker or the employee to pick what works best for them.
Absolutely. And to have several in your back pocket so that it depends on what kind of reaction you get, that you can really be as appropriate as you and as comfortable as you want to be.
That's right. That's right. And then also, if you're seeking a job, and let's say I go into a job interview and I'm wearing my wig, I don't look like I'm fighting cancer and I'm feeling great, but what if in the back of my mind I'm thinking, well, my immune system is a little suppressed. I'm not really comfortable working in this cubicle environment so close to everyone. And I'm kind of worried, especially during this pandemic, of working in this environment. When I talked to experts, they recommended, rather than saying, well, I can't work in the office, I need to work at home, or if I come into the office, I need a private place, rather than putting a lot of demands on the table, the best thing to do is to ask questions.
Right.
To say, you know, during this pandemic, what are you all doing as a company to ensure that people are safe at work? And I bet you by the response they give, they will address your issues. They'll probably say that, you know, people that can work from home or prefer to work from home during this time, we welcome that. And we've set up telecommuting and that type of thing. So
and now, I mean, nowadays with everything that's going on, that is so much easier than it was even 6 months ago to have that kind of conversation, right?
Yes. People have proven that they can work from home and work very effectively.
Yep.
And Diane, I'd also like to share guidance for employees, anybody who's working. And let's say you are employed, and like me, I have my immune system is a little suppressed right now. And so I could easily, you know, catch bugs in the office place. And so I kind of feel like I need special accommodations returning to work. And so what do? The experts say the first thing to do is go on your company's website and look at their policies for how they are handling work safety during this pandemic. The other option is, you know, of course, you can talk to your supervisor and ask them, so what are you all putting in place for employees and to make sure everyone's safe? And if you're not comfortable talking to your supervisor, and if you have an HR person, maybe talk to them and just ask them questions about what they're putting in place, and they'll probably alleviate any concerns that you may have.
Absolutely.
Good. And these are the resources that we're tweeting. So after this broadcast, when we're done with this marvelous live conversation, people can go on to Twitter and see the links to each one of these sites. And each of these organizations have done a lot of work to provide very specific guidance to workers, employees, and job seekers.
And they'll be able to chat with you on Twitter then at that point too, correct?
Yes,
Great.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm happy to help answer any questions. In fact, Diane, do you have the ability to see people's questions now during this live broadcast?
I have, so Sarah's in the back doing the technical part of this, and she will put any questions that we get up on the screen, and I will let you know what they are.
That's great. That's excellent. So if anybody out there does have any questions about applying for a job or anything regarding employment or seeking a job during the pandemic, or my resume or interview tips, feel free to submit questions and we'll try to get those addressed.
Absolutely.
If we don't get to them, people are also welcome to reach out to me on Twitter, respond to those I'll be chatting on Twitter and LinkedIn. You can reach out to Carol Brickell, the career coach in Dallas, on LinkedIn. I think I'm the only one.
I love that.
And I wanted to share, Diane, this flow chart, because the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, have done tremendous work. And they've put this flow chart in place for workplaces, how to get workplaces ready for employees to come back to work. And it's good for people to be aware of these and to be an informed employee.
Right.
So if you have any concerns about your workplace, I mean, you can maybe diplomatically, if your boss doesn't seem to know what to do, if they say, I don't know what we're supposed to do, you could say, well, the CDC has this really cool flow chart. I could send you the link, So it's good to be informed, and that could help for the safety of yourself and everyone you work with.
Absolutely. You could even offer to head up a safety committee. And
yes.
right?
Yeah, it's like careful what you wish for.
Yes, exactly.
You'll end up getting nominated to be the task force.
Exactly.
Absolutely. But after going through this webinar with me, you'll be able to.
That's right.
And also OSHA, my son-in-law said, Carol, OSHA does a lot of work, and he relies on their quick reference guides in his work environment. He manages a warehouse, and I found one that might be of interest to people. So I recommend going out to the OSHA website. They have a quick card called How to Protect Yourself in the Workplace During a Pandemic. So that's another good one to be aware of. And then the EEOC, which is the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and we provide a link to this in Twitter that people can go to after this broadcast. They provide a comprehensive Q&A list of questions like, can an interviewer ask you if you've had COVID symptoms?
Right.
The answer is yes. If they've made a job offer to you and they need you to start on Monday to do a particular task, but if you start running a symptom or running a fever and displaying symptoms, they can withdraw the offer. So there are some new guidelines that are very useful to be aware of.
It's really good to know, because you sure don't want to go out and celebrate in a big group of people that you just got a job at this point, right?
Yeah, and have it be withdrawn.
Yes, exactly.
So, Diane, at this time, what I'd like to do is share my favorite tips, because searching for a job during a pandemic is very difficult because the number of job openings is decreasing. And even though I've retired from recruiting, I still have a lot of really good friends in the recruiting environment. Mm-hmm. And I keep up with them a lot. And I do webinars for staffing agencies on job search tips. And the number of job openings is decreasing. Like one agency was telling me it decreased by about 30% and then down to 50%. And the number of candidates is increasing because a lot of people are experiencing being put on furlough or being let go during the pandemic.
Carol, I was just watching CNBC, and they said that they think this is going to continue also for quite a while. So
yes.
It's something to take into consideration. And isn't it amazing that even 5-6 months ago, it was the exact opposite situation?
I know. It's unbelievable.
Just changed overnight.
It has. But I try to give my clients hope. I do tell them the number of job openings is decreasing, the number of candidates is increasing, and so extra effort is needed. But to give people hope, every week I work with a group that does mock interviews for people. And every week I hear of people getting called in for interviews and people getting hired.
Yep.
So there are jobs out there. You just do have to take extra effort.
And I think you have to have the right attitude. When I was much younger, I was in television news, and the position that I had, there were only 3 jobs in every city, potential openings. So that was it for the job that I had. And yet I was able to stay employed for 15 years. So you have to have the right attitude, and you do have to work at it.
You do. You do have to work at it. And
I never think of it as there's only 3. As opposed to, this is where I want to go next, and I know I'm good, and this is what I'm going to do, and my resume is going to be top notch. I'm going to practice my interview skills. I'm going to take Carol's tips so that I know what I have to do.
Right. Yes, and And attitude is very important. There was one time, Diane, as a recruiter, where I sent 2 candidates for a job interview. They both had the same amount of skills, but one showed more enthusiasm for the job and passion that they could do the job.
Right.
That person got the job.
Absolutely.
Good. So I'll be sharing some tips, and if anybody out there has any questions, feel free to submit those. How should they submit questions?
They can just put them right in the comments on Facebook, and then Sarah will let me know. Okay, I've got my first one. Peggy
Okay, good.
Humphreys.
So
How
if
do you
anybody,
ask if the employer will cover your medical insurance? Looking at me, you can't tell I have lung cancer. So do I need to let them know during the interview?
oh, wow. You don't need to disclose your medical diagnosis. You can just say, you know, I'm interested in learning about your benefits, or what, and that is a very common question for anybody who's interviewing for a job to know, you know, what is the budget for the salary range and what benefits package do you offer? Because as a job seeker, you need to know that information before you accept an offer. So just to ask questions.
There you go, Peggy. That's a great thing, because you know, whether it's lung cancer or any other disease, you don't have to let them know, and you are covered the minute that, depending on what their policy is. But if they have a policy that covers everybody, then you're brought in under the policy. Is that right, Carol?
That's correct. That's correct. Good. And so regarding resume tips, I love doing this. And one thing I'll mention, I do a webinar every week on Thursdays at 1 o'clock Central Time through careerdfw.org. Also, you can access it through Career USA. It's open to anybody in the country, but the website is careerdfw.org. If you look at their calendar for webinars, I do a webinar every week, a live webinar on resume writing, and we have a lot of fun with it. And we ask for a volunteer in the audience to share their resume. We talk.
Oh, wouldn't that be a great, I mean, that'd be fantastic to have somebody actually go through your personal resume.
That's right. That's right. And people really learn from that, and they enjoy that. And we tell people you can change your resume name to Mickey Mouse or Julia Roberts or something.
Oh, I like that one very much.
So, but here are my top 5 resume tips. Basically, you need to not worry about the formatting it and making it really glitzy. You need to write for the machine. You need to make it easy for the system, the applicant tracking system, to see that you're a good match, and also for recruiters and hiring managers to see that you're a great match for the job. And one critical way of doing that is to customize your resume, words for each job application you're doing. So especially what I recommend is to have a summary section, a very brief summary section that explains who you are as a professional relating to that job you're applying to, using the words and the language in the job description.
So we want to match our words to those descriptive words in the job description. That's what you mean by a keyword. Is that right?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And these systems are then matching the actual words to the job description, and it'll throw out the people that are less than 75% match. So you want to try to get, you know, a really good match. And this is where I spend a lot of time with my clients.
So do you want to customize each one of your resumes for the jobs that you're applying for?
That's exactly right. You want to pause for a moment, read the job description, look at the key skills they're looking for, and then modify, especially the summary and key skills, the top section of your resume. Because, Diane, do you know how long a recruiter typically looks at a resume?
I'm guessing not very long.
No. And I used to say I spent between 5 and 10 seconds. And I just did a study, 7.4 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
So you need your resume to pop. You need those keywords to pop out so that recruiter goes, that's my person. That's what I'm looking for.
Exactly. When they get it, so it's going through an algorithm, I'm guessing, first before you see it if it's for a larger company. Is that right?
That's correct. And for a while, I worked as a corporate recruiter. When we would post a job, we might get 300 applicants, and the system would sort them. And the top 10%, that was 30 resumes. And I didn't have time to go through all those. So The other tip that I tell people is when you apply online, you only have a 2% chance of getting called for an interview.
Really?
You need to take an extra step, reach out to somebody in the company or reach out to the recruiter or recruiting manager and say, hi, I'm Carol. I just applied for your corporate recruiting position. I meet all of the requirements. I have 5 years of experience. I'd love to come in for a conversation. Whenever somebody called me like that, I always invited them in.
Well, it shows they have initiative on top of everything else, doesn't it?
That's exactly the word I was thinking of.
Yep.
And one big thing about resumes is to make sure you fix any grammatical, spelling, even spacing errors. Just last week, I was coaching somebody who had beautiful experience and a beautiful resume, but their bullet points of their key skills were kind of out of alignment. And like one had an extra space before it started. And all I could think about was, wait, there's an error. There's an extra space there.
Right.
It distracted me from the importance of a resume.
And you wonder how detail oriented are they?
Yes.
How professional are they? If that, and it could be that you're very detail oriented, very professional, but you were in a hurry and you were customizing that resume because you wanted to get the keywords in there, but it didn't quite go right.
Exactly. And I would say, and I've asked other recruiters this question, I would say at least 90% of the resumes I look at have some sort of error in them. Either grammar, the verbs not being parallel, like all in the past tense, or spacing. So I would say 90% do have errors. So take that extra moment to proofread it or have somebody you trust proofread your resume.
You know, that's what I find is that second set of eyes that hasn't seen it because you've been in it for so long and you don't even see the errors so many times.
That's right. And also you want to ensure there's enough white space if those keywords pop, because remember, recruiters only spend 7.4 seconds looking at a resume.
Wow.
And you want your bullet points and your professional experience not to read like just a list of tasks, but focus on accomplishments.
Can you go into that a little bit and explain what that means?
Yes, I spend a lot of time with my clients on this. For example, I had a business analyst. He had a bullet on his resume that said he developed an access database to migrate data. And I said, that's cool, but so what? What was the result?
Right.
He said, the result was we reduced data errors and we increased client satisfaction. I said, that's your accomplishment. So you want to rewrite that bullet to say increased client satisfaction and reduced errors by developing this access database to migrate data. So what I tell people to do is ask, so what? And try to get to what that result was, or what was the benefit, what was the outcome. Then that's your headline, and that should become your bullet.
Absolutely.
Good. And hopefully you can hear me okay.
We hear you great. Absolutely. Beautiful.
Okay, great. Good. Now, are we ready to talk about interview tips?
Absolutely. Let's talk about them. I think that for so many people, you finally get that call and then the nerves start, right?
That is so true. And one of my favorite things to do is to ask people, in the last 30 days, how many hours did you spend working on your resume? And they'll say, 10 hours, 8 hours. I'll say, how many hours did you spend practicing for an interview? And they'll say, not at all, or 1 hour. And so I do recommend that people practice for an interview. Either seek out organizations. In the Dallas-Fort Worth area, we have an organization that provides free mock interviews. And
wow, that's great.
Yes. And there are, and that's the group I started volunteering with when I got diagnosed with lung cancer. I thought, well, I'm not going to go to work full time, but I'm at least going to volunteer with it's called the PIT crew, practice interview team. And that's how I kind of got more involved in career coaching. So I highly recommend that you practice doing a job interview. Either seek out a career coach. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn, Carol Brickell on LinkedIn, if you'd like, and practice, because that's how you get a job. Resume gets you in the door, but it's the interview that lets you get the job. And I see over and over people fall into the same traps in an interview. They stumble on the same things that kind of irritate the interviewer. So those things need to be practiced.
Carol, you may be going to get to this, and if you do, then don't answer right now, but are there 3 or 4 questions that are in every interview that you should have nailed so you just know what those answers are?
Yes. Okay. And I will talk about one of them in a moment, but it's the opening question. Tell me about
yourself.
Yeah, I'll be talking about that. And then, of course, what is your greatest strength and what is your greatest weakness? Interviewers that don't know what to ask will ask that question. And so you have to be prepared for that. Then another big one, and the reason I tell people to research the company is most of the time they'll say, okay, so what do you know about us? The interviewer will ask, what do you know about our company? And how well do you think you'll fit into our culture and core values? When I ask people that in mock interviews, they usually can say something about the company, that they know something about the company. They looked at the website. And then I'll follow up and say, well, what about our core values? Do you believe in those? And I get deer in the headlights.
Absolutely, yes.
And then I've had clients come back to me and say they were so glad I asked them that because the interviewer did ask them, because they want to know that you're going to fit into the culture. So you need to not only research the company, but research their career page, research about what they're doing in the community, their culture, their core values. So you can say, oh, one of the core values is teamwork and collaboration. I love working in those kind of environments,
You know, Carol, I once had an interview. It was an all-day interview. It was 6 hours with the same person. And when I walked in, he said to me, we're going to see what you're made of. I'm not going to ask you any questions. You're going to ask me questions for the next 6 hours. And had I not done my research on that specific company, I would have been in so much trouble.
Yeah. If I were in that situation, the very first question I would ask them is, well, I've looked at your job description here, but I'm really interested in hearing you right now based on this moment in time. What do you need most, in terms of skills?
And turn it back around.
Yes. And how can I help you the most? Because an interview is really a sales call.
Right.
You need to find out from them what they need, and you need to sell them that you are the person to fit their need.
Yep. And Tabitha, you can't see this, but Tabitha Paccioni says, thank you so much for this information, Carol. This is such a difficult time for so many people, and you offer so many great tips and so much hope. And that's true.
Yes.
Hope.
Yes. Yeah, I love doing coaching sessions with people because they'll come in saying, like you mentioned, Diane, with interviews, people are nervous. And we'll do practice questions. I'll ask them a question, they'll answer, and I'll say, well, you did this well and this well, but we need to add this and this and this.
Yeah.
And again, they try it again, and I go, bingo, you've got it. And then they walk away feeling like they can do it.
I'm ready. Absolutely.
And then before a job interview, you definitely need to study the job description and underline or highlight or whatever the key words in the job description in terms of the skills they're looking for, the requirements for the job. And you want to be able to tell a story for each of those key skills. And the best way to tell a story is a star story. Have you ever heard about that?
No, but I do want to tell you, we've got about 20 minutes to the top of the hour, so I definitely want to hear your story, but I just want to give you a little cue so you knew where we were.
Yes, and I've got my watching.
Oh, look at you. I don't even have to give you cues. You're such a pro. That's fabulous.
That's great. Yeah, I do a lot of webinars, and I keep my old-fashioned watch right in front of me. So I am watching because I do want to.
You have your old-fashioned watch. I have the wonderful Sarah Beatty, so that's a good thing.
So, because I do want to leave time for us to talk about wigs at the top for anybody who's experienced hair loss, and I'll talk about that journey too. Anyway, real quickly regarding the type of stories to tell, I recommend star stories. So if somebody asks you, for example, now tell me about a time you led a challenging project. You want to tell a quick 60-second star story. That stands for what was the situation, the task you were given, the actions you took, And what was the result?
Oh, wonderful. That's great. I'll remember that. That's a great acronym.
STAR, yes. So that's what you need to do. And I spend a lot of time with people practicing that. And an answer should go no more than 60 to 90 seconds. Because after that, the interviewer turns off they tune out after about 45 seconds. And then another thing to prepare is to be able to have short explanations for your reasons for leaving jobs. And it's really hard on people that have been laid off. They feel like, oh, it's something I did or whatever, but almost everybody I've talked to has been laid off at one time or another. And so even if you've been laid off, what I recommend to people is just provide a short answer and say something positive. And the recruiter will probably remember the positive part. So if you were recently laid off, all you have to do is say, my company went through a restructuring, and unfortunately my role was impacted. However, they treated us really well. They gave us a severance package, and I have several really good leadership references from there.
There you go. That's great.
Yes. So you're not saying anything bad about the company, and you're saying good things about it, and you're saying you have a reference from there. So that's one way I'd recommend answering that question. And then Diane, you asked what are the big questions that people get asked during interviews? And there's usually some sort of opening question at the beginning of an interview.
Always.
Yes. Something like, so why are you here today? Why did you apply for this job? Why are you the best candidate? Can you walk me through your resume? Tell me about yourself. Whatever that opening question is, you want to be prepared with a 90-second answer. And even if they say, walk me through your resume, they do not want to hear your whole job history. Exactly. And then you moved to California, and then you got this job, and then it went under, and then they'll tune out after about 45 seconds. So what you need to be prepared for is a 90-second answer that highlights three or four of the key skills that they're looking for in the job. So if I'm applying for a corporate recruiter job and they say, walk me through your resume, I would say I've spent many years as a hiring manager, and also the most recent 6 years I've worked as a recruiter, and I have screened job applicants. I've done a lot of creative sourcing to find job applicants, and I know how to conduct interviews or something like that. So I would highlight the key skills that I have that I know they're looking for. Oh, in fact, I did this on a job interview when I retired from an IT company, and I knew they needed people that liked to work the phones. And I said, I'm a good interviewer. I've taught behavioral interviewing, and I love working the phones. If I know somebody's looking for a job, I love getting on the phone and calling people to, about that person. And so I think that's why I got the job. I knew that's a skill they were looking for. And in my opening statement, I said I had that skill. So,
which definitely pricked up their ears.
Yes. And then, as you mentioned, Diane, walking into that 6-hour interview, you do want to be prepared with questions to ask them.
Most people won't have to do that for 6 hours.
No, I've never heard of that.
A lot of interviews in my life, I've never had that one happen before. So
I've never heard that story. I've heard a lot of stories, but not that
one. It was a horror story, but I did get the job, so it was okay.
So you do want to prepare some questions to ask the interviewer. And one note I will say here, and I've got a couple of minutes. One question you want to ask earlier in the process is, what are the key skills that you're looking for, and how can I help you the most? You want to ask that question towards the beginning of the interview. And it could be when they say, tell me about yourself, and you do your 90-second spiel about yourself and what you know about the job, or what the skills you have relating to the job. And then if you can gracefully pivot to a question and say, I've been reading this job description and I'm really interested in hearing, what are the key skills you need right now, and how can I help you the most? It's best to ask that question up front, because then they will give you information that is golden, and you may even want to write down some key words of what they're looking for, because at the end of the interview, you want to have a strong closing statement. So if I were interviewing for a corporate recruiting position, I would, close by saying, wow, in summary, it sounds like You need somebody who has experience doing creative sourcing, who is not afraid to get on the phones and call hiring managers to see if they need a candidate, and who is also has a track record of meeting targets. And I've done all those things for the last 5 years. So this job sounds like a great match. I can't wait to get started.
There you go.
So, yes. Did you have a question?
No, I love that though. I think that's so important. I loved how you summed that up at the end. It's really cool.
Yes. I mean, it basically is a sales call. So when you're interviewing, you need to listen really carefully to what they need. And at the end, summarize back to them what they need. Sounds like you need this. I've done all those things for the last 5 years. Can't wait to get started. What are the next steps? And then they'll talk about the next steps, and you can set a date to follow back up with them, regarding the opportunity. So you do have to close it as a call.
Great tips. Great tips.
Yeah. Are there any other questions about resume or interview?
No, we don't have anything else here. People, I think, are going to be on that Twitter chat, though. I'd be very ready for that.
Okay, I will definitely log into that at that time. And the amazing thing, Diane, is the only reason I've been able to do all of this work and help all of these people that are interviewing for jobs is because of recent research and targeted therapies. First, the immunotherapy got everything stabilized for me. And then by moving to the targeted genetic therapy based on my ROS1 mutation, which got rid of everything, and my last scan was clear, I have energy. I feel perfectly normal. And so I've been able to do all of this work and do webinars every week on resume writing. So I'm so grateful for that. And I'm so grateful for the organizations, such as yourself, that support the research and funding.
Well, the Lung Cancer Foundation of America is amazing. And as far as that research, and it's true, it's that the research is what's giving everybody that second, third, fourth shot, which is absolutely fantastic. And we just look at this whole day of how all of you are giving back, how all of you are living with lung cancer, and that's a wonderful thing. So there's one other thing I want to talk to you about now, and that is the wig reviews. How did this come about?
Great. Are you seeing the YouTube channel yet?
Not yet. We're seeing you right now. So Carol can't see us because of her PowerPoint. So she's and on top of being an amazing presenter, she's doing it without being able to see anything, which is amazing. So we're going to put the YouTube channel right now.
Okay, there it is. Okay, now, Diane, I can see you. So PowerPoint. Excellent. So in the month of May, after I started targeted genetic therapy, and I had a really bad flu bug, and I think it was COVID, but after all that, my hair started really thinning in May, and it was bad. And I will honestly say, anybody who's gone through hair loss, it's something. So it hit me hard. It was sad, but my husband hugged me and said, "I'll love you anyway." Just
that's wonderful.
If you need to buy a wig, go ahead and buy some hats. And my daughters got online and suggested what wigs and what hats I should get. And so shopping therapy helped a little bit. So I did get online.
I get that, Carol, really well.
Yes, shopping therapy helps.
Shopping therapy.
I did, go through a little bit of a grieving process. I got online, and then I got frustrated because everybody said, "Oh, you need to go to this wig shop or go here." And I'm like, but I'm afraid to go to my hairdresser. I'm afraid to go to a wig shop. I haven't been to a store since March 12th.
Yeah.
And so I just started looking online. And what I discovered, and this is useful for anybody who's going through hair loss, is before you buy any wig online, go to YouTube and type in the name of that wig, the name and the brand, and you will find people that have done wig reviews. So for example,
but not the way you have done them. Yours are outstanding.
Oh, well, I tried to make mine short and sweet. Sometimes people will do them and they'll talk and talk and talk, and it's 20, 30 minutes long. I just do really short and sweet. I do a turnaround so that you can see it all the way around. I talk about what I like about it. And all of these wigs are very reasonably priced. This one was about $100. And this one is Gratitude by Gabor. And this is my go-to. I think you and Sarah kind of voted for this one. This
one may become one of my go-tos very soon after seeing it from you. I love it.
It comes comes in blonde and gray and different colors. And this is one that's called brown blonde, and so it has highlights, and I just love it. So I started buying these wigs. I bought a couple of Gabor wigs. Then a friend of mine reached out to me, and I discovered YouTube videos for a company in California called Godiva's Secret Wigs. Anybody's experiencing hair loss, look for them on YouTube. Watch their videos. And my friend helped me order a wig called Andrea. So when people go out and look at Godiva's Secret Wigs, and one of my wig reviews is on that. So if we want to, do we want to show the first 30 seconds of
pull up Shannon, and we're going to watch this wonderful review.
Just the first 30 seconds, I think.
This is Shannon by Paula Young, and it comes in this box. And you can see the color. It is SF 1228 pound 6. That's basically brown with gold highlights, and this is a fun, pretty wig. It's a great bargain. And I'm going to go ahead and do a spin around for you so you can see.
I love the spin around part.
And you can see how natural it looks. And I do these reviews as a thank you to all of you out there that have done reviews. They've been helpful for me, and so I'm hoping this will help somebody as well. In fact, I bought Shannon based on watching wig reviews. I saw people talk about the fibers and how good they felt, and so I thought I'd give it a try. My natural hair was kind of curly and unruly, and I thought it'd be fun to try something like this, and it's been a great, fun wig. And it's made with their VersaFiber fibers. So it is heat resistant. You can use styling tools up to 350 degrees to style it. And it weighs 4.1 ounces. The bangs are 4.5 inches. The crown is 11 inches.
Your detail's amazing.
7.5. And the back, the nape is 5.5 inches. And it has open wefting that keeps it cool, and Velcro adjusters, and the felt comfort band, and you can't see it at all. And the bangs stay in place really nicely so that it looks natural. And the dark roots there also make it look very natural. So overall, I'm very happy with the Shannon wig because of the way it feels, and people like how it looks. When I posted on Facebook, a lot of people made a lot of comments that they liked it. So it's a very, very fun wig to have.
What I love, there's so many things I love about your videos. First off, that video is 2 minutes and 30 seconds long, which is you just get to it. You give the details. It's clear how you feel about the wig, and that the wig makes you feel good.
Yes.
Right? That you like that. The fact that you share that you take the time, aside from what you do as a professional, to do something like this that is such a service to people, it just means the world. I mean, I just think that's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, and it became worthwhile to me when a stranger commented on one of my wig reviews, "I'm so glad I found you. This is so helpful." And that's why I did it.
I just love that. I just love that.
I mean, I was really struggling and grieving, and by watching these wig reviews, it gave me hope.
Absolutely. I mean, your hair is a big part of your identity, no matter how you look at it. So I can't tell you how excited I am that we had this hour together. It flew, and that's just fantastic. And that's hard to do, Carol. So kudos to you. I just want to ask you to close, if you would, about what lung cancer research really means to you and why it's so important.
Oh boy, I'll try to do this without crying. It means life. You know, the research that has led to immunotherapy, the targeted genetic therapy for people like me that have a genetic mutation, it has given me extra months and years to be able to spend with my husband and with my 2 grown daughters, my grandchildren. And so I feel like, you know, by being given this extra time, I need to make it count. And so that's why I'm trying to do so much to do the work that I love. I love helping people find jobs and really help people. And then the wig thing, helping people with that. But research means life. And I would not be sitting here right now if it hadn't been for research, because You should have seen that scan back in January of 2019. It was scary. And I asked my wonderful doctor, Dr. Gilles Kirkpatrick, when I saw that scan, and he said, well, we can't operate, but we can treat it systemically. I even said, is it worth it? And he said, well, he sat up in his chair and he goes, we've got a plan for this. And from that moment on, I thought, okay, this guy, he's done some research. He knows the research. He knows all the latest stuff. And he put me on a plan. And then Monday, that was on a Thursday. And then the Monday morning, he goes, okay, Carol, here's the plan. We're going to put you through chemo class. We're going to get you started. We're going to do the biomarker test. I'm like, okay, I got a plan now. So
were you worried though, when he said chemo and radiation? I think there's some connotations to those terms that make you
Yes, I was worried, especially when I said, can you just cut this out and get rid of it? And he said, no, the mortality rate would be too high. So we need to treat it with me, it was chemo and immunotherapy. And yeah, I thought, will that even work? And that's why I said, is it even worth it? But he stopped me, said, we've got a plan. I've seen this before. He knew. So yeah, research is life is the way I would summarize it. And
we have to keep doing it, right? I mean, because we need to figure out what the next step is.
Yeah, because the pills I'm taking now, there will be a time probably that they're no longer effective to me. So I'll need to move to another type of pill, and then another one, and then maybe another one, and then I'm out of options. So please, yeah, we need more research because I don't want to be out of options. I want to see my grandkids graduate from school. I want to keep helping people find jobs. So, and I want to hang around with my husband. We have fun together with our 2 kitty cats, and I've got one sitting right here with me.
Oh, show me.
This will take a second.
It's okay. We can go over just a little. Sarah will tell me, but it's okay. Oh, what a beautiful baby.
This is Maya. She hangs out with me. So anyway.
She's gorgeous.
So
thank you so much for this time. I can't tell you how much we appreciate it. It was just a joy. And thank you for all the fantastic information. There are people on Facebook who are saying that you just did an amazing job.
Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. Well, thank you, Diane. You did a great job too. It was really fun chatting back and forth.
It was fun. Thanks so much, Carol Brickell, who is with our Speakers Bureau and is a great career coach. So go over to Twitter and talk to her on Twitter as well.
Okay, great.
All right. Bye-bye. Wow. Was that fantastic? I mean, you've got some great tips on if you're looking for a job, what to say and how to say it, which is wonderful. And then we had that fun spin at the end where Carol got to do her wigs. Oh, she is great. Okay, so remember the reason why we're here is because we need to raise funds for that next breakthrough that so many of our Speakers Bureau members, so many lung cancer patients are waiting for. We have made strides so that they're living longer, but cancer's smart and it changes. And so we have to continue to learn more and more so we can have more and more breakthroughs. You know, LCFA and their charitable partners have raised more than $4 million towards lung cancer research to attract the best and the brightest to the field of lung cancer. And the goal of these young investigator grants that we're raising money for today is to fund the best research, to make the largest possible positive impact for lung cancer patients. That's so important. So please help LCFA to attract even more of the best and the brightest minds. With your donation, you can help us fund the next scientist to find another lung cancer breakthrough. So what we want you to do so we can fund these young investigator grants is to make a donation. Text lungs forever, lungs, the number 4 ever, to 41444, or click the donate button at the top of the screen if you're joining us on the World Lung Cancer Day page, event page. Okay, so now we have Ivy Elkins, who's going to talk to us today. And Ivy is going to take us on a trip. I am so excited to do this with her. It's time to do a little bit of dreaming. You know, I know that most people can't travel right now because of COVID, but we can plan. And planning's so important. And there's Ivy. Hey, Ivy, how are you?
Hey, Diane. I'm really good. How are you?
I'm great. We've been having such a great time. And I want to do a bit of dreaming with you today. Dreaming and planning about what we're going to do when we get out of this crazy COVID time, about places to travel and and things so that we can make the travel even easier. And you have some special guests, which I can't wait to see. I can't wait for the special guests. But you're a member of our Speakers Bureau. We're here for World Lung Cancer Day. This is the social media takeover for Lung Cancer Foundation of America. And we are just, we've had such an amazing day talking about so many different topics, but you have something that's very special and close to your heart, which is travel. Although before we get to that, I want you to tell me a little bit about your journey, the journey that you had through lung cancer and how you're dealing with lung cancer. Would you do that for me?
Oh, yeah, I would be happy to share that, Diane.
Thank you.
I even titled what I'm talking about today, Around the World in 2,400 plus days. And it's 2,400 plus days because that's the amount of time that I've been living with lung cancer since my diagnosis in 2013.
Wow.
At the very end of 2013. Yeah. Almost, it'll be 7 years at the end of this year.
Love to hear that.
And I've been very fortunate. When I was first diagnosed, I never thought that I would ever travel again. And I've always loved to travel. But, as you'll hear, as we talk today, I have, thanks to research, felt well and been able to have, many, many trips. To back up a little bit though, I'll tell you all my story of diagnosis. In 2013, the middle of 2013, I started having some problems with my neck and my elbow. Nothing terrible. They just kind of hurt a little bit and I had trouble straightening my elbow. Other than that, I was pretty much the picture of health. If you look at the first photo I have up on the screen, that was my family in 2013, right before I was diagnosed. Initially, my primary care physician didn't really think anything about what was going on other than it was probably an overuse injury. And he sent me for some physical therapy. I had some cortisone shots in my elbow, but nothing, got better. And eventually I had an MRI done and found out I had a mass that was growing on the bone.
You must have been shocked.
I was shocked. And at that point, they didn't even know what it was. They thought maybe it could have been benign. It could have been a bone cancer. They didn't really know what it was at all. And that kind of kicked everything up a notch. And I started to have tests and biopsies. And lo and behold, at 47 years old, I found out that I had stage 4 lung cancer that had not only spread from the initial place in my lungs to my bones, that was the elbow and the neck, but it also spread to my brain. So by the time I was diagnosed, I had a lot of lung cancer and I was more than shocked. I just couldn't believe it. It wasn't anything that I had imagined.
How did you deal with that? And how did your family deal with that?
It was really hard. My kids were young at that point. My younger son, Jared, was 10, and my older son was 13. It was a big shock to tell them that their mom had lung cancer. They had, and my husband and all of us. It kind of came out of left field. And, initially we didn't know very much about what the treatment would be. But fortunately, I found out that I had an EGFR mutation. And my wonderful oncologist, Dr. Jyoti Patel, who I have a picture with in the upper right and who I have been with.
Let me ask, Sarah, is there a way, I'm going to talk to Sarah who's doing the technical, is there a way we can put Ivy's slides up? Because I haven't seen them yet, so I'm just checking with you.
Oh, they're not up?
No, but they'll be up in a minute. Sarah will get them. She's probably working on them right now. Oh, there they go.
Okay.
See, she's so smart. All you have to do, and thank gosh she's doing it. That's all I have to say.
Well, like I said before, when I was referring to the picture on the left, that was the picture I meant. There I am with my 2 sons and my husband.
Yeah.
And the picture on the right, on the top, is me and my oncologist, who I've been with since I was initially diagnosed. And she found I had this mutation, initially you don't even know what a mutation is,
And it doesn't, I hate that word. Don't you hate that word? I mean,
because it doesn't sound like it's something good, but
no, it's kind of sci-fi-ish. It's like, yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Right. And I, went on a targeted therapy oral pill, which had been, thanks to research, FDA approved just a couple of months before I was diagnosed. And it worked great. I stayed on it for almost 3 years.
So no chemo for you, no radiation for you at that point. Wow.
No.
A pill. A pill because of research.
It was amazing. I mean, all the brain metastases I had disappeared because of that pill. Bone grew back in my neck, my elbow. I had some slight bone involvement in my ribs and pelvis too. That all grew back.
I want to ask you, when you first heard cancer, did you ever think treatment would be a pill?
No, never. I didn't even know that was a thing or a possibility.
Right.
I immediately imagined myself, what you normally think is traditional IV chemotherapy.
Right.
Losing your hair, being sick. I had no idea that was an option.
Yep.
But it's been fantastic for me. And that is a huge development in lung cancer. That if I had been diagnosed even 5 years earlier, I wouldn't have had the benefit of.
Yep.
And lo and behold, after 3 years, I progressed a little bit. I had some more growth in my lung from the cancer. There was a new oral targeted therapy drug that had been FDA approved a few months prior to that.
Wow.
Yeah, it was amazing. And I went on that. I'm still on that almost 4 years later. And because of that, I had no areas of disease identifiable in my lung, in my whole body, other than the initial one in my upper right lobe of my lung.
That's just wonderful.
Yeah. So early this year, I had surgery to remove that lobe, and I'm currently considered NED, no evidence of disease.
Which is fantastic.
Yeah. So it's a really good story. But then again, I have no evidence of disease now. We hope it lasts forever, but once you're stage 4, you just never know. There could be some microscopic cells. So it's so important to have more treatment options and new treatment options. And that's why
also explain how often you have to go in and then wait to see whether they scanned, go through that, because I don't think people understand that if you have no evidence of disease, it doesn't mean you're done.
Right. And I'm still on medication. I still am taking my EGFR targeted therapy, which is current protocol right now for people who have had, have had targeted therapy and then surgery. You continue on the targeted therapy.
Right.
I still go in every 3 months and I see my oncologist. I have CT scans of my lung, and every 6 months I still go in and I have brain MRIs. So
what's the wait like for that? I mean, is that stressful?
Really, she's really good. I have my scans early in the morning, and I usually take a little break, go have some lunch, and by the afternoon I meet with her and she gives me the results. So I'm very fortunate in that regard.
But you still, that time, I would think every 3 months going in to see, am I still okay?
Yeah.
That's not an easy thing to deal with.
No, that's stressful. I mean, and there's a term called scanxiety that a lot of people like myself deal with, because you're living in these 3-month increments and you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know, but it's, I've managed to make the best of, the time that I have. And once I find out at a 3-month interval that things are okay, I kind of put, my own personal cancer back in its little box and try to live the best possible life I can.
Wow, you're a strong woman.
You never know what you're capable of until something happens.
Isn't that the truth? I agree.
Yeah. So moving on, I showed you all of, those lovely pictures of my family. Well, here we are now. This is
I love that. And by the way, Montessa Lee just wrote, Ivy is awesome. Thanks for advocating for the community. And Montessa, you're right. She is.
Oh, I love Montessa. That's so sweet.
Yeah.
And what I didn't mention, and thanks for bringing that up, Diane, is in the time since I've become, since the time I was diagnosed, I've gotten very involved in advocacy for lung cancer, in particular research advocacy. And I've done the travel that I've done, a lot of it is personal, but a lot of it is also related to my advocacy work.
Right.
Of course, now, as you can see, there I am in a car going to my doctor's appointment. There I am with my teenage boys and husband, home playing a family game. We're not going very many places right now.
But we can dream, right? It's going to happen.
My boys, my older son was in the middle of his freshman year in college when he had to come home because of coronavirus, and he will be doing his fall semester remote from home, his fall sophomore semester now. And my other son, Jared, who you'll hear from a little later in this
one of our special guest appearances.
Yeah, in this chat, is a senior in high school right now. And he'll also be doing his semester from home.
Wow.
My husband's working from home. I'm doing advocacy from home.
We're all very close, aren't we?
We're doing like many families, out there right now.
Yeah.
Right? But let me just talk a little bit about travel in good times. So I have always loved travel, and I think it really, really became one of the passions in my life in the mid-90s when I worked for American Airlines.
Really? I didn't know you worked for American Airlines. That's cool.
Yeah, I did. I had nothing to do with operations of planes whatsoever. I was in finance, but it was a very cool job to have as a young single woman, in her 20s. I got to fly standby places, visit friends, take trips with coworkers to fun locations around the world. I mean, it was really, really a fun, unique experience. I even during I think it was in 1993, I don't know if you guys remember, there was a flight attendant strike right before Thanksgiving at American Airlines. And I was even a substitute flight attendant. Yeah, for 3 days. They put us through training, all the analysts who normally sit in headquarters, they put us all through training. We learned how to go down slides and use the PA.
That would have been my favorite part. Absolutely.
That was fun. Luckily, we didn't have to use that, but
yes, yeah, only in training would it have been my favorite part. That's a very good point.
Yeah, it's one of those things you need to know how, but you hope you never use.
Yes, exactly.
But the whole thing was a very cool experience and really jump-started me into my love of travel. Unfortunately now, given COVID, a lot of people don't want to fly, and I don't blame them because there's so many issues anyway with quarantining between states and not being able to even get to international locations that a lot of friends I know are doing more road trips.
Absolutely.
And my family's always loved road trips, and I have friends who are going camping, who are renting RVs and driving across country, stopping at national parks, and people are really thinking out of the box in terms of how you can still travel and do something fun, but still maintain some of a good deal of social distancing.
Absolutely. You need that break. I mean, you have to figure out how you're going to get it and how you're going to be safe while you do it.
Exactly. And even if you don't have the time or the interest in, going on a road trip, I read an article about how even planning a virtual vacation or planning a vacation that you'll take in the future can really reduce your stress level. Just, doing that and like looking at pictures and thinking about where you would stay or what you would do can really help to make you feel better.
I think I have to tell you that I have, I love to go to North Carolina, and there is a surf camera at a city that I like. And it is almost the end of every day when I will pull that camera up and put it full screen on my computer and just sit there for 3 to 5 minutes. Look at the weather. The birds are going to fly by. Is it windy? But I'm on the beach. I am.
It's really relaxing. Right. And that's actually the second article that I mentioned here, the BuzzFeed one. That's exactly what it is. It's all these destinations with webcams that you can pretty much feel like you're there. You can go to, cool international places, virtually like Sydney, Australia, or Tokyo, or you can go to a Caribbean island, or just somewhere interesting in New York, or, another domestic location. So that could be a fun thing.
Can you go to the Bean in Chicago? That's what I want to know, because I love the Bean. The Bean is the coolest thing.
I don't know if you can on that website, but I bet you can find a way.
I bet you can.
Google the Bean.
Yes.
That you can get there. I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah.
And the other article I put up there, the USA Today one, is also really interesting because this one's a little bit different. This was written by a woman who had a trip planned to France with her boyfriend, and they had to cancel it. So instead, they recreated a weekend in France in their apartment. And
what a great idea.
Yeah, they ordered, they got like French wine and cheese and even printed out boarding passes.
I love that.
Played a loop on their TV of the Eiffel Tower, and so they ended up having a picnic in front of the Eiffel Tower. They took pictures.
You could say, Alexa,
really cute.
Play French music, and she'll just play the living daylights out of it, right?
Yeah,
it was very cool.
And all kinds of fun stuff. And, I think they watch French cooking shows and plan some meals. So another thing to think of, I'm trying to think about, how I might be able to incorporate that for my family at some point.
What a great, fun family night to do something like that.
I think it would be really fun.
Yeah.
But before you decide where you want to go, whether it's virtual or a real vacation, the thing that you really have to figure out first is what will fit with what you're thinking in terms of a vacation.
Yep.
So I have some tips here in terms of how to choose a destination. You need to think to yourself, what do you want? Do you want a city vacation? Do you want a beach? Do you want a combination? Are you looking for hot or cold weather? Do you want to sit and read a book and relax? Or do you want to, have more adventure, go ziplining, do some exciting things? Are you going alone? Are you going with family, with friends? Do you want, to do a tour and have everything planned out for you? Or do you want to kind of do it on your own, be a little bit more spontaneous? It's important to decide your budget and just figure out whether you want to do a tried and tested destination. There's nothing wrong with spending a week, say, in New York, or you want to do something a little bit off the beaten track and go somewhere that you don't know that much about, and you might be making your own new experience rather than just reading, following things that are in a travel guide. So I would suggest when you're choosing a destination to sit down with whoever you're traveling with and kind of have a talk about this and, figure out what you're really looking for in your trip. once you've come up with the destination, then the next thing starts, the actual planning of the trip itself. And some people like to use a travel agent, but I have always just enjoyed doing it myself. Maybe I'm a control freak. I don't know.
I don't know. I think a lot of us like to do it. You know, it is one of those things where when you're changing it, and then you know exactly what you're deciding, what all your options were. I'm with you. I like to do it myself.
Yeah. And I really, it's part of the fun.
Yeah.
You know, so the first thing that I like to do is to book my flight or anything else, because if you don't know if you're going to be able to get there, and you know that's usually the highest ticket item
right.
of your entire trip, then you might as well, you know, not even get any further.
And what we say, I mean, right now the rules are changing all the time, so really checking to see if that flight can be canceled and refunded, hugely important, right? Because we just don't know where everything's going right now. But yet at the same time, you don't want to just say, I'm not even going to try.
Right. And that's why the second thing on my list is to get travel insurance if you can, because, you know, things are a little crazy. No one knows how far out, you know, it'll be okay to travel, and you just don't know what's going to happen.
That's right.
And a lot of times if the flight itself is canceled, you will get your money back. But if you just decide that you don't feel comfortable going, then you really need travel insurance. So it's another important thing.
I've had travel insurance before too, but it has some very serious restrictions on it that I didn't realize. I thought travel insurance across the board meant that if I changed my mind, no problem. That's not always true, right?
No, it's not. You really need to read the policy, which is sometimes kind of difficult to do because they're very long and there's a lot of fine print.
They don't want you to read all the fine print.
Right. You need to go through that, and before you spend your money on a policy that might not help you, if you have any questions, call the company too. I would recommend to make sure that if there's a specific thing you're concerned about, that actually would be covered.
Right.
I tend to lead to be more of a planner. So once I know I'm going on a trip, I like to kind of do everything, you know, not plan down to the second of every day, but I like to then book my accommodations, get a rental car if I need it, or figure out, you know, train tickets if I'm going to more than one place. I like to book those ahead of time if I can, so I don't ever have to worry about not being able to go where I want to go because something is sold out.
And sometimes you can get better deals, right, if you book ahead.
And especially in terms of major tourist attractions in a lot of cities, if you book your time ahead of time, a lot of times you can bypass a line, you can get, you know, fast track to entrance and not have to wait in a ticket buying line and then an entering line. So maybe I'd like to try to reach a balance of not booking everything in advance, but booking some major things that I think, you know, might be a problem otherwise.
Yep.
I like to get recommendations on restaurants from people who have done similar trips before, or kind of look up some fun places to eat and drink. And of course, all the, you know, real requirements, you know, make sure you have a passport that hasn't expired, you know, any visas you may need, and get any immunizations you may need depending on where you're going. Make sure your phone's going to work, that you have internet access if that's something that's important to you, and figure out how to access, you know, the money that you're going to need, especially if it's a different, you know, denomination, a different currency than, you know, your home currency.
And there can be a lot of fees on the transfers back one way or another, right? When you think of that, do you use any sites like TripAdvisor or anything like that where you go on to see what kind of recommendations people gave for food places or hotels? Or
I do. I really like TripAdvisor. Actually, I look up everything on TripAdvisor. I do. So I highly recommend using TripAdvisor to read what people say about places that you're thinking about going to kind of get a little idea.
The first time I went to, I have family in Ireland. The first time I went, we would just drive and find the nearest bed and breakfast, and we met lovely people and we had a lovely time. But the second time I went, TripAdvisor was a thing, and I booked the bed and breakfast based on the TripAdvisor ratings. Oh my gosh, it was a whole different trip. Like every place we stopped, we really just had a fabulous time. It was, top shelf. And I don't mean in money, and I don't mean, it was just a little bit better from doing that. So not that TripAdvisor is sponsoring us, although we wouldn't mind that TripAdvisor if you're out there, but that it really did make a difference to do that little bit of extra research.
I totally agree. It's really, really important. And, it really does make it for a good trip. It really does. Now for the next section, which is really important, what to pack. I'm not going to tackle this because I have to tell you, I have a tendency to overpack. And my advice on how to pack is to get a credit card from one of the airlines that allows you to check all the bags you want for free and just go for it. But that's not great advice. I recognize that. So I asked my husband to talk for a couple of minutes. He has traveled all over the world, used to go to India, like 4 times a year for work. And he would carry just like a backpack, a carry-on backpack, basically, with all his stuff in it while I'm, checking my 3 bags. So here, listen to the advice that he has for you.
Hello, I'm Ben Elkins. I'm Ivy's husband, and she's asked me to make this video of me explaining some of my favorite travel tips because I've traveled a lot, especially in my younger days. I guess my first tip is to make it a little funny is the days of bribing officers is never try to bribe a border officer. And never try to give a bribe to anybody in an airport trying to get your.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
So forget about it.
So you don't end up in jail.
Unless you're pulled over in India for some kind of traffic stop, then the bribes are still good. For tips for traveling, what I would say is for your packing, always roll your clothes. A lot of people don't roll their clothes these days. They try to fold them and put them in. If you roll your clothes, it takes up a lot less room. And I think that's really important. Also, whatever airline you're going to be on, look on their website, find out what the baggage-free like carry-on is, so how much you're going to have to pay, or maybe there's a weight limit you have to be under, things like that to make sure that you have a smooth journey. Also, maximize that carry-on. I mean, some people, just have like, whatever, a woman, wife, girlfriend, whatever, she's going to carry like a little thing. No, you want a gigantic backpack. You need, if it's your wife, tell her to get like the biggest like carry-on thing she can get. And just shove everything in there. We put bags inside of our carry-on bag, believe it or not, so we can just carry it on and shove it wherever you have to shove it. And let's see, I think I had one more in mind. Did I mention the no bribing? Yeah, okay. That's done. But the other one would be try to carry some Ziploc baggies with you. I know that sounds ridiculous, but you're going to have a lot of, especially like me. I mean, I used to travel a lot for work internationally and things like that. So I'm out for maybe, a week or so at a time. And so the Ziploc baggies are really good. In other words, like if you've gone days and days and, you got some dirty socks or dirty underclothes, you can always seal them in your Ziploc bags and they won't, transfer dirt or smell or anything to anything else in there. So also to compress and saves a lot more space. So anyway, that's my top tips. Anyway, I can't, probably you'd be hard up naming a country that I haven't been to before, but one thing is I've never been to the Far East. So I'm really looking for any opportunity to travel to the Far East, any country, Korea, China, Japan, anything like that.
You looking for donations? No.
Anyway, it was really nice talking to everybody, giving you some quick travel tips, and take care. Bye-bye.
What a great guy. That is wonderful.
I love his tips about, don't bribe people any longer. That used to be okay. But, yeah.
Perfect. That was perfect. I just want you to know we're about 2:30 right now, so we're about halfway through, but I am just having the best time talking about this. This is so fun. It really is. We're beginning to dream here.
Oh, yeah. It's always fun talking about travel. It really is. Even if you can't do it, it's just something that I love talking about.
Absolutely.
Well, let me spend a few minutes talking about how to, stay healthy on a plane, even more of a consideration if you do fly now. Yep. And of course, it goes without saying, if you're flying now, wear a mask. I didn't put that on the list, but it should be there in big capital letters.
Actually, I flew recently and I wore gloves as well.
That's a good idea too. Yep. Either wear gloves or bring hand sanitizer and disinfecting wipes so, you can clean down everything that's around you. Especially, you'll see one of the things that I have listed is bring your own entertainment, because those buttons on the entertainment, the entertainment center and the remote controls.
And the screen, the touch screen.
Yeah. So either gloves and your own entertainment or some way to sanitize things are essential. But, other things, you don't want to, I know sometimes it's tempting, especially if you're taking an overnight flight, to stay up and not sleep and then assume, that'll make you sleep on the plane. But I wouldn't advise that, because I've done that before. And then I'm so overtired, I can't sleep on the plane. Right. And that's a total mess. So, I would definitely recommend getting plenty of rest before your flight, bringing some healthy snacks with you, because you might not like what's offered on the plane, and it might.
Right now, they don't offer anything, so.
Right, it might not be offered, or even if it is offered, it might not be when you want to actually eat something, especially if it's a long flight. Same thing with water. Keep hydrated. Right now, bring your own water bottle is a really good idea. Just fill it up once you're, through security. Find a water fountain and fill it up, or buy, a bottle of water or two when you're in there. Pour it into your water bottle and then go. This is a tough one. Really, in order to feel best when you're landed, you really shouldn't drink alcohol or coffee on a plane, even though it's extremely tempting, because it dehydrates you even more. You're
that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, you're already in this really dry, confined situation, and it tends to make you feel worse, in the long term. One thing that I also make sure that I always do is to get up and walk every hour, especially living with lung cancer. There's a concern sometimes about sitting too long and getting, a blood clot or something like that. And in order to prevent that, I like to get an aisle seat and get up and walk up and down the aisle every, hour or so. I have before we get.
I thought your husband was fabulous, but this is my favorite guest appearance.
Yeah, before we get to the guest appearance from my son Jared, who's 17 now, I wanted to mention that at this point, in our lives with older kids, we really focus on how to make a family trip work well with teenagers. And I have a couple of pointers that we found have, really made our family trips, more pleasant. We let our boys choose some of the activities that they want to do once we pick a location, a destination that we're going to. They might not always be, something that we're dying to do. Like when we were in Portland, Oregon, Jared, the one on the screen right now, decided he wanted to visit every sneaker store in the area, but it gets them very interested in the trip if they feel like they have some sort of control. We like to mix it up a bit, not go anywhere where it's pure relaxation on a beach or too much, go, go, go activity, because they either get bored or tired, and, it's just best, if we found, for us to mix it up. And we've also found that it's a good idea to give them a little bit of space, both physical space, if possible, as in, their, separate room, or an apartment style hotel room where, maybe they have their own bedroom.
Right. Or an Airbnb type of situation where they can have their own room. Absolutely.
Yeah, where they can, stick in their headphones and watch YouTube videos until later at night. Then,
or TikTok or whatever. Yes.
Yeah, so that's a huge help. Or even space to say, if that's not possible, if that's not within the budget, even space to say, just, okay, go to breakfast whenever you guys want. We'll go to breakfast when we want, and we'll meet at, who knows, like 10 o'clock to do something.
Right.
So we're not spending every moment together. But by far, the number one thing that we found to do with teenagers are food tours.
I love this idea. This is just great.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, and they love them. And rather than me telling you guys about what, teenagers love, I'm going to have my son, Jared, right here, talk a little bit about food tours and what he thinks of them. Oops, wait a second. Having a little difficult.
Ben's become such an internet sensation. He just wants more time. That's all there is to it.
Talk about trying different foods and different cuisines. So from the time I was about 15, I think, my family took a trip to Iceland. And there in Iceland, I got my first full-fledged food tour type scenario. My parents actually felt like it would be a good idea to kind of run around the whole island in a day and try everything from like the north, the west, the south, the east. And it was the first time I really tried a cuisine I was completely unfamiliar with, like Icelandic food. From that experience, I had already been more or less an adventurous eater beforehand, but from that experience, I really was able to grasp a different culture and also try some new things I never thought I would. Like, for example, fermented shark is a thing in Iceland. And even though, to be completely honest, it tasted like not good, it was terrible, but it was a really cool experience to kind of gain an understanding of the culture and to really surround myself in places where I wouldn't have been before. On the brighter side, there was really good like beef stew, and that was definitely the highlight of the food tour. I've also done a food tour in Mexico with my family, and similar results. I find it kind of funny because there's always like one bad thing, one really good thing. But either way, food tours definitely have helped me kind of grow as an adventurous eater. And at the same time, has really helped me gain appreciation for culture in different places that I'm so blessed to visit. It's really important, and I feel like it's been really beneficial for me. And I would strongly recommend it to any parent or any teenager who just wants to try it. It's really great. So that's my story. I recommend it.
I love him. I hug him. I want to hug him, Ivy. He's so cute.
Oh, thanks. He did a great job with that.
He did. And that whole thing about the fermented shark, and it really wasn't that good. But the first time I heard that, I was in hysterics. That was so fun.
Yeah, the fermented shark really wasn't good.
That sounds good.
No, actually, I think on the next slide. Yeah. There it is. There's a picture in the middle.
Is that the middle? Yeah.
That is the fermented shark.
What did it taste like?
It had a very strong taste of cleaning fluids.
And all the Icelandic people who are watching us are now offended, but we won't worry.
No, I'm going to tell you a story. And it just had an off-putting texture. What we found out after we tasted this is that fermented shark is one of those things in Iceland now that people have like on New Year's Eve. They don't eat it normally.
Oh.
It's like a thing. Like you have it on New Year's Eve, like a little tiny bite or two, and then you chase it down with a beer immediately.
Or maybe something stronger. So.
Yeah, it's that type of thing, and it's like good luck for the next year. It's not. I mean, I think in the olden days, people really did eat it, but it's not, I mean, even the tour guide said, you know, this is something that you have to try, but.
Wow, that's crazy. All right, tell us your other pictures here. Give us
Iceland was a fantastic family trip for us. It really was. We visited the Blue Lagoon. That's the first picture up there on the top left. Absolutely beautiful and warm water. And we stayed in Reykjavik, which is the major city, and did some day trips to see some of the beautiful nature around the island, like the black sand beaches that you can see on the bottom left, geysers. There's a geyser erupting in the middle, and glaciers. It was gorgeous. Actually, the picture on the upper right is this really cool church in downtown Reykjavik.
Really?
Yeah.
That's lovely.
You know, it was such a cool trip, and we really kind of debated back and forth about whether to go there in the summer or the winter initially, because there's pros and cons for both of them. We ended up going in the summer because you have 23 out of 24 hours of sunlight, which, you know, was great. But what you miss if you go in the summer, in the winter, you can see the northern lights.
Northern Lights, yeah. So that's on my bucket list for sure.
But the whole fact of going in the winter when it was cold I mean, if you look at those pictures,
right?
The pictures, I'm wearing a hat and, you know, you can't really tell, but I'm wearing the lighter jacket that I brought with like 2 sweaters underneath because I had no idea how cold it was.
Right.
I'm just wearing a little sweatshirt, but they don't get cold. But it was cold in the summer. I can only imagine how cold it would be in the winter. But it was such a different place and so safe and fun. We really had a good time.
Sounds like so much. I want to go there now.
Yeah, I highly recommend it. I really do.
That's great.
I really do. We ate on the same food tour where we had the shark. We had one of the things that I thought was the best, which was rye bread ice cream. So there's a lot of really interesting foods.
What the heck is rye bread ice cream?
You know, so there's all this, you know, there's all these warm water pockets that are all around the island. That's what, you know, creates larger things like geothermal pockets like the Blue Lagoon. But there's little ones everywhere around the island. And people who live in Iceland dig down and, you know, where if they have one near them, put in bread dough and literally bake their rye bread below ground in these pockets. And rye bread is a big thing, like baked, like underground.
That's cool.
Isn't it cool? So for this rye bread ice cream, they take rye bread, mix it with some cream and freeze it. And it sounds weird, but it was one of the most delicious things. Imagine.
Oh my gosh, that sounds fascinating.
So good. So that was my top thing from the food tour, although the stews that we had were also really good, like Jared said. Another really good family trip that we did, this was only about a year ago. We went to the island of Curacao in the Caribbean. And we started out actually researching Aruba because we thought we would go there. But there weren't any good flights and things were sold out. And we kind of learned about the ABC islands, A being Aruba, B being Bonaire, and C being Curacao. And those are the Caribbean islands that are closest to the coast of Venezuela. So as we started reading about them, Curacao became really interesting to us because in addition to, as you can see, beautiful beaches and everything, there was a lot of interesting cultural things to see and do there. There's a big Dutch influence, there's a Portuguese influence. If you look on the bottom right, it's so close to Venezuela that vendors come from Venezuela and sell fruits and vegetables in a floating market of boats along the downtown, which is a picture in the center. Look how gorgeous that downtown
is. So pretty, yes.
And we rented a car. It's very safe. We drove around the island, so we got out of just our resort. There was beautiful scenery, like you can see. One of the oldest, actually the oldest, I believe, still existing, still operating synagogue in the Americas is located in Curacao. And that's the picture on the top right. It has a sand floor. It was super cool.
Oh, that's very cool.
Isn't it? So it was a great mix.
How long did it take you to plan this trip?
We went in December, and I was probably planning in the summer. So, it took a while, but it was fun. It was really fun. And we like things like that are a mix of some relaxing, at the resort and some walking around and discovering things and driving around and seeing things. We had great Portuguese food and Indonesian food. It was just such an interesting place to be. I, again, highly recommend it.
That's very cool. Very cool.
Another great family trip we did was to Puerto Rico.
Oh, this one definitely. I'm doing this one.
Yeah.
This one.
This was a few years back, though, before hurricanes and other natural disasters. But it was a great trip too, because beach, pool, resort. Plus, we got to go to the rainforest. We walked around Old San Juan, downtown. Just a great mix of relaxing and adventure. Perfect family trip, especially with teenagers.
I love that. That's great. And I bet your teens had a great time.
They really loved it. And then we have a couple of, that I wanted to mention, a couple of trips in the U.S. that we did that were really fun.
Oh, you have literally one of my favorite places in the entire country. I know that picture with Haystack Mountain right there. Yep.
Yeah. We had a great time. I mean, we went to Oregon. We did half the trip in Portland, another half out at the coast. Yeah. Bottom right, Haystack Mountain. And, it was a good mix again, too, of relaxing out on the coast and running around in the city, checking out the food truck scene, all the fun stuff in downtown Portland.
Oh, yeah.
Voodoo donuts. I don't know if you know what a voodoo donut is.
I do know what a voodoo donut is, unfortunately. Yeah.
It's crazy. I mean, it's basically a chocolate long john, but it has a face, and it's filled with red, I think, strawberry jelly or raspberry jelly.
Oh, okay.
And there's
very hungry.
like a steak. So, I mean, when you pull out the pretzel, it oozes blood.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It oozes the raspberry or strawberry jelly.
Yep.
That's the blood.
But I think driving the Oregon coast, there's not a bad spot on the Oregon coast.
No, there isn't.
Oh,
a lot of driving up and down to.
Yep.
We went to a cheese making factory.
Tillamook, was it Tillamook that you went to?
What's that?
Did you go to Tillamook? Is that what the
Yes, we went to Tillamook.
Yep.
And we also went to a couple of wineries.
Yep.
So we had the 18-year-old drive at that point.
That's a good thing. Bring your driver with you. But that's a place you can go back several times and still not see everything.
Yeah. It was really, really fun. Yeah. And then, of course, our most unique family trip that we did was to Elkins, West Virginia. And let me remind you all, our last name is Elkins.
That's right.
So we found this a number of years ago. Always thought it would be just a cool, wacky thing to do. So we did it. We went to Elkins. We do not have any connection to that town, by the way.
You do now, I bet.
It was so fun to take pictures. I mean, I have about 300 pictures of everything that says Elkins all over the town with our family in front of it.
That's fun. I love that.
Husband wrote to the mayor ahead of time telling him that we were coming. And if you look at the picture in the middle, there we are meeting the mayor of Elkins. And there's a City of Elkins logo, and he gave us a key to the city.
Oh, how sweet is that? I love that. How fun.
So it was
a creative thing to do.
It was kind of crazy, but it was so much fun.
That's
so
very
much
fun.
fun.
I like that.
So, I mean, my point is you can go, to Iceland, really far away, or you could do a driving trip to Elkins, West Virginia.
Absolutely.
Family.
Absolutely.
Anywhere you are,
I love that.
So those were our top 5 family trips. And now I wanted to share with you guys what we have on our list, hopefully someday for the future. Some places that we'd like to go and that we've also heard are like hot travel destinations. The first one is Helsinki in Finland. And I mean, look how beautiful that is.
That's beautiful. It is. Absolutely.
And what makes me a little sad about this one is that actually we were going to go this summer. We had
yeah, but that would be wonderful too. Absolutely stunning place.
Yeah, the whole trip was planned. I mean, we've gotten all our money back because our flights were canceled and it wasn't possible. And I mean, hopefully we'll be able to do that, at some point in the future. But that's very high, on our list. Once, COVID-19 is a memory, we're going to Finland. Another place that we really like to go is Portugal. Another place that we've never been, Lisbon and Porto, 2 major cities, just about 3 hours apart on a train, I mean, again, look how gorgeous that looks.
On the side of a hill, how gorgeous. Absolutely. So pretty.
And Croatia is a new one on my list, actually. Since quarantining, I read a book where the main character decides to take a spur-of-the-moment trip to Croatia because it was the only place she could get tickets to. Looking up stuff and, I mean, Dubrovnik and Split are 2 towns in Croatia, about 4 hours apart by ferry, and started thinking that would be a really awesome trip.
Come on, COVID vaccine, right? We're ready to go.
So then Morocco, that's on my husband's list. And I wasn't sure I was in until he told me about the city of, and I'm sure I'm going to butcher the pronunciation, Chefchaouen. I think that's how you say it, something like that, on the bottom right.
Right. I could have done the other 2, but that one I wouldn't have even tried. So I'm saying you did it beautifully.
It's called the Blue City. I mean, the buildings are all in shades of blue there.
Wow, isn't that neat?
That looks so gorgeous. And I think, it would be like this fantastic cultural experience. So maybe someday.
That'd be very
And another trip we've been thinking about that, a place we'd like to go to someday are some of the Baltic cities.
Yes.
Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia all have these like beautiful little towns that would be fantastic to spend time in. So yeah, that's on our list too.
Thank you for taking us on this dreamy tour, giving us some really good tips about travel. What a great job. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. I have one last question for you.
Yeah.
Tell me, all of this dreaming, everything is because of research, lung cancer research, that you're able to do this. What does that really mean to you?
I mean, because of research, I mean, you saw pictures of my boys. They were 10 and 13 when I was diagnosed. I've gotten to see.
That's the story right there, right? No matter what else. That's
I mean, I've gotten to see them grow up. I mean, get driver's license, first girlfriends, go to college. My younger one's he has a year more left in high school. I didn't even think when I was first diagnosed that I would get to see them start high school because they were so young. Right. My husband and I next year will celebrate our 25th anniversary. Never thought we would see 20, let alone 25. I mean, research has meant to me like so many good years living well with lung cancer. And I've been very fortunate. I mean, I have not, I've responded well to treatment, haven't had major side effects. I've felt good. I've been able to, live my life, help with advocacy and everything. But none of that, literally, wouldn't be possible without research and organizations like LCFA that promote research and promote and support young investigators who are interested in lung cancer and need funding to continue work in lung cancer. It's incredibly important.
Absolutely. And I love that you're such an advocate. In fact, you're going to be on Twitter tonight, right?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think it's at 7 p.m. Central Time.
Right, 7 p.m. Central. And you're going to be talking about EGFR, the specific biomarker and what that means, and biomarker testing and how important it is. Is that correct?
Yes, I will be talking about that. And biomarker testing is absolutely critical for anyone who gets diagnosed with lung cancer in order to get the best possible treatment. There isn't just one kind of lung cancer. It's many, many different diseases. And treatments are very precise. There's precision medicine due to, all the research that's taken place to attack all these different diseases. So tonight I'm going to talk about the EGFR lung cancer mutation that I have and many others do, and give some, important, bits of information that people should know.
And people can ask you about your traveling too, can't they?
Sure, why not?
Exactly. Well, thank you so much. What a lovely hour we've just spent going around the world, thinking about where we could go. I definitely don't ever want to try fermented shark. I just want you to know that. No. I want to go to Iceland now, which I never wanted to do before, but I do not want to try fermented shark.
You don't have to.
I'm going to go right past that. It did make me laugh. What did he say? It was stew. Beef stew was his favorite.
Yeah, really good, I have to say.
Mulligan stew, I just got to say, I would have taken on their stew anytime. So thank you so much, Ivy. I hope you have a wonderful afternoon, and we'll look forward to talking to you on Twitter later tonight.
Great. Thanks so much, Diane. It was fantastic.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye. So Ivy really kind of sums it up. She's able to see her kids grow up because of research. Because of research, she gets to take a pill to keep her cancer right now in check. We don't know how long that pill's going to last. She's waiting for that next breakthrough, as are all the people that you've seen so far today. So remember, it's so important to give to research. LCFA and their charitable partners have put $4 million up to this point into young investigator grants to get research going, to get those breakthroughs. And they want to bring the best and the brightest of these investigators to lung cancer. You can help us do that. So what we want to make sure you do is text Lungs Forever to 41444. And it's lungs, the number 4, ever, to 41444. And also, if you're watching us on the World Lung Cancer Day page, just hit the donate button at the top. Those donations could lead to us funding another researcher. And that researcher, we don't know what that researcher could lead to, but certainly what we've seen so far is more advances made in the past 5 years than in the past 20. We still have a long way to go. Donna, you are right. We loved hearing all about Ivy's travels and meeting her family. How fun was that? Don't bribe anybody. Just remember, don't bribe anybody. Anyway, we are going to take less than a 5-minute break here, and then we're going to be back with Lisa Goldman. We're going to be making challah bread, which I just think is going to be wonderful, and couscous salad, talking a little bit about blogging, and you're going to really enjoy Lisa. She's just an amazing woman. So stick with us. We'll be back in just a few.